A sharp crack echoed across the harsh Karugu highlands as the eggshell split open. Cold wind slipped through the fracture, brushing against the small, curled creature inside. It trembled instinctively, still trapped between sleep and awakening. Xia Er felt suffocated, as if wrapped tightly in a cold, unyielding shell. Every attempt to move was met with resistance. When it opened its mouth, icy air rushed in, snapping its mind awake. Where am I? Its last memory was simple: home, a game, falling asleep on the sofa. So how did it end up here? Everything was pitch black except for a faint thread of light leaking through a crack. That tiny light sparked hope. Driven by instinct, Xia Er began struggling violently. The shell trembled, cracks spreading wider until snap! Its head burst through. The moment it touched the cold air, something changed. A flood of knowledge surged into its mind. Memories, instincts, fragments of something ancient. The impact was overwhelming. For a moment it forgot even how to breathe. Xercassium. The name slipped out naturally, only then did it realize. It had become a dragon. Xer froze, staring at its claws, its tail, its dark green scales that almost looked black. A green dragon, from inherited memories it understood everything. Chromatic dragons, forest dwellers, masters of deception, creatures feared for their cruelty and cunning, and also their arrogance. Many died in battle. The rest died because they overestimated themselves. Idiots, if it were me, I'd never fall for such tricks. The thought came naturally, too naturally. Xer paused. Why did that feel instinctive? Shaking it off, it looked around. Mountains. Endless highlands. No forests, no rivers, no life. This made no sense. Green dragons lived in forests near water, so where was this place? More importantly, where was its mother? Without a mother, how was it supposed to survive? A wormling couldn't hunt properly yet. Was it supposed to starve here? Scanning the area, Xer noticed something strange. Other eggs, 8 of them, different sizes, different colors, some dull and lifeless, not from the same clutch, yet placed together. Weird hunger quickly overtook curiosity. Acting on instinct, Xer picked up broken eggshell pieces and began eating them. Crunchy, plain but enough. Energy spread through its body, easing the hunger. Soon, exhaustion followed. It flapped its wings, barely managing to lift off before landing clumsily. Its newborn body was still weak. True strength would come later. After eating, its thoughts slowed. Whatever this world is, I just need to survive. That was enough. Drowsiness hit hard. Xer curled up, tail wrapped around its body, drifting toward sleep. Just as its consciousness began to fade, a blue light appeared, a floating panel formed before its eyes. Welcome to the evolution games. Initialization complete. Player name, Green Dragon XT40392. Level LV1s. Choose your path. Dominate the world or hide in the shadows. Unleash your bloodlines. Welcome to the God's Killing Ground. Xer blinked lazily. God's Killing Ground, I just hatched. Too tired to care, it yawned. Sleep came first. Everything else could wait. Beautiful dreams never last long. After a full day, Xia Er woke up feeling completely refreshed. Newborn wormlings couldn't control their sleep. But as they grew, dragons could choose when to rest, avoiding being caught vulnerable. The moment Xia Er woke, it remembered the strange interface from before. Evolution game. As soon as the thought appeared, 3 panels materialized in front of it. Slaughter task, hunt 10 creatures CR greater or equal to 3. Domination task. Gain a subordinate race of at least 1,000. Evolution task, reach level 10. Each task represents a different path. It is recommended to focus on one. Slaughter, domination, evolution. Xia Er narrowed its eyes, focus on one. No, I want all of them, just as ambition rose. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Xia Er glanced up. A massive blue dragon over 10 meters long was flying straight toward the highland, a wild boar clamped in its jaws. Without hesitation, Xia Er shut its eyes and pretended to sleep. Blue dragons often lived in groups and they had a strange habit. They picked up other dragons' eggs. Maybe this one brought it here, maybe not. Better safe than dead. Valentina Underwood, a young adult blue dragon once part of the Underwood dynasty. A year ago her dynasty collapsed. The once powerful dragon clan scattered. Before fleeing, she took all the eggs she guarded and escaped to the remote Karugu highlands. Her goal, rebuild the dynasty, become an empress, but reality was harsh. She had territory, a small kobold tribe, and that was it. Weak subordinates, no resources, even hunting had to be done personally. This is not how it was supposed to go. Carrying the wild boar, Valentina sighed. In her imagination, things were different. She would rule the highlands, sit on mountains of gold, wake up to servants offering food. Hear every creature chant her name. Empress Valentina, perfect, but right now she was doing everything herself. Still, she endured. One day the eggs would hatch and everything would change. She landed at the nest, then froze. It hatched. Her eyes widened finally after 2 years. The first dragon was born, excitement burned inside her. This is it, the beginning. But then she looked closer, green scales, her expression paused. A green dragons. Disappointment flashed briefly, not that she hated green dragons. Actually, she did cunning, greedy, always hiding behind schemes. No dignity, red dragons were brute force. Black dragons were disgusting scavengers. But blue dragons, smart, noble, united, the best. Still, a dragon was a dragon. Fine, I'll make do. Maybe it could become her right hand, her future general, her prime minister. She dropped the boar and looked at the wormling. Is it awake? Before she could test it. Xia Er suddenly opened its eyes the moment it saw her. It immediately dropped flat on the ground, total submission. Valentina smiled. Good, very good. She lifted her head proudly. Wormling. State your name. I am Princess Valentina of Underwood.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Dragons are a race that places the utmost importance on seniority. For dragons, there's no need to strive hard. Simply living to a certain age grants them formidable power. For the vast majority of dragons, the older they are, the stronger they become. Wormling, very young dragon, young adult dragon, juvenile dragon, adult dragon, mature adult dragon, old dragon, very old dragon, ancient dragon, worm, great worm. Therefore, after seeing Valentina, who was in the young adult dragon stage, Xia Er immediately adopted an attitude of bowing to seniority. After all, for Xia Er, he was just a trend follower, while Valentina was the genuine old-timer. Having said that, Xia Er didn't hesitate in the slightest, stepping forward to tear large mouthfuls from the wild boar's hind leg. Although it was raw and bloody, for Xia Er's current organs, it was exceptionally delicious. Perhaps it would be even more delicious cooked, but Xia Er couldn't very well ask the old-timer to barbecue for him right now. He'd just have to make do. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Large tearing bites. While eating the meat, he observed his surroundings. After looking around, Xia Er couldn't help but sigh. Blue dragons are the chromatic dragons most fond of picking up children from outside to increase the strength of their dragon flight. Typically, a juvenile dragon would be assigned to care for wormlings and very young dragons to prevent the nest from being attacked. Young adult dragons are mostly assigned tasks like hunting, guarding, and so on. But clearly, the one responsible for watching over and caring for the dragon eggs was actually a young adult dragon. From this, it was evident that this blue dragon flight's strength was worrisome. If a giant just happened to come by, this blue dragon flight would probably suffer heavy losses. But still, at least there was a dragon flight. It was safer than the starting scenario of a dragon mother with 3 hatchlings. During a period of weakness, one must be cautious and careful. Collecting gold coins and such wasn't something a dragon of his level should be doing. The most important thing now was to eat a few more mouthfuls of meat. Letter 213 Alpha, letter 1033D, letter 22F, letter 1D401 E circumflex, letter 1D480. If absolutely necessary, he could even eat a few mouthfuls of dirt. Only by growing up would there be a future. Hunting and domination quests also required him to at least reach the very young dragon stage before he could attempt them. For now, the only thing he could really do was eat, eat, eat. As for Xia Er's praise, Valentina seemed quite pleased. As the saying goes, a wise dragon knows when to submit. With a sweep of her wing, Valentina sliced off nearly half of the wild boar, which was a good 3 to 4 meters in size. Flapping her wings excitedly, she said, "Eat, eat." A cold wind blew, howling as it came. Valentina abruptly spread her wings. Her bony, membranous wings stretched out like giant shields before Xia Er, blocking the biting cold wind completely. Her deep blue scales shimmered with a cold light in the wind, static electricity sparking like starlight through the gaps between her armor-like scales. Xia Er glanced up at this deep blue barrier crackling with arcs of electricity, and the tension in his shoulders and spine finally relaxed. She was a good dragon, who said chromatic dragons were inherently cold and indifferent. Xia Er was extremely satisfied. Soon, the half-wild boar was pretty much entirely devoured by Xia Er. Although he was just a newly hatched wormling, Xia Er's current body length had already reached 2 meters. He looked the part, about the size of a foal. After a wormling's first sleep, they can hunt within 3 days. Of course, they only hunt small creatures like ordinary hares, foxes, and such. Slightly larger magical creatures would still be difficult to handle. Xia Er swallowed the last mouthful of wild boar meat with satisfaction, feeling a warmth spreading through his entire body, a sensation of evolution and growth. This wild boar meat packs a punch. Xia Er abruptly stood up. His emerald green scales reflected faint glimmers of light under the thin highland sun. His 2-meter-long body had sleek lines, muscles slightly bulging beneath the scales, displaying a physique far more robust than that of an ordinary wormling. That instinct for flight born from his bloodline could no longer be suppressed. Xia Er suddenly spread his still somewhat immature but already sizable membranous wings, flapping them with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of his wings beating the air was somewhat clumsy, with a staggering quality. Xia Er's body tilted as it left the ground, briefly hovering before suddenly sinking downward. His claws scraped against the highland rocks, producing faint sounds. Although the flight wasn't ideal, Xia Er didn't give up. He flapped his wings forcefully again. This time he stabilized his posture, wobbling as he rose to a height of a few feet above the ground. Woohoo, Tilda! An excited cry escaped Xia Er's throat involuntarily. Although he wasn't flying high or far, and his posture was far from elegant, this initial success at autonomous flight still filled the wormling stage Xia Er's heart with immense excitement and a sense of accomplishment. He was no longer that little thing that could only curl up right after hatching. The blue dragon Valentina stood to the side, quietly watching this newly hatched green dragon. Her gaze swept over Xia Er. The scales covering his entire body, trembling slightly in the wind, were a vibrant emerald green, far brighter, more dazzling, and more beautiful than the luster of those green dragons she had seen back in the Underwood dynasty. Many green dragons' scales show a grayish-green hue, and some even have scales that trend toward black. Scales like Xia Er's, resembling jadeite, were truly rare. Xia Er's flapping wings were full of power. Each wingbeat carried the impulsive energy of a newborn calf. Although his size seemed so minuscule before Valentina's massive 12 to 13 meter long frame, that vigorous vitality and physique far exceeding an ordinary wormling caused the sliver of disappointment in Valentina's heart, born from Xia Er being a green dragon, to quietly fade. A low grumble came from Valentina's throat. This green dragon wormling is unexpectedly robust and excellent. Perhaps he really can become a powerful aid to the future Dragon Empress. This thought flashed through Valentina's mind. Subduing a strong wormling was, after all, a good start. Watching Xia Er execute another clumsy but successful short-distance glide, she decided to temporarily set aside her slight prejudice against green dragons. After all, strength and potential were always worthy of respect. Just as Xia Er succeeded in gliding nearby, a grayish dragon egg suddenly cracked with a crack. Immediately after, a wormling with crimson scales struggled out of the shell. But the moment it emerged, this wormling seemed dazed, clearly receiving its bloodline inheritance. After a moment of daze, it suddenly raised its head. Its youthful yet clear voice echoed across the highland. Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam. Hearing this, Valentina turned her head, her blue eyes flashing with delight. A red dragon, the leader of the chromatic dragons, the most aggressive dragon. The moment Tyrone raised his head to declare his true name, Valentina followed the same procedure. Excitedly spreading her wings, she looked down majestically at this newly hatched red dragon wormling and declared loudly, "Wormling, I am Princess Valentina from Underwood. You are now a member of my Underwood Dragonflight. This princess rewards you with blood meat." With that, Valentina tore off a piece of wild boar meat and tossed it in front of Tyrone. However, a flicker of disdain passed through Tyrone's crimson vertical pupils. Not only did he not lower his head, he even puffed out his chest. His juvenile roar carried an innate arrogance. HMPH. A weak blue dragon dares to be the head dragon of a red dragon. I was born the leader of the chromatic dragons, a 1 in 10,000 genius. From the day of my birth, I was destined to be invincible under heaven. Except for red dragons, all other species are trash. Valentina was choked by this sudden contempt. Clearly, she had no experience teaching wormlings. Xia Er had been so compliant earlier that she simply didn't know how to deal with this red dragon. Kill him? This thought had just risen in Valentina's heart. Before she could act, however, she saw Xia Er, who had been flying in the sky nearby, already moving. Xia Er keenly realized this was a golden opportunity. Although this blue dragon was only a young adult dragon, for Xia Er in the wormling stage, she was an unbeatable opponent but also his greatest backer. He very much liked a saying from Mr. Luzon. Put on socks before shoes, be a grandson before becoming a grandpa. Circling at low altitude and witnessing Tyrone's arrogant provocation, Xia Er suddenly swooped down to land. His wings stirred up a gust of wind as he precisely clamped onto Tyrone's neck with his jaws, then flapped his wings, rising to a height of 4 or 5 meters. Before Tyrone could struggle, Xia Er abruptly opened his jaws. Thud! Tyrone fell heavily, crashing onto the jagged rocks and knocking himself dizzy. Seeing this, Xia Er seized the moment and pounced. His sharp dragon claws stomped hard on the red dragon's head, pinning him down so he couldn't move. He growled lowly, "You ignorant fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you act recklessly before Her Highness Princess Valentina?" Valentina's blue eyes lit up, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she silently praised him. "Xia Er, well done." Valentina was extremely satisfied and immediately declared, "Today, I appoint you as Prime Minister, the hand of the princess. This red dragon and the other wormlings about to hatch are all under your management." "Xia Er, Prime Minister, hand of the princess. What the hell, such a position second only to one dragon and above 10,000 others is that something a little wormling like me can hold." For a moment, Xia Er had a faint, ominous premonition. Could it be that this so-called Underwood dynasty only had her one young adult dragon? If so, the future prospects were truly utterly screwed. Just as Xia Er was somewhat dazed by the title Prime Minister, and a sense of foreboding about the true scale of the Underwood dynasty was spreading in her heart, a violent struggle suddenly erupted from beneath her feet. Roar! Tyrone, pinned firmly against the rock by Xia Er's claws, let out a roar filled with humiliation and furious rage. His crimson scales trembled as his robust wormling body twisted desperately, trying to throw off the emerald claw on his back. "Vile green dragon, how dare you defile a noble red dragon with your filthy claws? Get off, I'll tear your scales off one by one." Tyrone's voice was muffled from having his head pressed down, but the ferocity and disdain within it were undiminished. He clearly could not accept being subdued like this by an inferior green dragon. Xia Er snapped back to attention instantly. Feeling the resisting force from under her foot, she didn't relent. Instead, her eyes turned cold, and her dragon claw stomped down with even greater force. Stronger power pressed down viciously on Tyrone's neck and the back of his head, almost shoving his face completely into the cold, rough crevices of the rock. His struggling movements halted abruptly, and he let out a pained grunt. "Shut up, fool." Xia Er looked down, her cold vertical pupils gazing down at the disheveled red dragon under her claw, her voice carrying a thread of icy mockery. "Noble red dragon, open your eyes and look at your current state. Power is the true throne, not that mouth of yours that only spews arrogant nonsense." Having said that, Xia Er deliberately increased the pressure under her foot, making it difficult for Tyrone to even breathe, and scolded him. "A dragon's pride is not for stupidly flaunting in front of the weak. In the face of true strength, an existence powerful enough to dictate your life and death, a dragon with true survival wisdom should learn to lower that stupid, arrogant head of yours. Now learn to obey or continue tasting the rock." Regardless of what the situation with this Underwood dynasty really was, Xia Er had already made up her mind. Hold tightly to Valentina's thigh and don't waver. Develop first. "Damn it." Tyrone's draconic eyes were filled with fury. He wished he could tear this green dragon before him to shreds. But his strength did not permit him to do so. Although red dragons had innate racial advantages, he was, after all, just newly hatched, barely able to walk steadily. How could he be a match for Xia Er, a green dragon who could already fly? Tyrone's tail whipped violently against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust as he struggled fiercely. However, Xia Er's claw, covered in emerald scales, was like an iron clamp pressing steadily on Tyrone's vital spot. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge it an inch. Finally, that brute force of resistance drained away. A choked, cut-off whimper escaped Tyrone's throat, and his tense body went slack in defeat. "Enough." Tyrone's voice was hoarse, laced with unconcealable frustration, coming out muffled. "Let me go. I acknowledge your strength, all right. I will obey Princess Valentina for now." Raw letter 2115 Armenian, Huogenus letter 1D587 Openez. Every word seemed squeezed out from between clenched teeth, full of reluctance and grinding resentment. Feeling the red dragon under her claw had completely given up resistance, Xia Er slowly shifted her powerful claw away. But her vigilant draconic pupils remained fixed on Tyrone, wary of any sudden movement from him. The blue dragon Valentina watched all this from the side with satisfaction, giving a slight nod. So the red dragon is just this much after all, seems inferior to the little green dragon. Tyrone was furious and seething, his face contorted with rage. He was just about to go gnaw on the boar meat Valentina had tossed over earlier when he discovered Xia Er had already shamelessly taken the spot by the boar meat and was devouring it heartily. Seeing this, Tyrone flew into a rage, but remembering he couldn't beat Xia Er right now, he could only take a deep breath and go pick up eggshells to eat instead. "Deceitful green dragon, just you wait. Once I grow up, I'll definitely trample you and that blue dragon under my feet." Tyrone thought viciously. Xia Er, however, had no such concerns, eating the meat in large bites. Meat is never too much. Only by eating your fill can you grow. As for the red dragon's hatred, let him deal with it when he grows up. With his intelligence and brains in this environment, who knows if he'll even live to the young adult dragon stage. What on earth was passed down in this red dragon's dragon inheritance? Were his ancestors this arrogant and unreliable? Xia Er pondered silently. The bloodline inheritance, the dragon inheritance, differed among the chromatic dragons. It contained knowledge and insights carefully selected by generations of draconic kin, including experiences like survival skills, spellcasting, and combat survival. Therefore, a wormling, upon hatching, needed only a few seconds to master language and possess independent thought. But dragon inheritance was limited by bloodline. And if chromatic dragons weren't of the same surname, not from the same family, the inheritance they received was different. However, no matter what kind of inheritance this red dragon named Tyrone received, it had nothing to do with her. Stupid and foolish, she should be able to find more opportunities to teach him a lesson later and snatch some meat. As Xia Er was thinking this, a line of tadpole-like small characters suddenly flashed before her eyes. First victory over Red Dragon Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam obtained. Reward. Fire Resistance EXP +1, Magic Affinity EXP +1, Strength EXP +1. Xia Er, who was eating meat, couldn't help but be startled. There's such a thing, the evolution game really gives evolution. Thinking of this, Xia Er's eyes couldn't help but grow fervent. She even stopped eating the meat, raising her head to look at the red dragon Tyrone. The red dragon Tyrone, who was gnawing on eggshells, sensed Xia Er's fervent gaze. Immediately refusing to back down, he put down the eggshell and glared back at Xia Er just as fiercely. I've already submitted and you're still looking. This green dragon is going too far. I can't let the red dragons lose face. At that moment, Xia Er opened her mouth and said, What are you looking at? Looking at you, so what? Tyrone instinctively retorted, Try looking again. Try so try. Later. Half an hour later. Victory over Red Dragon Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam obtained. Reward, Fire Resistance EXP +1. Xia Er, with her foot on Tyrone, stared at the game panel before her, falling into thought. There's still a reward. Then doesn't that mean? Xia Er looked at the disheveled Tyrone, her eyes lighting up. She seemed to have found a quick way to grind attributes. Damned green dragon. Tyrone gritted his draconic teeth, fury having completely ignited this newborn red dragon. But weakness is the original sin. The strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Seeing that Xia Er could handle everything and stabilize the situation, Valentina immediately swished her dragon tail, extremely satisfied. Very good. Xia Er, I leave this place to you. Having said that, Valentina beat her wings and soared into the air, speeding towards a nearby mountain peak. There stood a stone palace. Calling it a palace was being generous. It looked more like the large courtyard of some country squire. On the mountain peak, many kobolds were laboring. That was Valentina's palace, a place to store treasure. Valentina wasn't good at taking care of wormlings to begin with. Now that she had Xia Er, being a hands-off boss seemed just fine. After returning to her palace, Valentina lay contentedly on a pile of glowing small ores, thinking happily to herself. Excellent, a resourceful green dragon Xia Er and a red dragon Tyrone to charge into battle. It seems my true dragon empire is about to. Biting cold wind swept like blades across the dim sea at the edge of the Karugu Highlands, whipping up fine spray that slapped against the sparse floating ice drifting upon it. Deep within this icy, lifeless water, a massive silver-gray figure swam silently. It was a giant salmon over 4 meters long, its scales shimmering faintly in the gloomy seawater. Seemingly attracted by a strange reflection of light refracted from a piece of floating ice, it cautiously swam upward, its massive tail fin churning the frigid water. Just as its snout was about to touch the edge of the ice, a piercing shriek that tore through the air suddenly descended from high above. Every scale on the giant salmon's body stood on end. A primal sense of crisis from its bloodline made it instantly abandon the temptation right before its eyes. It violently twisted its robust body, its enormous tail fin erupting with astonishing force, plunging toward the dark depths like an arrow shot from a bow. Water splashed everywhere, its only thought to escape that terrifying presence from the sky. However, fast as it was, the hunter diving from above was faster. Diving down was a massive figure as emerald green as jade. It was Xia Er. Xia Er fixed her gaze on the huge silver shadow fleeing in panic below, folding her wings tightly at the last moment to convert her diving momentum into a sharp angle of entry into the water. Splash! Icy, bone-chilling seawater instantly enveloped Xia Er. Her tough green dragon scales provided an excellent streamlined shape and brief watertightness. In the turbid, Cold water, Xia Er's sharp draconic pupils instantly locked onto the patch of white foam churned up ahead by the creature's rapid dive. That's it, Xia Er's powerful hind legs kicked out vigorously, her forelimbs coordinating with the sway of her body as she shot forward like a true sea serpent. Her gaping maw opened wide in the water, ignoring the salty, briny seawater flooding her mouth and nostrils, biting with pinpoint accuracy toward the midsection of the massive fish. Letter 1D411, letter 1F00, letter 1033D, O symbol 34D, letter 162, yeah, letter 219. A crunch. The hard fish scales were fragile before dragon teeth. Warm blood instantly bloomed into a cloud of crimson in the icy seawater. The giant salmon thrashed violently without a sound, but the bite force of the dragon's jaws clamped onto it like iron tongs. Just then, more shadows began to stir in the surrounding murky water. The scent of blood had attracted the attention of covetous onlookers. Xia Er showed no desire to linger. Clenching her captured prey tightly in her jaws, her powerful neck muscles and strong hind legs exerted force simultaneously, and her wings spread wide in the water, sweeping upward. Splash! A huge spray erupted once more as the emerald figure broke the surface, trailing a curtain of silvery water. With the giant salmon clamped in her jaws, Xia Er's cold scales were beaded with water droplets that rapidly crystallized into tiny ice particles in the biting wind. Xia Er beat her wings fiercely against the damp, heavy air. Not bothering to shake off the seawater clinging to her, she used the momentum from breaking the surface to soar, albeit unsteadily yet resolutely, toward the shore. Thud! With a loud crash, Xia Er landed on the cold rocks of the shore. She shook her wet wings, then eagerly began tearing into the giant salmon. Her powerful dragon jaws easily crushed the fish bones. Warm fish flesh with a briny odor was swallowed in large mouthfuls, its abundant energy rapidly suffusing her entire body. After the entire fish disappeared into her gaping maw, Xia Er let out a long, satisfied belch. A panel materialized before her, slaughtered a desolate boned salmon. Reward gained, defense experience +1, magic affinity experience +1. Slaughter quest 610. Finally killed another fish with a challenge rating above 3. Savoring the taste of fresh fish in her mouth, Xia Er felt a wave of emotion. A full 5 years had passed since she hatched from her dragon egg. Xia Er had now completed her torpor and become a young dragon. The wormling stage generally lasted 5 years. When chromatic dragons reached 5 years old, they could undergo metamorphosis through torpor, entering the young dragon stage. The young dragon stage would then last until they were 15 years old. When a true dragon reached 15, they could enter the juvenile dragon stage through slumber. Of course, that was the standard by-the-book progression. Some true dragons that trained diligently or special types of chromatic dragons would undergo metamorphosis earlier. For example, Xia Er had entered torpor at 4 years old, not adhering to the 5-year principle. Xia Er now measured a full 6 meters in length, comparable to a red dragon in the young dragon stage. However, green dragons weren't particularly large to begin with, being among the smaller of the 4-colored dragons. That Xia Er could possess such a robust physique now was thanks to the Evolution Games quests and the contributions of the red dragon Tyrone and several other hatched chromatic dragons. Xia Er had fought her way through the dragon nest kindergarten, grinding those chromatic dragons into the dirt, extracting a steady daily supply of basic attributes. Her growth was naturally rapid. Over these 5 years, Xia Er had thoroughly investigated the situation inside and outside the Karugu Highlands. After learning the current state of affairs, she could only say her vision went dark. The Karugu Highlands were not very safe. To the north of the highlands lived a tribe of frost giants. Giants and dragons had always been at odds. Dragons took pleasure in hunting giants, while giants considered slaying great dragons a badge of honor. The two races were locked in a near-eternal feud. To the west of the highlands stretched a vast, seemingly endless plain where tribes of centaurs, large and small, lived, making their living through herding. To the south of the highlands lay the human duchy, the Duchy of Shaoyi. And within the highlands themselves, there were creatures like giant eagles, griffins, and a series of other races, plus a dwarven kingdom occupying several mountain mines. It could be described as fraught with peril everywhere. Especially a year ago, a patrol of dwarven pony cavalry had appeared near the dragon nest. Fortunately, they hadn't discovered the nest's location. She had to prepare for trouble before it arose. Over these years, Xia Er hadn't been idle either. After learning to fly, she often sneaked out to hunt for extra meals. Venturing deep inland was too dangerous, so Xia Er frequently traveled between the dragon nest and the nearby coastal areas, transforming into a fishing prodigy. She caught salmon, bass, flounder, and other fish that frequented the coastal waters, supplementing her nutrition and enhancing her strength. Among the chromatic dragons, green dragons and black dragons could breathe freely underwater. Their combat effectiveness didn't diminish upon entering the water, making them the only two of the four-colored dragons capable of living underwater, something red dragons and blue dragons couldn't do. Xia Er fully leveraged this advantage, going to sea daily to catch fish, secretly supplementing her protein intake and boosting her strength. Her current level had already reached 5, placing her at the top among young dragons. Those white dragons and black dragons that had just grown into the juvenile stage might not even be her match. However, over the years, although she had caught hundreds of fish, large and small, only 6, including the one just now, had a level above 3. Developing through fishing is still a bit too slow. After devouring every last bit of the 4-meter-plus salmon, Xia Er let out a long sigh. Then, flapping her wings and timing it right, she sped back toward the dragon nest. It was getting late. By the schedule, Valentina should have returned from her hunt by now. That earlier meal was just a snack. The main course was coming up next. Xia Er stretched out her nearly 7-meter-long emerald body, slicing through the biting cold wind as she flew swiftly towards the direction of the Highland dragon nest. 5 years of growth had given Xia Er broad wings and a stable, powerful flight posture, her scales shimmering with a resilient luster under the thin sunlight. However, as Xia Er soared over the final mountain ridge and the familiar sight of the dragon nest came into view, her flight path abruptly halted, suspending her in midair. Below was not the usual peace. On the rocky platform where the nest was located, an intense melee was erupting. To be precise, it was a one-sided suppression. Roar. The roars of dragons were incessant. The red dragon Tyrone, whose body length had grown to 7 meters, was like a crimson volcano, radiating a savage aura. His scarlet scales flowed like molten lava during his violent movements, brimming with explosive power. His opponents were 2 young dragons, noticeably smaller in size. One had deep blue scales, while the other was covered in glossy black scales. These 2 young dragons were each about 5 meters long, precisely the blue dragon Carta and the black dragon Saga, who had hatched 2 or 3 months later than Xia Er and Tyrone. The current scene was far from an evenly matched fight. Tyrone's massive body held an absolute advantage. His front claws, covered in hard scales, were firmly pressing down on the head of the blue dragon Carta, the immense force grinding the other's horned skull into the ground's gravel and dust. The blue dragon Carta let out a muffled and humiliated roar, his limbs clawing futilely at the ground, trying to break free, yet finding it extremely difficult to even lift his head. Tyrone's hind claws were not idle either. His thick, powerful feet precisely stepped on the junction between the neck and shoulder blade of the other black dragon Saga, sharp claws deeply embedding into the gaps of the other's glossy black scales, almost pinning him to the ground. Saga painfully twisted his long neck, attempting to whip Tyrone with his tail, but the other easily blocked it with his own tail, causing Saga's scales to flake off instead, leaving him in a wretched state. Dust flew, gravel scattered, the 2 young dragons appearing like helpless cubs under Tyrone's absolute strength. Trash. All of you are trash. Tyrone held his head high, his crimson vertical pupils burning with arrogance as he spoke disdainfully. With skills like these, you dare to share the same nest with me. Tyrone roared while increasing the pressure under his claws, eliciting even more painful whimpers from the blue and black dragons beneath his feet. Tyrone's gaze swept over his struggling opponents, filled with contempt. Look at you, weak blue dragon, cowardly black dragon, you're not even worthy of lifting my claws. Born inferiors, you should forever grovel on the ground. After saying this, Tyrone suddenly raised his head, looking around as if searching for something. Finally, his gaze fell upon Xia Er, suspended in the air, his arrogance reaching its peak, his voice full of provocation. And you, green scale. You only deserve to hide in the back. See this? Strength. This is true strength. Red dragons are the born rulers, you lot are all garbage. Xia Er silently watched the red dragon Tyrone, having only one thought in her mind. 3 days without a beating and he's already tearing the roof off. Xia Er deeply disliked these brawls among the wormlings and young dragons. Dragons were naturally combative, and among these newly hatched wormlings and young dragons, friction naturally occurred every few days, each determined to prove superiority, which greatly troubled Xia Er. Letter 2 on 3 letter 1 de Fourier new O symbol 34D, ve epsilon letter 1 E67. Because when they fought themselves tired, she couldn't fight them anymore. For the evolution game to recognize defeating a true dragon, the opponent needed to be in a near-perfect state with fighting spirit. When defeated by her, only then could she gain attribute bonuses. Although these attribute bonuses were minuscule, accumulated over time, they were still valuable assets. However, these wormlings and young dragons fought among themselves, and by the time Xia Er returned from fishing, they were already exhausted, lacking strength or any fighting spirit, utterly unable to provide her with attribute bonuses, which infuriated Xia. Tyrone, do you wish to fight me? Xia was furious to the extreme, looking towards Tyrone's direction, opening her mouth coldly. That goes without. Tyrone raised his head proudly, but before he could finish, he saw Xia had already transformed into a green lightning bolt, diving down from the sky. Tyrone, who was stepping on the blue dragon Carta and the black dragon Saga, felt the violent wind pressure descending from above. His crimson vertical pupils instantly contracted, then erupted with even fiercer anger and battle intent. Green Scale, who only knows how to ambush. Tyrone roared wildly. Not only did he not evade, he instead fiercely raised his ferocious dragon head, the depths of his throat instantly lighting up with a blinding orange-red glow, like a volcano about to erupt. A whoosh boom! A searing cone-shaped torrent of flame, carrying an aura that could incinerate everything, violently erupted from Tyrone's gaping maw, heading straight for the diving Xia. Breath weapon. Seeing this, Xia couldn't help but be taken aback. A skill all chromatic dragons inevitably master, the breath weapon. The red dragon's breath is fire, the blue dragon's is lightning, the green dragon's is poisonous gas, the black dragon's is corrosive acid, and the white dragon's is frost. But this breath weapon skill is generally something chromatic dragons in the wormling stage cannot master. Only by reaching the mid-young dragon stage can they barely use it, and it's fully usable in the juvenile dragon stage with very limited uses, unable to be used consecutively in a single battle. How did this Tyrone master the breath weapon? A natural talent, but quickly Xia came back to her senses. What breath weapon? It's just spitting fire. Dragon breath energy is generated from a dragon's lungs, and regardless of the type of breath, it possesses extremely strong impact force. And this breath weapon of Tyrone's had no impact force at all. It was merely shooting out a mass of flame. Even so, this Tyrone could be considered an outstanding individual among red dragons. This flame was something ordinary young dragons wouldn't dare to face head-on. However, Xia was no ordinary young dragon. Facing this flame that could injure an ordinary young dragon, Xia's vertical pupils showed no fear. Not only did she not forcefully avoid it, she instead made a slight adjustment to her diving angle at the last moment. Using her broad chest covered in the toughest scales and her robust, powerful forelimbs to boldly charge into the surging wave of fire. Scalding flames instantly engulfed most of Xia's body. However, the expected scene of charred scales and mangled flesh did not fully appear. The layer of emerald scales on Xia's body trembled violently within the flames, revealing an almost imperceptible dark red halo. This was precisely the fire resistance she had obtained by repeatedly defeating Tyrone. Although the burning pain was still intense, and the edges of her dragon scales were slightly blackened by the smoke, this resistance force had forcefully reduced the potentially lethal breath weapon to a bearable level. Enduring the scorching and impact of the flames, the terrifying kinetic energy of Xia's dive was not reduced in the slightest. Her hard head and shoulders, covered in fire-resistant scales, slammed into Tyrone's chest like a battering ram, just as he had stopped his breath and hadn't yet had time to assume a defensive posture. Thud! A dull, drum-like sound exploded. The immense impact force caused Tyrone to let out a pained grunt. His massive crimson body was actually knocked staggering backward, his footing unstable, involuntarily releasing his suppression on the blue dragon Carta and the black dragon Saga. Dust and not yet dispersed sparks scattered everywhere, shrouding the figures of the two giant beasts locked in combat in chaos. Besides the black dragon Saga and the blue dragon Carta, there were three other little dragons hiding in a corner, trembling. The other three little dragons were one white dragon and two blue dragons. All were still in the wormling stage, not yet grown into young dragons. Originally, besides these three dragons, there were four other dragon eggs, but they were all white dragons, not very intelligent, not as smart as this remaining white dragon. Princess Valentina was merciful and couldn't bear to see these white dragons suffer in front of her, so she drove them all out. Where they are now is unknown, they might have already died in some corner. And as the smoke cleared, Xia used her forelimbs to step on Tyrone's spine, pressing him heavily to the ground, saying coldly, "Tyrone, do you submit?" "I submit." Tyrone's face was full of anger and unwillingness, but he still lowered his head to Xia, muttering sullenly, "Prime Minister, sir." Only after Tyrone submitted did Xia release her dragon claw. But the moment she released her claw, a panel abruptly appeared before Xia's eyes. Defeated the red dragon Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam, reward obtained, cantrip Mage Hand. Xia was stunned. This was the first time she had received a reward other than basic attribute bonuses. Mage Hand, name Mage Hand, spell classification cantrip, school enchantment effect. Creates an invisible spectral hand to manipulate objects. Open containers, pick up or place items, pour liquids, etc. Limitations: cannot attack, activate magical items, or carry objects weighing more than 10 pounds. Spell range depends on the caster's mana. Exceeding the range or recasting the spell causes the spectral hand to vanish. Applicable classes: Sorcerer, Wizard, Eldritch Knight, Arcane Trickster. Note: races such as Githyanki, High Elves, and Half-Elves can cast this spell innately. Magic Huh. Xia Er fell into deep thought. In this world, while the dragon race had many enemies, they were undeniably a top-tier species. Beyond the powerful physique they were born with, dragons also possessed formidable magical talent. Upon reaching adulthood, chromatic dragons would master corresponding magics. Red dragons would control fire magic, thus being called flame dragons. Blue dragons would master lightning magic, thus being called storm dragons. And green dragons were also known as forest dragons. However, during the young dragon stage, it was very difficult for chromatic dragons to awaken spells. Most only managed it during the juvenile dragon stage. Both breath weapons and spells could only be preliminarily mastered during the juvenile dragon stage and become proficiently used during the young adult dragon stage. Strictly speaking, the young dragon stage was still just being a child. Only some legendary true dragons could awaken magic during their young dragon years. It seems I too have the makings of a legend, Xia Er thought to herself. Although chromatic dragons could become legendary upon reaching the ancient dragon stage, what Xia Er wanted wasn't to swagger about relying on seniority, but to become a true legend who stepped into the legendary realm during her young dragon years. Retracting her thoughts, she looked at the red dragon Tyrone, who wore an expression of defiance but was only licking his wounds to the side. Then at the other three blues, one black and one white. Xia Er took a deep breath and declared, "If any of you have thoughts of fighting, you can come find me anytime. I'll use my strength to show you who's the boss here." Cold, arrogant. Xia Er's voice echoed in the ears of the other chromatic dragons, who naturally dared not say much and could only lower their heads. Over the past 5 years, Xia Er had almost always faced them with a cold demeanor. She had even used force to suppress them during the Wormling Rebellion. These little dragons naturally held a kind of innate awe and fear for Xia Er. Except for the red dragon Tyrone, no one dared to oppose Xia Er. Only the black dragon Saga and the blue dragon Karta occasionally had the guts to challenge Xia Er. However, such obedient behavior only occurred when Xia Er hadn't left the dragon's lair. Once Xia Er left the lair, these little dragons would start biting and fighting each other, wasting their energy. She needed to find some method to make them sit quietly and not fight each other when she wasn't in the lair. Create a board game for them to play. That seemed a bit unrealistic. How could these irritable little dragons possibly sit down obediently to play games? Sigh. Xia Er let out a long sigh, looked around, and finally fixed her gaze on Tyrone. Seeing Xia Er's gaze, Tyrone instinctively wanted to blurt out a "What are you looking at?" But having just been defeated by Xia Er, he forcibly swallowed the words and lowered his head. "Lady Xia Er, is there something you need?" Ralpha letter 2115 letter 1D664 letter 10331 E grave s circumflex. Xia Er said, "When I'm not here, keep an eye on them, no fighting. If you want to fight, what's the point of bullying these wormlings and young dragons? Wait until I get back and I'll fight you." Fine. The red dragon Tyrone had no objections. If these little dragons didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered to beat them up either. From the moment he hatched, the red dragon Tyrone had been subjected to one-sided crushing by Xia Er. Whether it was after he became a young dragon and learned his breath weapon, or every growth spurt before that, Tyrone would actively seek out Xia Er to fight, but each time ended in defeat. This taught Tyrone to lower his head and to rein in his fiery temper. It also made him question some of the memories within his dragon inheritance. The inheritance clearly stated that red dragons were the leaders of the chromatic dragons, born invincible beings. No race was a match for red dragons. Red dragons took pleasure in hunting giants and metallic dragons in their daily lives. Blue dragons were just a bunch of cowardly herd animals. Green dragons were just sneaky little dragons hiding in the shadows. Black dragons were utterly foul and nauseating. As for white dragons, they just looked like dragons. They were the disgrace of the chromatic dragons. How come in practice, he kept getting beaten up by a green dragon who was only born 2 days earlier? This filled Tyrone with doubt, and his previously arrogant, overconfident personality had gradually been buried deep within. But this was only temporary. Someday, I will defeat this damnable green-scaled one and restore the great name of the red dragons. Tyrone thought to himself darkly, just wait, just wait. My size is already slowly surpassing that green-scaled one. Once I grow into a juvenile dragon, a young adult dragon, I will definitely crush Xia Er with overwhelming force. Then she'll know who the true Dragon King is. Thinking this, a hint of joy reappeared on the red dragon's previously somewhat dejected face. Xia Er saw it but didn't pay it much mind, instead turning to bully the other little ones. Especially the blue and white dragons who hadn't participated in the fight. Since she had nothing better to do, Xia Er used the name of guidance to beat up the little ones. As for the red dragon Tyrone's behavior, Xia Er highly approved of it. She needed someone like the red dragon Tyrone who would be knocked down again and again, then get back up and continue challenging her. That way she could have a steady stream of attribute points. Unlike the Black Dragon Saga, who, after challenging her once and being utterly defeated, became completely docile and never challenged Xia Er again. Even when Xia Er initiated the challenge, he showed no fighting spirit whatsoever, giving Xia Er not a single attribute point. It was truly frustrating for Xia Er. Fortunately, the Black Dragon only provided corrosion resistance. Creatures with corrosive attacks weren't common in daily life. The blue dragons provided storm magic enhancement, water magic enhancement, and water and storm resistance. The white dragon provided frost-related attributes. Both of these were relatively important for Xia Er's current environment. Soon, under Xia Er's guidance, these two blue dragons and one white dragon were pinned to the ground, unharmed. The three little dragons chirped excitedly. Defeated white dragon Dexus Varro, reward gained. Frost resistance experience +1. Defeated blue dragons Otto Underwood, Rebecca Underwood's reward gained. Storm resistance experience +1, magic affinity experience +1. The three blue dragons in the lair were all from the same dragon clan, the Underwoods, the same clan as Valentina. They were also part of the last generation of the royal family. Looking at these weak young dragons, Xia Er turned her gaze further away. Someday she would leave this territory. This territory was too barren for Xia Er. Now supporting one young adult dragon, Valentina, plus herself, Tyrone, Saga, Carta, these four young dragons was already somewhat straining its resources. Not to mention that Dexus, Otto, and Rebecca were also about to enter hibernation and enter the young dragon stage. Moreover, this territory belonged to Valentina. Although usurping the host was not uncommon among dragon groups, Xia Er didn't want to fall out with Valentina, defeat her, and seize her dragon group. The reason was simple. Within the cunning body of a green dragon resided a soul from another world. Although influenced by the green dragon's nature and becoming somewhat greedy, the act of being raised by Valentina and then turning against her was still too contrary to conscience. Of course, this reason didn't carry much weight. The main reason was, Valentina was a young adult dragon. By the time Xia Er grew strong enough under Valentina's protection to challenge her, it would probably take over a decade. Xia Er was a bit impatient. Just as Xia Er was pondering, a roar came from the distance. A black dot appeared on the distant horizon, but as time passed, the black shadow grew larger and larger. Finally, it appeared before the eyes of the dragons in the lair. Valentina had returned from the hunt. Fatigue often comes after overexertion. Valentina felt somewhat bewildered as she gripped two cows in her claws, gliding through the clouds toward the dragon lair. Over these past 5 years, Valentina had been diligent and dedicated. Originally needing to catch only one prey for her own consumption, she now often had to hunt 3 or even 4 creatures daily to feed the hungry young dragons and wormlings in the lair. And it was quite obvious that as these young dragons and wormlings in the lair gradually grew, their appetites would also increase. At that point, the required food would only become more and more. At this very moment, Valentina felt something was not quite right. I came here to become the Dragon Empress, so how did things end up like this? In the northeastern corner of the Karugu Highlands, the available prey she could hunt was truly scarce, and now Valentina was beginning to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Not overwhelmed by the difficulty of catching prey, but overwhelmed by the difficulty of finding prey. After all, the magical creatures in the Karugu Highlands that Valentina could hunt were extremely few. The prime areas of the Karugu Highlands were either occupied by griffins, or by giant eagles, or by dwarves. The remaining locations were indeed remote backwaters, hardly worth mentioning. Now day and night, Valentina had only one thought, so tired. Valentina felt her muscles sore and swollen, her body increasingly weary. Her sharp claws dug deep into the spines of the 2 prey animals, and finally, dragging her heavy body, she landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boom! The 13-meter-long Valentina abruptly touched down, tossing one of the bovine-type magical creatures before the little dragons. Valentina had already realized she couldn't afford to raise this many dragons. Therefore, Valentina planned to expel a few of them, letting them fend for themselves. Naturally, she couldn't expel the clan dragons of Underwood. Valentina decided to focus her decision on the Black Dragon Saga and the White Dragon Dessous. The Red Dragon had space, the Green Dragon had wisdom. The blue dragons all bore the surname Underwood, that left only the little black one and the little white one. Moreover, both Xia and Tyrone had already entered the young dragon stage. It was time for them to hunt alone. The bovine-type magical creature covered in thick fur was thrown onto the cold stone platform. The scent of blood, metallic like rust, instantly spread, intensely stimulating the senses of all the wormlings and young dragons present. Arcute letter 1F01 Eng letter FF4F letter 162 Open letter 23F. Gulp. Several barely suppressed swallowing sounds were especially clear in the silence. The black dragon Saga's throat moved, his dark vertical pupils fixed intently on the fresh red flesh. Though the blue dragon Carta tried hard to maintain the composure befitting the Underwood imperial family, his constantly shifting body and restless front claws betrayed his desire. Even the wormlings in the corner couldn't help but stretch their necks, their small nostrils flaring rapidly. However, surprisingly, not a single dragon rushed forward to fight over the food as they usually did. Although the red dragon Tyrone's gaze swept over the prey with burning intensity, his massive claws unconsciously scraping the ground, he only flicked his tail restlessly, forcefully restraining himself from being the first to act. All the dragon's eyes involuntarily glanced toward Xia Er, who stood slightly ahead, and then cautiously observed Valentina's expression. Looking at these hatchlings who were acting contrary to their nature, actually able to restrain their instinctual impulses, a flicker of astonishment passed through Valentina's weary draconic eyes, followed by a surge of indescribable satisfaction. She raised her head high, her voice carrying a deliberately maintained dignity as she prepared to announce the difficult decision that had been brewing in her heart for a long time. Eat. However, after this bloody feast But before Valentina could finish, she saw Xia Er already opening her mouth with utmost sincerity and shouting loudly, "Princess Valentina, the radiant pearl of the Underwood dynasty, heir to the storm and thunder, the sheltering wing of the Karugu Highlands, savior of the dragon eggs and founder of the empire." With that, Xia Er boldly took 2 steps forward, yet her posture was humble as she lowered her head, her wings slightly folded, as if using the most solemn etiquette to express the highest reverence. "Behold this bountiful bloody feast filled with your supreme benevolence and power. It is you, the great Princess Valentina. It is you who opened a sanctuary for displaced true dragons in this desolate and barren land. It is you, with unparalleled courage and wisdom, guarding the last embers of the Underwood dynasty. The true hope and leader of the chromatic dragons, our supreme princess. The future dragon empress who will reign over all realms." Xia Er spoke extremely fast, her tone rising and falling rhythmically, like chanting an impassioned hymn. She skillfully wove together the words Valentina loved to hear most, each term precisely hitting the most inflated bubble of dreams in the young blue dragon's heart. "Your mighty name shall resound through the Karugu like thunder. Your radiance shall illuminate the entire northern frontier. Long live Princess Valentina, long live the Underwood dynasty." This sudden, overwhelming torrent of fervent praise and declaration surged like a warm current, instantly washing away the bit of serious resolve Valentina had just mustered. She froze, those beautiful draconic eyes, like sapphires, widened slightly, then were replaced by an indescribable sense of satisfaction and giddiness. The glorious image painted by Xia Er's words perfectly matched the deepest desires in Valentina's heart. The fatigue seemed to vanish instantly, replaced by a dizzying feeling of being extremely recognized. She even felt her scales were glowing. Ahem. The expulsion words that had reached Valentina's lips were forcefully swallowed back down. She even subconsciously straightened her spine, the tip of her tail lifting slightly with a touch of smugness. Looking at Xia Er's extremely reverent posture, and then at the surrounding young dragons who, under Xia Er's meaningful glances, also lowered their heads one after another, imitating Xia Er's example and emitting submissive rumbling sounds, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment filled Valentina's chest. Yes, this was the dignity a dragon empress should have. Valentina cleared her throat, trying hard to suppress the smile that was almost uncontrollable at the corner of her mouth, and put on her dignified air again. In a tone gentler than before, carrying a hint of lazy pleasure from being flattered, she said, "Ahem, well said. The glory of the Underwood dynasty shall naturally be guarded by us all together. All right, enjoy your food now." She waved her claw, her posture much more graceful than before. Xia Er immediately shouted again, "We thank your highness the princess for your bounty." Then Xia Er was the first to step forward, calmly beginning to tear at the prey. The other young dragons and wormlings then came forward, distributing the food according to proportion. Xia Er and Tyrone naturally received the largest share. Saga and Carta came next. The smallest portions went to the 3 wormlings. And Xia Er, while eating, was also very clear about the predicament Valentina currently faced. Too many dragons, 4 young dragons, 3 wormlings, that made a total of 7 dragons. Far more than a single young adult dragon like Valentina could support. It's just that directly expelling them felt a bit too blunt. Although blue dragons lived in groups as a way of life, the other dragon races among the chromatic dragons would expel their young offspring, making them self-reliant. Although this place was barren, its advantage was safety. Xia Er did not want to leave this area before reaching the young dragon stage, which was why she used those mother dragon-like titles to forcefully interrupt this indecisive little blue dragon, Valentina. If Valentina ordered an expulsion, the expelled dragon would have to leave this region, at least 200 kilometers away. If the expelled dragon remained within the foraging territory, it would be seen as a provocation. However, the objective problem still existed. Valentina couldn't afford to raise this many dragons. It was time for a change. It was also time to leave this place that was somewhat barren for her. Xia Er let out a sigh. After completely devouring the flesh belonging to her, Xia Er immediately stepped forward and addressed Valentina respectfully. "Princess, I have a suggestion. The Empire's territory is far too small. Your subordinate wishes to go to the coastal area in the northeast direction to establish an outpost, to guard the northeastern flank for you and prevent attacks from enemies coming from the sea." Valentina caught the underlying meaning in Xia Er's words. Her ice-blue scaled neck lifted slightly as she spoke in a low tone. "You want to leave the highlands." Before her words even faded, a powerful draconic aura erupted like a physical force, spreading out with a suffocating pressure that swept over everything. Draconic aura. Although Valentina lacked strong opinions and wasn't a good choice to lead a dragon flight, hearing Xia Er's words instantly chilled her demeanor. A dragon flight could expel a dragon, but if a dragon wanted to leave voluntarily, that was a direct challenge to the Dragon Lord. "Princess Valentina, I do not wish to leave your rule." Xia Er adopted an extremely humble posture, his voice sincere. "On the contrary, all of this is for you, for the future territory of our dragon flight to become more secure." Having said this, Xia Er raised his head. His emerald vertical pupils stared directly into Valentina's sapphire-like eyes as he spoke with deep concern. "Your Highness, your noble gaze sees through all things. You must have also noticed the hidden dangers along the northeastern coastline. The Sea of Frost may appear dead and silent, but it is not absolutely safe. Beneath those floating ice floes lurk ferocious magical creatures. Who knows if one day, even stronger, more greedy beings might follow the scent of blood or simple curiosity to spy upon our noble territory from the sea. If enemies take us by surprise and land from the coast, threatening the dragon nest, threatening your safety, that would be an unbearable loss for the Underwood dynasty." Xia Er's words fell with weight, painting a picture of potential maritime threats. This wasn't entirely fabricated by Xia Er, there was indeed such a possibility. "Moreover, look at yourself, Your Highness." Xia Er continued with earnest sincerity. "Every day, for the sustenance of the Empire's subjects, you shuttle through bitter winds and dangers, flying across every barren corner of the highlands. Your toil and sacrifice, we see it all and it pains our hearts. You are the noble blue dragon princess, the last hope of Underwood. Your energy should be devoted to rulership, to restoring the glory of our dragon flight, not to endlessly running about on hunting errands like common labor. By establishing a coastal watchtower, I can hunt in the nearby seas myself, no longer consuming your precious energy and prey." Xia Er's voice brimmed with a sense of responsibility and sacrifice. "I will become your steadfast shield and eyes in the northeast, guarding the sea borders, protecting the dragon nest. At the same time, I humbly request your permission to become self-sufficient, to lighten the overly heavy burden on your shoulders. This is the deepest loyalty and respect I, as the princess's right hand, can offer you." Xia Er's explanation was clear and powerful, stating his reasons while also offering to reduce Valentina's burden. Clearly, Xia Er's all for the princess, all for the dragonflight display of fervent loyalty, combined with his earlier lavish praise, struck a precise chord within Valentina. Valentina fell somewhat silent. Those sapphire-like draconic eyes scrutinized the respectful yet ambitious green young dragon before her. Did what he say make some sense? The coastline did need watching and she was indeed too tired. Feeding so many mouths, especially 2 gluttonous young dragons and several growing wormlings, had almost drained all of Valentina's time. If she could offload Xia Er, one of the biggest eaters among the young dragons, and solve the problem of... Valentina's gaze slowly swept to a corner of the dragon nest. The black dragon saga was carefully licking the scales wounded by Tyrone's earlier stomping. Sensing Valentina's gaze, he immediately flinched fearfully, tucking his neck in and lowering his head even further. Arsadilla letter 1D4EA, letter FF4E, letter 231, small cap B, epsilon letter 1D412. The white dragon Dassaults looked over blankly, seemingly not yet understanding what was happening, only instinctively feeling uneasy. Two burdens solved together in one go, then she wouldn't have to work so hard. In her heart, Valentina instantly reached her own decision. Her earlier words of expulsion had been interrupted by Xia, but now she could gracefully back down. Letting Xia Er take these two nuisances would solve the food pressure while making it appear as her own wise arrangement. Ah, Valentina, oh Valentina, you truly are a born dragon empress. Xia Er. Valentina raised her head again, her draconic aura receding as she adopted a deeply strategic and authoritative posture. I understand your considerations. Guarding the sea borders is indeed necessary. That you can sympathize with my toil and proactively propose self-sufficiency shows good intent. Having said this, Valentina paused, her massive claw pointing toward the black and white dragons in the corner. However, you are after all just a young dragon. Guarding the coastal watchtower alone would leave you isolated, and your strength insufficient. Saga Dassaults. From today onward, you will follow Xia Er to the northeastern coast to establish a watchtower and guard the sea borders. Obey Xia Er's commands, assist him with vigilance and hunting without fail. This is an order and also the honor of serving the Underwood dynasty. As soon as her words fell, Saga's black vertical pupils contracted sharply. His massive draconic body trembled slightly, a deeply suppressed, almost whimpering low growl escaping his throat, filled with terror. Yet he dared not show the slightest resistance, deeply lowering his head. The white dragon Dassaults appeared even more bewildered and helpless. He looked at Valentina, then at Xia Er, finally settling his gaze on Saga. Clumsily imitating Saga, he lowered his head, emitting meaningless gurgling sounds from his throat. Xia Er felt secret delight. Valentina's move to offload burdens played right into his hands. He had been worrying about needing helpers to handle miscellaneous tasks and share less important hunting work after gaining independence. Saga might be cowardly, but black dragons had advantages underwater, enough for fishing. And the white dragon Dassaults, though weak, could at least serve as a lookout or porter. Most importantly, their combined appetites weren't that large, and they could even fish for their own sustenance. He wouldn't have to pay much cost himself. The only regret was that the red dragon Tyrone wasn't coming along. This way, he also lost a stable source for refreshing attribute points. Taking a deep breath, Xia Er bowed his head. Your Highness is wise. Your arrangement is as decisive as thunder, as far-reaching as a storm. With Saga and Dassaults assisting, the watchtower will be impregnable, the sea borders eternally secure. Your mercy and wisdom are like the eternal stars illuminating the northern realms. Xia Er will not fail your trust, guarding the Empire's eastern gate for your Highness. Valentina nodded her massive head in satisfaction. Xia Er's flattery made her feel thoroughly comfortable again, as if she had both shed a heavy burden and accomplished a wise decision. Valentina felt at ease, waving her claw with authority. Go, establish your watchtower quickly. Remember, you remain members of the Underwood Dragon Flight. If you have any needs, feel free to ask. I will do my best to meet them. The coastline of the Sea of Frost. A biting wind, laden with the salty, fishy scent of the sea, sliced through the air like blades. 3 dragon silhouettes of varying forms were skimming low along the gloomy coastline. Leading the way was Xia Er, her body over 6 meters in length. Her emerald scales resembled cold jadeite under the dim sky. Her powerful, robust wings cleaved through the frigid air, and her sharp draconic eyes scanned the jagged cliffs and narrow, rubble-strewn beaches below, evaluating every potential spot. Xia Er needed to find a decent location to claim as her own territory. Following closely behind was the Black Dragon Saga. He clung tightly to Xia Er's flight path, his pupils filled with unease and wariness towards the unfamiliar environment. Bringing up the rear was the relatively smaller white dragon Dassaults, still a wormling who hadn't yet entered his first growth sleep. He was merely following along, no questions asked. Xia Er, how about here? Saga flapped his wings to keep up, his claw pointing towards a seemingly spacious seaside rock platform, his voice a low inquiry. Not suitable. Too exposed. Xia Er shook her head, vetoing Saga's suggestion. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon Saga showed no displeasure. Instead, he flew beside Xia Er, hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Thank you, Lady Xia Er." Xia Er glanced back at Saga. Saga continued softly, "If not for you, I might have been driven out of the territory by Valentina, left to wander alone." Saga was a black dragon, and black dragons were the most sensitive to external changes, thus possessing the best memory among dragons and the greatest capacity for holding grudges. The moment Valentina appeared, intending to make an announcement, Saga knew he was about to be expelled. Any dragon with eyes could see that Valentina clearly couldn't afford to support so many dragons. That she had managed for 4 or 5 years was already quite an achievement. And the targets for expulsion were, quite obviously, himself and that white dragon. The 3 blue dragons were all from the Underwood family, Valentina's core support base, not to be shaken. The red dragon Tyrone had limitless growth potential. The green dragon Xia Er was an exceptionally peculiar, monstrous green dragon. Saga felt that Xia Er might not be a purebred green dragon, but rather a hybrid. Perhaps something like an emerald dragon from the gem dragons, or a mist dragon from the lesser dragonkin. After all, according to the dragon inheritance, green dragons typically started with dark green or blackish green scales. Only as they aged would they gradually brighten, becoming jade-like in color. Letter 16B1 Letter 1F01 S Hatchek Letter Winda Fo Winba A Hatchek Letter Winna 6 But Xia Er, even as a young dragon, was already so vividly emerald, so beautiful. Only he, the black dragon, and the white dragon were the least valuable. If expulsions were to happen, naturally they would be the first 2 to go. A young, exiled black dragon on this land coveted by giants, dwarves, and centaurs would face only death or eternal servitude. With good luck, perhaps he might barely survive. Saga continued, "This debt of gratitude, Saga will remember it in his heart. My claws and acid breath shall clear the obstacles for you in this new territory." Xia Er tilted her head slightly, her vertical pupils sweeping over the black dragon Saga beside her. The genuine gratitude in his low words surprised her a little. She hadn't expected this black dragon to have such thoughts. However, Xia Er didn't elaborate. She merely gave a steady, solemn nod of her massive head, a low rumble echoing from her throat in acknowledgement. "No need for more words, Saga. Protecting the dragonflight is, after all, my duty." Xia Er's voice remained clear even amidst the howling sea wind. "The urgent task now is to find a place for us to settle and establish ourselves." With that, Xia Er turned her gaze back to the coastline before them, ruled by bitter cold and salty scents. As far as the eye could see, there were only jagged, steep black cliffs covered in ice and snow, or narrow, exposed beaches littered with sharp rubble. The harsh environment near the ice plains made this place appear desolate and barren. Areas that seemed safe were either too exposed, easily spotted by watchers from the highlands or the sea, or the terrain was too cramped, unable to accommodate the activity space of 3 dragons, or resources were too scarce, making even basic hunting a problem. The search continued for a considerable time, and flapping wings in the piercing wind was draining their stamina. Xia Er's sharp eyes swept over one disappointing stretch of coast after another. The initial excitement of independence was gradually being replaced by the weight of reality. Saga followed in silence, occasionally turning his head uneasily. The white dragon Dassault seemed somewhat bewildered, merely following the lead green dragon by instinct, letting out occasional faint, chilly whimpers. Xia Er let out a long sigh. Was she really going to have to settle for second best, choose a less-than-ideal location, one that might require paying a much higher price to modify? Unwilling to compromise so easily, Xia Er rallied her spirits and abruptly gained altitude. As her flight height increased, her field of vision instantly expanded. The gray, murky expanse of the Sea of Frost spread out before her, with the white edge of the ice plains in the distance. Xia Er decided to widen her search range. Her gaze sharpened like a torch as she meticulously scanned the turbulent sea surface. Just as Xia Er was almost ready to give up on the nearshore area and consider whether to risk venturing into more distant, unknown waters, a faint outline entered her field of view. On the sea surface, roughly a dozen kilometers from the coastline, a large patch of deep, ink-black color stubbornly pierced through the churning gray-white waves and floating ice. It was an island. Xia Er's heart gave a sudden leap, her draconic pupils instantly contracting and focusing. The next moment, Xia Er adjusted her course, diving towards that ink-black silhouette like an arrow released from its bow. Saga and Dassault also sensed Xia Er's discovery and hurried to follow. As the distance rapidly closed, the island's details gradually became clearer in their draconic eyes. It was even larger than it appeared from afar, with an estimated diameter of about 30 kilometers. The island's main body consisted of rugged black volcanic rock, eroded over millennia by wind and waves into countless holes and fissures, forming natural hiding places. The central part of the island was higher in elevation, like a raised spine covered with hardy, low-growing mosses and sparse shrubs. What delighted Xia Er most was the island's southern side. Facing the relatively warmer ocean current, there was actually a relatively gentle, crescent-shaped bay embraced by massive reefs. Waves crashed against the outer reefs, shattering into snow-white foam, while the waters inside the bay appeared much calmer. Underwater, the swaying of abundant seaweed was faintly visible, a perfect fishing ground. Even better, on the island's sea-facing cliffs, she clearly saw several deep, dark cave entrances of varying sizes. A few of them were large enough to accommodate a young adult dragon or even larger bodies. This is the place. Zyre's voice carried barely suppressed excitement as she circled above the island, her sharp gaze appraising the land below, brimming with potential. Natural barriers, sufficient resources, perfect hidden caves. This was exactly the foundation for the independent territory she had dreamed of. The only problem was they might have to play island raiders for a while. Coming from the Central Plains, a group of companions building a hut southeast of the mountain. This island shall be the starting point of our conquest campaign. Landing on the island, Xia Er declared as if making a proclamation. She then selected a natural cave as her dwelling and began using Mage Hand to clean up the environment inside the cave. Mage Hand essentially gave the not-so-convenienced Xia Er an extra pair of flexible hands, making the task easy and straightforward. Your Excellency, Saga had casually and hastily chosen a cave located in muddy ground. Black dragons loved this kind of swamp-like terrain the most, so he didn't clean his cave like Xia Er did. Instead, he returned to Xia Er's side and asked respectfully, "What should we do next?" Saga was clearly itching for action, his eyes darting around restlessly. Compared to his restrained demeanor within the Underwood Dragon flight, the current Saga was much more relaxed. I've been to the surrounding seas before, but I never ventured deep into them. Xia Er said this is near the coast. There are plenty of salmon in the nearby waters. You can hunt salmon around here to hone your instincts. As I recall, you've hardly done any hunting since hatching, right? Saga nodded. Aside from Valentina, only Xia Er and Tyrone had been able to go out hunting. Tyrone often went out to hunt small prey like wild horses and rabbits, while Xia Er primarily focused on the coastal areas of the Sea of Frost, targeting the fish there. Then tonight's dinner is your responsibility. Xia Er gave a slight nod, instructing Saga. Although Saga's body length was only a little over 5 meters, indicating some stunted growth, dealing with ordinary salmon in the surroundings would be a piece of cake for him. Especially since black dragons, like green dragons, were dragon types capable of breathing freely underwater, making them natural-born fish killers. Hunting shouldn't be too difficult for him. Furthermore, based on Xia Er's impression of Saga over the past few years, Saga was a very sensible and cautious black dragon. If he encountered any magical creatures underwater, he would flee immediately without any hesitation or entanglement. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement and nervousness passed through Saga's dark green vertical pupils. He responded in a low voice, "As you command." Immediately, Saga took a deep breath of the biting sea breeze, powerfully pushed off with his strong hind legs, and his massive wings covered in dark scales suddenly unfurled. The wing membranes tore through the air with a dull roar. Saga shot toward the shimmering, icy sea surface like an arrow released from its bow. After Saga left, the white dragon Dessous, who had been mostly silent and seemed somewhat naive, lowered his head and whimpered, "My lord, what should I do?" "I'll use." Xia Er glanced at the white dragon, who was currently only about 2.7 to 2.8 meters long, and said casually, "Find a cave and prepare to go into torpor. A wormling like you can't be of much help to me yet." Xia Er firmly believed that even after Dessous underwent torpor and awoke, he would at most be a little over 4 meters long, not particularly strong. He would basically only be able to handle auxiliary tasks. Within the dragon inheritance, white dragons were described with extreme disparagement, even including some derogatory terms for them. Most chromatic dragons, whether green, red, blue, or black, harbored thoughts of turning the 5 colors into 4, essentially expelling white dragons from the chromatic dragon category. Xia Er was naturally influenced by the dragon inheritance as well, but ultimately, she possessed a soul from another world that could suppress these restless impulses within her bloodline, allowing her to treat Dessous more equally. Letter win F0 letter to win winfov letter to throwin small cap us. Apart from this, the dragon-like fondness for shiny treasures, such as gold coins and ores, also existed within Xia Er. Xia Er had just been suppressing these urges all along. A year ago, when Xia Er once entered Valentina's palace and saw the hill-like collection of rare ores Valentina had gathered, she also felt somewhat tempted. Xia Er also clearly knew that these ores held no special magical power. They were purely ordinary ores. But for Xia Er, they possessed a peculiar allure. Fortunately, her powerful soul suppressed the instinctive reactions, preventing her from doing something like snatching the ores. Xia Er believed other dragons would have similar feelings. Perhaps I could stockpile some money and shiny ores as a means of bribery. Xia Er thought to herself. After letting Dessous find a place to play on his own, she flapped her wings and took off, intending to circle the entire island for an investigation. There must be some creatures living on this island. However, Xia Er wasn't sure what kind of creatures inhabited this island. Strictly speaking, this island was part of the tundra and did not belong to the Karugu Highlands. But it was somewhat far from the coastline. Those frost giants wouldn't casually come to the Sea of Frost, so it was relatively safe for Xia Er. Xia Er stretched her powerful wings and began circling the volcanic island she had high hopes for, scanning the black rocky ground, sparse tundra, and the massive coral formations embracing the bay. The enormous dragon shadow swept over the coastline, startling a few large crabs hiding in crevices among the reefs, their shells glistening with a damp, cold sheen. They scuttled sideways in panic, disappearing into the jagged piles of rocks. Xia Er gave a slight nod. These creatures posed no threat and might even serve as snacks. Next, Xia Er turned her gaze toward the higher tundra area in the island's center. Scattered there were deep burrows of varying sizes, their edges smooth, clearly indicating frequent traffic by some creature. In the air, besides the salty, fishy sea breeze, there was a faint, indescribable smell of foul odor. The situation inside the burrows was unknown, but their scale wasn't small, suggesting they housed a creature colony of considerable size. Xia Er silently noted the location, planning to investigate later. For now, her attention was more drawn to that calm, crescent-shaped bay. Beneath the tranquil emerald-green seawater, seaweed swayed and schools of fish darted about, a natural fishing ground. Xia Er descended, gliding low along the inner shallows of the bay, wanting to survey this area more carefully. After all, compared to other murky sea areas, this bay gave a feeling of clarity, unlike the Sea of Frost. However, just as Xia Er's shadow passed over a shallow reef bed covered in dark green seaweed, a primal warning instinct stemming from her dragon bloodline suddenly flared. In a flash, a stream of viscous, dark green liquid reeking of a pungent, foul odor shot out from the seemingly harmless reef bed below like a high-pressure water jet, aimed at Xia Er's relatively vulnerable belly scales. Xia Er's heart constricted violently, but her reaction was lightning fast. Her robust dragon body twisted in midair with incredible agility, her wings simultaneously tilting, forcing her massive frame to shift sideways several meters. Sizzle! The dark green venom grazed past the tough scales on Xia Er's flank, missing by a hair's breadth. What is that? Xia Er felt a surge of anger, quickly gaining altitude. Rage burned in her draconic pupils as she instantly locked onto the source of the venomous attack. The reef bed she had just flown over was now undergoing a horrifying transformation. The thick seaweed, barnacles, and sediment covering it began to crumble and fall away. A colossal monstrosity slowly raised its hideous head from the shallow water. No heads. Breaking the surface were three massive, serpentine necks covered in thick, dark green scales. Each neck was as thick as a century-old tree, topped with a vicious snake head. The triangular heads were armored with impressively defensive bony plates. Three pairs of vertical pupils, gleaming with cold, primal greed like burning ghostly green flames, all focused intently on the green dragon in the air. One of the snake heads had its maw slightly agape, residual dark green venom dripping from its sharp fangs, emitting a faint, sizzling, corrosive sound. This was a hydra that had camouflaged itself, lying in ambush in the shallows for prey. Xia Er's gaze turned icy as she circled in the air, scrutinizing the ferocious beast below, which was a full 7 to 8 meters long. Wariness filled her eyes. Is this island its territory? Xia Er circled in the air, her icy dragon eyes fixed unwaveringly on the three ferocious serpent heads raised from the shallows below. The three monstrous heads were a dull gray, their serpentine eyes cold and brimming with murderous desire, as if they wanted to drag Xia Er down and hunt her. Despicable ambushers. Rage surged in Xia Er's heart. Green dragons and black dragons were also masters of ambush, often lying in wait for prey in swamps and forests. But to be the target of an ambush herself was utterly infuriating. They truly didn't know their place, daring to ambush a noble green dragon. However, by now Xia Er had a pretty clear idea of who the original overlord of this island was. This hydra obviously considered this fertile bay its exclusive territory. To occupy this island long-term, she must eliminate this hydra, otherwise endless trouble would follow. She could not retreat. Xia Er made her decision instantly. This island was the foundation of her future foothold, and this hidden, resource-rich bay was the most crucial part of it. If she couldn't even drive off or kill a single hydra, how could she establish herself here? Roar! The thickest, most robust head in the center of the hydra let out a hoarse roar, a foul, fishy wind gusting forth. The heads on the left and right followed immediately, spewing out two streams of dark green venom even thicker than before, like a crossfire net sealing off Xia Er's space to dodge. Xia Er snorted coldly, her dragon wings beating powerfully. She didn't choose to clash head-on or gain altitude. Instead, utilizing the green dragon's innate agility and the dexterity honed from years of fishing in the Sea of Frost, she dove down almost skimming the trails of the venom spray. The icy, salty sea wind scraped across her scales, bringing a stinging sensation. It was the corrosive effect of the venom mist, but the resistance, defense gained through countless trials, and the green dragon's innate poison resistance made Xia Er almost immune to this level of erosion. This time, however, Xia Er's target wasn't the serpent heads, but a rock at the water's edge beside the Hydra's body. Thud. Xia Er's powerful hind legs slammed onto a huge black rock submerged in the shallow water, sending stone fragments flying. Using the recoil force, Xia Er's massive body sprang up like a coiled spring, aiming directly for the left head that had just finished spewing venom and was in its brief period of rigidity. Xia Er understood well the principle that green dragons were not adept at frontal confrontation, but excelled at seizing openings for a single lethal strike. Pushing her speed to the limit, her dragon maw gaped wide, her cold, sharp fangs aiming precisely for the vulnerable connecting point in the middle section of the left serpent's neck. Prescription Alpha Small Capen Albeta. His grade. The left head shrieked, writhing in agony. Xia Er bit down hard on the serpent neck, muscles bulging, her immense bite force instantly cutting through the tough serpent scales and muscle. However, the terror of the Hydra lay in its tenacious vitality and coordinated combat ability. The central and right heads reacted almost instantly upon their companion being wounded. The central head, with thunderous momentum, opened its bloody maw wide and savagely lunged for Xia Er's left wing. The right head began brewing venom again, targeting Xia Er's relatively vulnerable flank. Xia Er snorted coldly, her wings rotating like sharp blades as she twisted her body, instantly knocking aside the attacking heads from left and right. That stings a bit. Feeling the impact pain transmitted through her wings, Xia Er could only suck in a sharp breath, forcibly enduring the pain. Then, decisively, she clamped onto the Hydra and soared into the sky, flying upward at extreme speed. Hiss tilde. The Hydra, just dazed from being knocked by the dragon wings and not yet recovered, saw the surroundings blurring past at incredible speed. Realizing it had been taken high into the air, it became utterly terrified, trying to bite Xia Er to make her release her grip. After ascending about 40 or 50 meters, Xia Er simply opened her jaws. The Hydra immediately began free-falling. Plummeting rapidly, the Hydra thrashed its body wildly. Its two heads instinctively curled up, attempting to form a cushioning structure to let its spine bear the impact of the landing. However, Xia Er, hovering in the air, didn't stop there. A flash of ice passed through her eyes, and the next second she folded her wings and dove fiercely after the falling Hydra, hurtling down like a meteor. No fancy moves, just pure stats. Over the past 4 or 5 years, the numerous buffs Xia Er had obtained by beating up chromatic dragon youngsters included not just magic resistance, but also some increases in defense. Although this would still leave Xia Er bruised and battered, but being able to directly drop-kill the Hydra made it all worthwhile. Crash boom. The Hydra's massive body slammed hard onto the rocks in the shallows, churning up a huge wave of murky sand and silt. The impact from the high-altitude fall and the intense pain arrived simultaneously, making the Hydra wail pitifully. The crisp sound of bone fracture was clearly audible, and a wave of dizziness followed. Yet this wasn't the end. A terrifying air pressure suddenly descended from above. Xia Er, with wings folded, transformed her huge dragon body into an emerald green meteor. Wrapped in a howling wind, she crashed down with thunderous force. Thud! A dull, heart-pounding impact sound exploded across the island. Xia Er's dragon body solidly crushed the Hydra at its most vulnerable midsection. The terrifying impact force combined with the dragon's own immense weight instantly snapped, even pulverized, the Hydra's spine. Internal organs ruptured under unimaginable force. Foul blood plasma and shattered tissue gushed out like a fountain. The other two heads drooped limply, the ferocious light in their serpent eyes completely extinguished. On the entire shallow beach, only the hill-like green dragon stood coldly atop the Hydra that had been smashed into pulp. It wasn't for show. Rather, this is way too dizzying. Xia Er was also dizzy, seeing stars. A tidal wave of vertigo nearly overwhelmed her consciousness. Fortunately, her will was firm and she didn't faint on the spot. Around her, some emerald green dragon scales had fallen off due to the violent impact. Although this move can crush opponents with stats, it should be used cautiously. Xia Er thought silently to herself. At the same time, a panel flashed before her eyes, Slaughter Quest. 710. Killed Deep Sea Hydra Sebastian Cronus Challenge Rating 8 Reward obtained. Winged Breath Venom, Toxic Resistance Experience +1, Defense Experience +1. Winged Breaths. Seeing this, Xia Er couldn't help but be startled. What was this? Wasn't dragon breath something you spewed out after opening your maw wide? What was winged breath? Xia was astonished. Immediately afterward, she felt an itch in her wings. Flapping them, slowly raising them, Xia suddenly had a thought. It seemed her wings had gained a new ability. The membranes of her wings now had tiny spray nozzles. Xia marveled at the strange itching sensation coming from her wings. Her body moved with her thought. In an instant, from the fine gaps between scales along the edges of her wing membranes, dark green viscous venom shot out like arrows from a bowstring. Hiss. The venom accurately struck a dark black rock below, emitting a heart-stopping corrosive sound. The hard rock, as if splashed with strong acid, instantly billowed with pungent white smoke. Its surface dissolved at a visible rate, corroded into a deep pit. The edges sizzled and crackled, becoming riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. This power. Looking at the sorry state of the rock below, a flash of surprise and delight passed through Xia's dragon eyes. Quite impressive. And who would ever suspect that a young dragon has already mastered a breath attack, and that this breath isn't fired from the mouth but shot from the wings? The perfect little trick for ambushes, absolutely unbeatable. User. Green Dragon XT40392. Level 6. Mastered ability Winged Breath Venom. Mastered spell Mage Hand. Basic attributes. Magic Affinity, LV2, Fire Resistance, LV2, Frost Resistance, LV1, Storm Resistance, LV1, Toxic Resistance, LV1, Strength, LV1, Defense, LV2, Vitality, LV1. The Evolution Game's status panel displayed before Xia. Xia was now quite clear about the boundaries of levels. Levels 1 to 10 were considered heroic. Levels 11 to 20 were paragon. Levels 21 to 30 were legendary. Levels 31 to 40 were demigod. And levels 41 to 60 were true god. Under normal circumstances, a chromatic dragon reaching level 6 would require at least reaching the juvenile dragon stage, with only a small portion of exceptionally gifted red dragons or blue dragons achieving it earlier. Yet Xia, still in the young dragon stage, had already accomplished a feat typically reserved for juvenile dragons, enough to be called exceptionally gifted. If good-aligned dragons or humans were to learn that Xia had also mastered a spell and a breath weapon ability ahead of time, she would undoubtedly be regarded as the most dangerous evil dragon this continent would face in the future. Though who could have imagined that Xia's current breath weapon didn't originate from her lungs but from her wings? This would certainly catch many enemies off guard. However, after taking stock of her current situation, Xia had only one thought in her mind. Who would have thought I was this powerful? Previously, Xia had always been cautious and prudent, deeply absorbing the lessons from her blood relative's demise, guarding against arrogance and impatience. But she never expected that facing a level 8 Hydra, her victory would come so easily. It seems the words from the Dragon Inheritance, stating that true dragons were a race standing at the pinnacle of the world, were no joke. It's just that sometimes they fall due to various reasons. Thinking this, Xia felt brimming with confidence. Her wings flapped audibly as she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze falling upon the trembling white dragon Dassault's not far away. Filled with heroic fervor, she declared, "Come here. Letter 1E5 B Alpha New Letter 1 ECD Letter 10331 E Umlaut S Hatchek." The white dragon Dassault's eyes lit up. He hurriedly flew over, landing before Xia. He stood with his hind legs together, his foreclaws placed neatly on his hind claws, wings folded as he crouched obediently before Xia. "Enjoy this bloody feast." With those words, Xia spread her wings and soared into the air. Next, Xia planned to continue scouting the surrounding area, if there were no powerful neighbors near this island either. Then this island would become the starting point of her dominion. When the time came, she would cover this island with trees resistant to cold and wind. A green dragon from birth, never having seen a forest, was that even fucking reasonable? After killing the Hydra, Xia flew swiftly along the bay, this time with more caution and greater attention to detail. Soon, in the shallow waters around the island, Xia spotted numerous net-like structures and underwater caves. These caves connected to the island. It seemed that through these passages, barely 1 meter high but extending in all directions, one could access the entire island. Xia's pupils narrowed, clearly realizing something. That Hydra seemed to have just been passing through and stopping over, or perhaps, similar to herself, had only recently arrived. The true master of this island was someone else. And just at that moment, Saga's black dragon form broke through the water's surface, sending up a spray of icy droplets. His powerful dragon claws dragged a salmon nearly 3 meters in length as he flew to Xia's front. The salmon's tail was still flapping vigorously, which somewhat surprised Xia. It seemed that in the skill of diving to catch fish, a black dragon's innate talent surpassed that of a green dragon. As per your command, I have captured tonight's prey. Saga dragged the prey before Xia Er, lowering his head respectfully as he spoke, his heart filled with joy. This hunting thing, it didn't seem that hard after all. Xia Er's gaze shifted from those suspicious cave entrances in the distance to the plump salmon before her. Xia Er nodded her massive emerald green head in satisfaction. Well done, Saga. It seems the fishing grounds in these waters are sufficiently abundant. With that, Xia Er's tail swayed, pointing toward the deep, dark openings hidden among the inland rocks and tundra vegetation. However, before we enjoy our dinner, there's another matter I must trouble you with. Please speak. Saga immediately straightened his posture, listening intently. During my earlier reconnaissance, I discovered this island is riddled with many cave passages showing signs of excavation, extending in all directions. These caves are low and narrow, resembling the dens of some small, communal creatures. Their presence poses a significant hidden danger to our occupation of this island. Xia Er's tail kept swaying. Black dragons are born experts at navigating dark swamps, digging, and constructing lairs. Saga, I want you to use your instincts to investigate for me. Find out exactly what is hiding within these caves. Hearing this, a glimmer of understanding, even a hint of excitement, flashed in Saga's dark dragon pupils. Digging and exploring, this truly was an instinct flowing through the black dragon bloodline. In Valentina's dragon lair, he had almost no opportunity to exercise this talent. Leave it to me. Saga glanced at the white dragon Dessous, who was still nibbling on the hydra carcass nearby, paused for a moment, then added, Dessous, keep watch over the prey. The white dragon Dessous looked up blankly, a bit of snake meat still clinging to the corner of his mouth, letting out a vague gurgle sound. Saga hesitated no longer. He selected a relatively larger opening not far from the hydra corpse, located at the edge of a slippery, muddy area. The edges of the opening were smooth, clearly indicating frequent traffic by creatures. Saga lowered his robust dragon frame and began expertly digging with his forelimbs, covered in hard scales and his sharp claws. This skill could be said to be innate, learned without a teacher. Soil and rubble were easily scraped away under the black dragon's formidable strength. His powerful tail provided strong support for his body, while his hind legs pushed steadily for propulsion. As he dug, Saga used his keen sense of smell to capture the faint scents emanating from within the cave. Damp, muddy, and a faint, fishy, musky odor. The scent was very familiar. Saga seemed to recall such creatures recorded in the Dragon Inheritance, some amphibious creatures living in swamps. Xia Er stood to the side, her emerald green wings slightly folded, vigilantly watching Saga's digging progress and the surrounding movements. The fine spray pores along the edges of her wings seemed to open slightly, ready to unleash her winged breath at any moment. In just a short while, Saga had already widened and deepened the originally narrow opening by nearly 10 meters. The excavated soil piled into a small mound at the entrance. The passage inside seemed to slope downward, becoming even deeper and more obscure. Suddenly, Saga's digging movements came to an abrupt halt. His massive dragon claw seemed to have reached into a larger cavity. Immediately after, a rapid, rustling sound came from within the cave. Got it. Saga's dragon claw thrust inward fiercely, then yanked outward with tremendous force. Guadek. A wet, slimy figure was forcibly dragged out from the muddy depths of the cave by Saga. The small creature was flung harshly onto the cold beach sand. It struggled to get up, but was clearly terrified out of its wits by the black dragon's immense power. It could only lie on the ground, trembling violently. Xia Er also looked at this unknown creature. It was a humanoid creature about a meter tall. Its skin was a sickly gray-green, covered in a layer of slippery mucus and dark green mossy spots. Its limbs were slender, with webbed feet and fingers. Its head resembled an enlarged frog's skull, with a pair of bulging, turbid yellow eyes. At this moment, the creature's eyes were filled with sheer terror. Its mouth gaped open, emitting meaningless gawk shrieks. Facing the black dragon Saga, it could only lie prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this appearance, a name for a race from the Dragon Inheritance surfaced in Xia Er's mind. Bullywugs? Bullywugs are an amphibious humanoid race that lives in swamps, wetlands, and coastal caves. They are of low intelligence, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, often attaching themselves to more powerful entities. They mostly live in tribal groups with a strict hierarchy, worshipping the Lord of the Mire as their leader. Internal strife is common, and they often rely on superior numbers to hunt and raid surrounding settlements. The lizard folk who share similar living habits are the bullywugs' mortal enemies. Although it's true that bullywugs can live in coastal caves, they are, after all, amphibious creatures capable of entering the sea to catch food. For the vast majority of bullywugs, the primary gathering areas are still swamps and wetlands. Therefore, The Lord of the Mire that bullywugs serve often refers to the black dragons among the chromatic dragons who prefer to establish their lairs in swamps. If there is no powerful patron, then the leader within the tribe will proclaim themselves the Lord of the Mire, seen by outsiders as the Frog King. Gyugua gyugua. The bullywug made low croaking sounds, seemingly representing some form of submission. It knelt fearfully before Xia Er and Saga, not daring to move. After all, for bullywugs, chromatic dragons are powerful magical creatures passed down through tribal lore. From birth to death, they have never seen such formidable beings. According to their nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, upon seeing Xia Er and Saga, they naturally chose to submit immediately. My lord. Saga looked at this bullywug and immediately addressed Xia Er. If it's only us guarding this island, it's still a bit too hasty. Although these bullywugs are a lowly race, if we can make use of them, have them offer prey and blood sacrifices, it could save us time. If any conflict arises, we would also have some slaves and minions to command. Xia Er gave a slight nod. Saga's suggestion was exactly what she had in mind. Thinking this, Xia Er immediately said, "You want to subjugate them." "It is for you, my lord." Saga said, "Although bullywugs often submit to black dragons here, you are the leader of the dragon flight. This first group of vassals, regardless of race, should rightfully be ruled by you personally. Once our power grows, or if you acquire more powerful vassals under your command and no longer need this bullywug tribe, then I can take over." Hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Xia Er's gaze. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes falling upon the black dragon Saga beside her. This proposal was very mature, even carrying a maturity that transcended the inherent nature of a black dragon. According to the Dragon Inheritance's records, black dragons are solitary, gloomy, and self-centered. In Xia Er's impression, Saga was also a cautious, silent, even somewhat timid black dragon. Usually, Saga just passively accepted orders or fate, rarely taking the initiative to offer advice, let alone considering things so thoroughly, clearly defining power ownership, and emphasizing the hierarchy within their tiny dragon flight of only 3 dragons. Letter 1d4 to be Anobs. Could it be that leaving Valentina's dragon lair and escaping that oppressive environment actually awakened some hidden traits in Saga? Thoughts spun rapidly in Xia Er's mind. Or perhaps within Saga's inherited dragon inheritance memories, there is experience related to management. Could his blood relative have been a high-ranking black dragon within the Underwood dragon flight? However, regardless, a black dragon who knows how to think, understands propriety, and knows how to uphold the leader's authority is far more useful than a mere brute who only knows violence. Previously, Xia Er hadn't paid much attention to Saga, focusing all her efforts on the red dragon Tyrone. After all, red dragons are innately powerful, the strongest race among the chromatic dragons. Now it seems she might have been somewhat mistaken back then. This black dragon Saga is actually the most outstanding chromatic dragon within the Underwood dragon flight, aside from herself. Even without her, if this black dragon Saga were exiled from the lair to wander, he would still accomplish something significant. Very good, Saga. Xia Er nodded gently, her voice carrying a hint of approval. That you can think of this as proof enough of your wisdom, we shall proceed as you suggest. With that, Xia Er turned her gaze to the bullywug trembling like a leaf on the sand. She opened her maw and declared, "Lowly frogmen, summon your frog king to pay homage immediately. Inform him that the new master of this island, Jade Wing, has descended, should there be even a moment's delay." Then Xia Er flapped her wings. A draconic roar filled with lethal threat tore through the air, and her breath weapon, mixed with a poisonous green mist, shimmered faintly. "My wrath shall burn your filthy nest to ashes, severing your bloodline from these seas forever." The bullywug let out a terrified gyugua and trembled violently, not daring to move. After a moment of silence, Xia Er felt a bit helpless. The bullywug before her was just an ordinary one and didn't understand common. It couldn't understand her words. She had even made up the title Jade Wing, which now seemed rather pointless. Sigh, the compulsory education of the bullywug tribe has a long and arduous road ahead. Xia Er glanced at Saga, who immediately moved into action. His massive dragon claw plunged once more into the widened cave entrance and began digging with even greater violence. Soil and rubble were flung up by immense force. Under the powerful swings of the black dragon's robust forelimbs, mud mixed with slime and the smell of the sea splattered in all directions. Each drag pulled out large amounts of muck and stone fragments. Immediately, a dense, rustling chorus of gyugua sounds erupted, as if countless frightened toads were hiding deep within the cave. Soon, a second, a third. More and more gray-green figures were brutally hauled out of the dark cave by Saga. They were flung onto the cold sand or into the shallow water, shivering, curling up, not daring to look at the nightmarish black dragon, nor the even more terrifying, larger jade-green dragon standing behind the black one. Saga seemed to derive a certain sense of control from this and dug with even more gusto. The cave entrance was widened and deepened further by him. The commotion and fear emanating from within reached a peak. Tiny bullywug warriors scrambled out from other hidden openings in panic, trying to flee into the sea. But seeing the massive emerald shadow circling in the sky and the terrifying hydra corpse on the beach, they froze in terror on the spot. Clearly, the entire bullywug tribe had been thoroughly shaken by this sudden, unstoppable violent invasion. They realized that hiding and sacrificing a few individuals was futile. Their nest was being completely dismantled by this fearsome black dragon. Finally, after Saga made another forceful dig, dragging out 5 or 6 more disheveled bullywugs, the calm waters of the cove began to churn violently. Splash. Splash, splash. The shallow waters of the cove, not far from Saga's digging point, seemed to boil. One after another, wet gray-green heads broke the surface, followed by their slender, webbed hands and feet and those distinctive frog-like heads. These bullywugs swam out from underwater openings, clutching crude stone axes and stone spears, crawling ashore using both hands and feet. 1, 5, 10, their numbers increased rapidly. They gathered together, forming a chaotic formation. Although their weapons were crude and their formation was crooked, the oppressive sense of being cornered, backed by sheer numbers, instantly filled the air. Counting carefully, the bullywugs crawling out of the water and those scrambling out from other caves in terror totaled nearly 40 or 50. And among these bullywugs there stood one different figure. A bullywug warrior, far stronger and more robust than the others, standing a full 1.5 meters tall, stood there. And before Xia Er's eyes, a panel provided by the evolution game appeared. Frog King Maturas. Challenge rating. Level 5. Are you seeking to become my enemies? Xia Er spread her wings, gazing at the densely packed bullywug warriors before her. In an instant, an intangible killing intent permeated the air. Submit or die. Her voice was slightly low, yet it carried supreme majesty, like muffled thunder rolling through the oppressive air, imbued with the unique oppressive aura of dragonkind. Even though she knew the other party likely couldn't understand complex common tongue, the killing intent and absolute power contained within her words had already been clearly conveyed. Gyugua. Gyulugua. Frog King Machulas responded with sharp, piercing croaks. He raised high the bone knife in his hand, which was inlaid with a few inferior pearls, pointed it at Xia Er, and then fiercely slapped his own mucus-covered chest. The surrounding bullywug warriors also began to clamor, emitting a cacophony of meaningless croaks and gurgles. Although fear was still clearly visible in their muddy yellow eyes, the false courage brought by numbers and the instinctive rage at their home being invaded temporarily overwhelmed their primal fear of the great dragon. Oh, refusing to submit. Xia Er didn't understand the bullywug language, but she could discern the meaning from this noisy chorus of croaks. They refused to submit. HMPH. A disdainful snort erupted from Saga's nostrils. These inferior frogmen, did they really think they were something special? Gyugua. At that moment, Frog King Machulas's sharp croak rang out again. In an instant, over 50 bullywug warriors moved in unison. Their rough, webbed claws strained as they hurled a dense barrage of crude spears, each tipped with sharp fish bones or polished stone flakes, and several barbed fishing nets woven from tough seaweed towards the direction of Xia Er and Saga, all upon the Frog King's command. For a moment, spear shadows fell like locusts, and fishing nets descended like curtains. However, this all-out assault in the eyes of the bullywug seemed like mere child's play to Xia Er and Saga, the two true dragons. Xia Er and Saga didn't even need to deliberately dodge. With an elegant flap of their dragon wings, they rose a few meters higher. The spears and nets carrying their feeble force passed harmlessly beneath them, not even qualifying to touch their dragon scales. Why are dragons the world's top-tier race? One of the most core reasons is that dragons can fly. Other flying creatures in terms of basic attributes like strength are completely no match for dragons. Flying magical creatures of the same level, like griffins or giant eagles, would only end up as a meal on a dragon's plate. And those ancient ground-dwelling races whose physical strength can rival a dragon's cannot fly. They can only watch helplessly from the ground as dragons, holding air superiority, flaunt their power. As for this bullywug tribe, their number of bullywug warriors was considerable. If Xia Er chose close-quarters combat, she could still win, but she would inevitably lose a few scales and get stabbed by those spears a few times. Although there was a racial advantage, Xia Er was, after all, still a young dragon. But now, all she needed to do was flap her wings and soar high, and these bullywugs could do nothing to her. And Xia Er could freely toy with and assault the bullywugs at will. The ability the bullywugs were most proud of was their amphibious nature. If they couldn't defeat an enemy on land, they could jump into the sea to save themselves. Unfortunately, green dragons and black dragons develop comprehensively across land, sea, and air. In the water, green dragons and black dragons are also extremely fast. From the moment they made an enemy of Xia Er, the bullywug tribe had already lost any hope of victory. Gyugua. Machelas's clamoring abruptly ceased. His bulging yellow eyes were filled with bewilderment and what seemed like incredulous fear. His proud warriors were so utterly powerless before absolute aerial dominance. However, just as Machelas was in despair, Xia Er suddenly moved. Her massive emerald-green dragon body sharply pulled in its wings. Like a falcon locking onto its prey, she dove with astonishing speed towards the location of Frog King Machelas. A colossal shadow instantly blotted out the sky above the Frog King's head, carrying a terrifying, mountain-crushing pressure. Although the emerald-green dragon was only a little over 6 meters long, with her wings spread, she seemed to blot out the sky and sun. Gazing at the figure of this emerald-green dragon, while fear flashed in Machelas's eyes, seeing the green dragon actually diving down filled his heart with a surge of delight. He felt he had found his chance. As long as this green dragon dared to land, she would be surrounded by his bullywug warriors. Enough ants could bite an elephant to death. Gua. Machelas let out a desperate battle cry, mustering all the strength in his muscles. Gripping the crude bone knife tightly with both hands, he raised it high. The muscles in his hind legs tensed, ready to deliver a heroic slash with all his might at this arrogant dragon the moment she landed. The bullywug warriors around him were also inspired, screeching as they closed in, attempting to swarm forward when their leader created the opening. However, Xia Er's target was never to land and engage in a melee. Only inferior drakes would wallow in the muck, engaging in close combat with these lowly races. At the very last moment of the dive, just as she was about to touch the ground and was less than 10 meters above Machelas's head, Xia Er's diving posture abruptly changed. Those powerful dragon wings, in the split second before impact, suddenly snapped open to their full span on either side. No longer in a streamlined acceleration posture, but like the suddenly unfurled curtain of death. Accompanied by a chillingly dense hissing sound, the tiny spray pores along the edges of Xia Er's wings instantly opened. The dark green venom was no longer just one or two streams like during training. It was like a suddenly unleashed downpour, transforming into a thick, viscous poison mist covering an area several meters ahead, precisely and directly drenching Frog King Machelas, who was raising his knife ready to fight. SSS Guayerwin. A shrill, agonized scream instantly tore through the island's tranquility. Machelas never dreamed in his wildest dreams that Xia Er's attack would arrive in this manner. The raised bone knife was instantly corroded by the venom, sizzling and emitting acrid white smoke, rapidly losing its shape. Even more terrifying was that venom, imbued with intense corrosive properties, splashed onto Machelas's gray-green, slimy skin like scalding hot oil. ZZZLA. The horrifying sound of corrosion, accompanied by the scorched smell of burning flesh, instantly spread. Gua, gua, gua. Machelas's head and upper body instantly became a bloody, mangled mess. His mucus evaporated, and his skin rapidly turned black under the venom's erosion before festering. The excruciating pain made him writhe his body madly, emitting continuous howls of agony. The natural immunity and defensive capabilities of the bullywugs were as fragile as thin paper before an attack of this magnitude. And at the very moment Machelas lost all ability to resist due to the intense pain, the remaining momentum of Xia Er's dive had not dissipated. That massive body covered in hard scales, shimmering with a jade-green luster, carrying the tremendous kinetic energy from the dive, slammed down onto the ground. Her colossal foot claws, with mountain-crushing precision, landed squarely and mercilessly on the already bloody and mangled back of Frog King Machelas. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. Ga. Machelas's agonized scream turned into a bloody gurgle. His entire body was firmly stomped into the cold gravel and mud, unable to move. Defeated Bullywug Chieftain Machelas. Reward obtained, Defense Experience +1 Underwater Swimming. Slaughter Mission 810. Ribbit. The surrounding bullywug warriors were utterly stunned by the sudden, lightning-fast turn of events. They had witnessed the horrific sight of their chieftain being corroded by venom and the terrifying moment when the massive claw stomped him into the mire. Fear instantly overwhelmed their false courage. However, a few of the most loyal warriors, after a brief moment of stunned silence, let out angry hisses. They raised their stone spears, attempting to charge at Xia Er, wanting to rescue their already dead king. Xia Er didn't even bother to look at them. Her thick, powerful dragon tail, like a siege-battering ram brimming with force, swept horizontally with a sound that tore through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Smack! A series of dull impact sounds, and the noise of flesh being sent flying rang out one after another. Those few bullywug warriors who tried to charge forward were sent flying back screaming, as if hit by a siege engine at full speed. Some crashed against hard reefs, their bones broken and tendons snapped. Others fell directly into the cold seawater, splashing up waves, their fate unknown. Bullywug slain, reward obtained. Storm resistance experience +1. Slaughter mission 910. Easily killing several bullywugs plunged the entire cove into a deathly silence. Xia Er coldly swept her gaze over this group of bullywugs, now as quiet as cicadas in winter. Her massive footclaw pressed down slightly, completely crushing the Frog King beneath her foot. Now tell me your decision. Xia Er's voice was icy, submit or die. Gulp. Ribbit. A bullywug druid adorned with several strands of blackened fishbone necklaces swallowed hard. Its bulging yellow eyes were filled with utter terror. Upon seeing the mountain-like bulk of Xia Er on the beach, it plopped to its knees. Using all its strength, it emitted the most humble, loudest sound of submission. GR, Great True Dragon, Gulp, Supreme Master, Ribbit, Mud, no, the humble Benedict. Is willing to represent the White Pearl tribe to offer you eternal loyalty. Gulp, submit, Ribbit, submit. The White Pearl tribe was the name of this bullywug tribe. The tribe's population wasn't large. Adult bullywugs with combat capability numbered just over 60, while non-combatants were fewer than 30. The Frog King was a level 5 warrior, already slain by Xia Er. Letter 1d4 to be letter 1d586 and letter 20f, ve epsilon letter 1e67. Another, a level 4 hunting captain, had also been turned into paste by Xia Er's sweeping dragon tail in the earlier fight to avenge the Frog King. Within the entire tribe, only this one individual remained, Benedict, a level 3 bullywug druid, who could represent the bullywug tribe in submitting to Xia Er. Xia Er coldly glanced over the bullywug druid Benedict, prostrate on the ground, and the trembling bullywug warriors behind him who dared not harbor any thought of resistance. She gave a slight nod. Very well, Benedict. Xia Er's voice remained full of authority. From this moment, your tribe is the first batch of servants of the Jade Wing. Offer me loyalty, provide blood tribute, and you may eke out an existence on this island. If you dare to betray, I swear I will do everything in my power to exterminate every bullywug tribe, to make every single bullywug suffer the most agonizing death. As you command, great dragon lord. Benedict responded respectfully in somewhat clumsy common tongue. Though fear still lingered, at least the tribe's continuation was secured. Domination Mission 861000. A semi-transparent progress bar abruptly appeared before Xia Er's eyes. Seeing this, Xia Er understood in her heart. So does this count as vassals? No special control abilities, just a simple verbal submission. Xia Er had originally thought she would need to bestow dragon blood to perform a dragon line conversion for it to count as vassals for the domination mission. The so-called dragon line conversion is when a dragon grants its own essence blood to other magical creatures, transforming them into dragon line beings who are loyal from the heart. Only under such conversion could they be considered truly loyal. With mere verbal submission, it's entirely possible they might betray and rebel someday. However, a true dragon doesn't care. What harm could these weak bullywugs possibly inflict upon a true dragon? Xia Er stood proudly in place, looking toward Benedict who had submitted to her. Tell me about this island and the surrounding area. What races live here? What potential enemies exist? Benedict didn't dare show the slightest neglect. Hurriedly, in broken common tongue mixed with trembling ribbit sounds, he described as clearly as possible. Supreme Master, this land beneath your feet, we call it White Pearl Island, Ribbit, named after the white pearls abundant in the cove. But now they are scarce. Go east deep into the ocean, swim for a while, there are dozens more islands. Big and small, scattered in the sea like stars, maybe 40 or 50. I haven't counted them all exactly. Benedict extended his webbed claw, trembling, pointing toward the grayish sea horizon to the east, then continued. These islands most are occupied by cunning fishmen. Their king, deep-sea sharpfang Karuluk, is very powerful, rules the largest sea reef plate island, has fishermen warriors as numerous as seaweed. Next, Benedict pointed south. Go south, there are islands too, fewer in number, all other frogmen tribes. Go north, more ice, islands are colder, those hateful lizardmen are on some islands to the north. Mentioning lizardmen, a spark of instinctive hatred ignited in Benedict. Lizardmen are our mortal enemies, they are strong, use stone and bone weapons, tougher than us. The White Pearl tribe was once powerful too, held 4 or 5 good islands, plenty of food. But the damned black-scale tribe lizardmen they allied with other tribes defeated us, drove us out, could only flee to this island close to the mainland Ribbit, and that terrible great serpent. To the south, occasionally, big ships come floating. Human ships. They bring shiny things, strange cloth and weapons to trade with fishmen, sometimes with us with lizardmen too. Exchange for our pearls, coral, and strange things fished from the sea. They are very careful, only come in specific seasons. Finally, Benedict cautiously turned toward the inland direction, the direction of the Karugu Highlands coastline. The mainland is dangerous. Sometimes huge shadows can be seen flying in the sky, like big lions with wings. And bigger, fiercer eagles, they snatch away younglings who aren't well hidden. I've seen from afar trolls as tall as small hills covered in hair walking past. They seem to live beyond the mountains, we only dare hide in the sea and caves. Benedict's common tongue was terrible, the grammar was somewhat disappointing. However, Xia Er didn't demand much. Bullywugs are a race with inherently low intelligence. Encountering one who understands common tongue and can communicate is already a rare occurrence. But based on Benedict's words, Xia Er also heard some information. So the nearby area is actually an archipelago. Xia Er gave a slight nod, then her massive dragon pupils fixed on Benedict again. Explain in detail the situation of the other bullywug tribes. How strong are they? What are their numbers? If handled properly this time, the slaughter and domination missions could be completed simultaneously, about 40 nautical miles south of White Pearl Island, an island the bullywugs called Bright Scale Bay basked in the slightly cool afternoon sunlight. This bay was more open than White Pearl Island, the sea a deeper blue-green, coral reefs thick beneath the surface, and fish far more abundant. Several burly bullywug warriors stood waist-deep in the water, preparing to hunt. Their weapons were not crude stone spears but iron harpoons, their edges sharpened and flashing coldly in the sun. Each powerful throw usually pierced a plump sea fish or impaled a crab waving its large claw. On the shore, more bullywugs bustled about, hauling the catch onto the sand and sorting it, the air heavy with the scent of brine and the satisfied clamor of a good harvest. It was spawning season for the fish and a season of plenty for the bullywugs. Ribbit, good. An obese, deep olive-skinned elderly bullywug sat on a relatively dry rock thickly covered with seaweed, watching the scene with satisfaction. He was the frog king of the Bright Scale Bay tribe, Iron Joe Greg. Around his thick neck hung a string of large, smooth, lustrous white pearls, which stood out sharply against his gray-green skin. At his feet lay a large basket woven from tough sea vines, already filled with sorted top-quality pearls that shimmered softly in the sunlight. King Greg Ribbit. A similarly equipped bullywug warrior, looking trim and armed with an iron short knife, approached and bowed respectfully, his eyes shining with greed and expectation. With this basket of pearls, plus what we've saved these last few months, when the longship season comes next year it'll be enough to trade for 5. No, 6 long iron knives as sharp as the bonebreaker. Ribbit. Maybe even a shiny round shield. Greg pinched a pearl between his rough webbed claws. Ribbit, that's right. With more and better iron tools, those stinking lizards from the Black Scale tribe won't dare covet Bright Scale Bay anymore. We'll take back Sharpclaw Reef and Fishtail Isle. Let every bullywug tribe know that Ironjaw Greg's warriors wield the sharpest spears. After he spoke, the core warriors around him, elite members of the tribe at level 5, voiced excited agreement, striking the ground or each other's scales with iron weapons in a dull, clanking rhythm morale high. The entire Bright Scale Bay tribe looked prosperous. The warriors were tougher, well-equipped, even the cave entrances where they lived were reinforced with sharpened wooden stakes and stones. The tribe clearly had organization and defensive awareness. However, as Greg's ambitious daydream reached its peak, a high-pitched, panic-stricken ribbit that could not be suppressed crashed over the tribe like an icy splash, abruptly tearing through the noise. The sound came from a makeshift watchtower at the island's highest point, a small platform built from coral reef rock. The bullywug sentry on duty was wildly flailing, pointing at the northern sky in terror. Idiot. What are you making a racket for? Greg's dream was interrupted. He rose angrily and shouted, North, North Ribbit, big shadow so scary Ribbit. The sentry leapt down from the tower, babbling, almost collapsing to the ground. Upon hearing this, a sense of doom washed over Greg. He could not scold. He shoved past blocking warriors and sprinted up to a higher reef rock, eyes with yellow sclera fixed on the north. On the distant horizon, the formerly calm gray-blue sky had been disturbed. 2 enormous shadows, unmatched in size, tore through the clouds like startled amphibians and streaked toward Bright Scale Bay. Their shadows, like death's cloaks, quickly covered the sea. The outlines grew clearer and larger. Massive bodies clad in cold, jade-green scales, powerful wings beating with every flap that rolled out a deep, thunderous roar. Following them was a darker silhouette that tightened Greg's chest with fear. Dragon, ribbit, dragon, it's a dragon. Greg felt a chill rush from his slippery spine up to his head, his blood seemed to freeze. One green dragon, one black dragon. Greg was not a stupid bullywug. Compared to those idiots on White Pearl Island, Greg was clever. He knew the black dragon had tremendous suppressive power over bullywugs. Now two great dragons had arrived. If they bore hostility toward the tribe, the consequences would be unimaginable. Letter win f 00 and ya letter to throw in, letter win def 0 ya letter to win nin. Greg forced down his instinctive terror, and to the few elite warriors beside him who were also trembling, he growled. Drop your weapons, come with me to the shore. Act respectfully, show the proper posture, ribbit. Take those boxes of pearls. Saying this, Greg yanked the treasured giant pearl necklace from his neck, placed it in the woven large basket, then hoisted the basket and ran for the beach. The elite warriors hastily abandoned their iron harpoons and short knives, followed Greg, prostrated themselves on the cold sand, pressing their foreheads into the wet grit. The shadows in the sky grew larger like two moving mountains. The gale whipped by the dragon's enormous wings howled over the sea, churning white waves, stinging the eyes of the bullywugs on the shore. Boom! With the heavy thud of landing, a massive vibration rolled across the beach. The two giant beings slowly folded their sky-shadowing wings. Xia Er's huge, grim dragon head lowered slightly, emotionless as she swept her gaze over the prostrate bullywugs, pausing a moment on Greg and the strong warriors behind him. The Black Dragon Saga stood like the most loyal shadow half a step behind Xia Er, silent, dragon breath rumbling low in his nostrils, his dark pupils scanning warily. Their invisible draconic aura pressed like tangible weight, making every bullywug dare not breathe. Black dragons exerted extreme suppression over bullywug tribes, master of the sky and sea. Exalted true dragon. Greg flattered and added a measure of reverence as he prostrated himself. The lowly soil of Bright Scale Bay, Greg, I with the tribe's bravest warriors pay you the highest respects. Your majestic arrival sweeps the sea like a storm, humbling and dazzling us with your radiance. Your scales are more majestic than the deepest abyss, your strength could rend the heavens. You are the living legend on this land. Greg piled on every flowery phrase he could think of, pushing the basket full of pearls forward. Great true dragon, you have come to our insignificant Bright Scale Bay, what are your commands? Speak to the humble soil, Greg, we will offer everything to serve you. Greg finished and buried his head in the sand once more. Pearls. As Xia Er looked at the large basket reflecting sunlight, a trace of greed flickered through her gaze. Dragons loved collecting treasures, gold coins were preferred, then rare ores and high-value items like pearls. Even Xia Er was not immune to greed. But Xia Er forcibly suppressed that glint of avarice, her authoritative voice rolling across the beach like distant thunder, cutting clearly over the sound of the waves. You are far smarter than that foolish mattress on White Pearl Island. At least you know when to prostrate and when to present tribute. I have come only to declare one thing. From this moment, these islands, including you and your Bright Scale Bay, all bullywug tribes henceforth fall under the dominion of the Jade Wing. My name is Xia Er and I am your sole lord. Submit, offer your loyalty and tribute, become vassal claws of my Jade Wing dragon flock, driven by my will. Or, Xia Er suddenly spread her wings wide. Though she did not breathe fire, small pores along the wing edges opened faintly, and a faint, briny sweet green mist, tinged with poisonous scent, wafted out. Like that foolish mattress, you will be turned into fertilizer to nourish this island. Ribbit cries will vanish from this island forever. Greg froze for a moment, thought a long while, and then said, Great Jade Wing, the Bright Scale tribe is willing to submit to you. Greg did not want to become a true dragon's vassal. The archipelago they were in was called the Star Mist Archipelago. According to stories passed down orally among the bullywug tribes for over 200 years, the Star Mist Archipelago was once dominated by a powerful red dragon named Hephaestus. The native fishmen of this archipelago were conquered by the red dragon Hephaestus, and the bullywugs and lizardmen were the vassal races of Hephaestus back then, migrating here to live under his rule. Under the reign of the red dragon Hephaestus, all vassals lived in misery and suffering. The red dragon was tyrannical and arrogant. As his vassals, they even occasionally needed to be tortured and killed by Hephaestus for his amusement. 80 years ago, Hephaestus suddenly vanished. At first, these vassals managed the territory in an orderly fashion, but as years passed without his return, ambition slowly grew. They believed their dragon Lord Hephaestus had died elsewhere and began proclaiming themselves the masters of this archipelago. Thus, the fishmen, lizardmen, and bullywugs started warring against each other. The griffins, the high-level vassals of the red dragon Hephaestus, did not stay on these islands. They flew to the mainland, thereby severing ties with the Star Mist archipelago. Although Greg had not lived through the era of Red Dragon Hephaestus's rule, the fear of true dragons had been passed down through generations in the Bullywug clan of Bright Scale Bay. Therefore, Greg had only one thought. The Bright Scale clan would never become vassals to any dragon again. Never, ever. Although these two great dragons radiated a powerful aura that made Greg tremble to his very bones, he also knew from overhearing conversations on passing human ships what real, mature dragons were like. These two were nothing but immature hatchlings that hadn't fully developed yet. Dragons were greedy. By pretending to submit and leading these two dragons to see the treasury, then having the warriors swarm them, trapping the dragons in the cavern where they couldn't fly, they could surely kill these two young dragons and achieve the magnificent feat of dragon slaying. Those humans had said that every part of a dragon was a treasure. If they could kill these two dragons and sell the corpses to humans, the Bright Scale tribe would achieve unprecedented development. Then wiping out the lizard men and standing toe-to-toe with the fishmen might not be impossible. Letterwinda exuriat, letterwinda fazirida, a symbol thrufoda is. Thinking this, the fear in Greg's bulging yellow eyes completely vanished, replaced by surging greed. He immediately bowed respectfully to Xia Er and Saga, saying, "Dragon Lords, the Bright Scale clan has traded with humans and amassed a large quantity of human silver and gold coins. The lowly Greg is willing to offer all these treasures to the great true dragons, begging for your protection." Gold coins. Upon hearing these two words, the usually taciturn Saga instantly became fervent, almost rushing past Xia Er straight for the heart of Bright Scale Bay. But reason made Saga restrain this impulse. However, his innate craving for gold remained. He looked at Xia Er with eager eyes and whispered, "Xia Er, we." Gold coins. Xia Er's breathing also grew slightly rapid, hot breath puffing from her nostrils. Only, it was a trap. Xia Er narrowed her draconic pupils, looking at the kneeling Greg, and opened her maw. "Good. As the first king under my command, I shall grant you a fitting reward. Come forward." Upon hearing this, Greg's heart swelled with wild joy. He had bet right. Greed was indeed a weakness dragons could not resist. Greg could almost see the two young dragons trapped in a dim cave, struggling futilely under iron spears and sharp blades, eventually becoming a pile of priceless dragon scales and bones. Greg forcefully suppressed the triumphant croak that nearly escaped his throat, striving to maintain a flattered and honored demeanor. He stepped forward with his thick frog legs, walking respectfully toward the green dragon Xia Er. "Great Jade Wing, your grace makes this humble mud." Greg's fawning words were only halfway spoken when he saw Xia Er's originally gentle demeanor vanish completely. The greed for treasure in her eyes was instantly replaced by murderous intent. Without the slightest warning, the massive jade-green body leaned forward like a collapsing mountain. A huge shadow completely enveloped the Frog King Greg. The enormous dragon claw, covered in cold scales like the heaviest siege ram, harnessed the dragon's innate divine strength and came crashing down with brutal, unadorned force. Thud. A dull sound followed immediately by the crunch of bone. Greg's bloated body collapsed like a squashed rotten tomato. His bulging yellow eyes almost popped from their sockets, filled with incredulous shock and excruciating pain. That unfinished flattery was forever stuck in his throat. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Er's dragon claw clenched violently. Accompanied by the horrifying sounds of tearing muscle and shattering bone, the Frog King of Bright Scale Bay, along with his meticulously planned dragon-slaying fantasy, was crushed into a pulpy mess of flesh, blood, and shattered scales under the absolute power of the dragon. Warm, fishy blood mixed with chunks of viscera gushed from between the dragon claw's fingers, staining the white sand beneath. Slaughter mission 1010. Slaughter mission completed. At the same time, Xia Er's powerful, muscular wings snapped open to their limits on both sides. The wing membranes tensed, the tiny pores along the edges instantly expanding to their maximum. Hiss! No longer a faint green mist, lethally shimmering toxic acid shot out from the wings like high-pressure water jets. The venom precisely covered the few level 5 elite bullywug warriors behind Greg who were completely caught off guard. Gwaak! Terrified, despairing shrieks erupted, only to be instantly drowned out by the sizzling sound of corrosion. Hard iron weapons and scale armor melted and warped like hot wax. Strong muscles and bones rapidly dissolved under the corrosive poison. Within a few breaths, these strongest warriors of the tribe transformed into several foul-smelling, charred black, viscous puddles, no longer even maintaining a humanoid shape. Killed bullywug warriors. They were all basic attributes like defense, health, and strength. For a dragon, the boosts were negligible, but better than nothing. Stupid frogmen. Xia Er felt a slight sense of exhaustion. Performing the winged breath twice in one day took some toll on her stamina, however here she would not show any sign of weakness. Instead, she turned to the Black Dragon. Saga, make a trip. Bring Benedict from White Pearl Island and the other bullywugs from there over here. Have the bullywugs from White Pearl Island take over this place. The reason Xia Er judged these bullywugs were not sincerely submitting, but had other schemes was simple. The domination mission showed no progress. Xia Er's vassals were still those 80 bullywugs from White Pearl Island. Since the bullywugs here did not intend to submit, then Xia Er would import bullywugs from White Pearl Island to replace the ruling class here, making that bullywug druid named Benedict officially become the frog king of this archipelago. For Xia Er, the abilities of these lower races were not important. Their value was merely to serve as cannon fodder for the dragon flock, to scout underwater or recklessly explore unknown areas, gathering intelligence for Xia Er. Therefore, Xia Er had only one demand for them: mission completed. Obtained mission reward, ability enhancement. Please select one reward from the following three options. Limb regeneration. You will gain powerful self-healing capabilities. Unless killed instantly, you will eventually return to peak condition over time. Strength doubling, your strength attribute will increase by 1 level from its current rank. Hardened dragon scales. Your dragon scales will undergo a special transformation. Your defense attribute will increase by 1 level from its current rank. Choose one out of 3. Looking at these 3 rewards, Xia Er felt somewhat indecisive. Although Xia Er really wanted to quickly grab all of them, it was clearly unrealistic. She could only choose one from among the 3. Without hesitation, Xia Er directly chose limb regeneration. Compared to offense and defense, Xia Er felt that staying alive was the most important thing. Many dragons died because of greed, died because of arrogance. Perhaps it was for balance's sake. Otherwise, a race that only needed to sleep peacefully for 100 years to directly step into the legendary tier. If it lacked arrogance and greed, conceit and recklessness, then the entire world would belong to this race. Selection successful. Slaughter mission has been updated. Slaughter mission first. Kill 1,000 intelligent beings with a challenge rating of level 3 or above. Slaughter mission second. Kill one of the following: Deep-Sea Sharpfang Karuluk, LV-15/Bear Troll Lucas, LV-15/Dwarf King Janders, LV-15. Seeing the second slaughter mission, Xia Er raised an eyebrow. Karuluk, the Fishman King. Lucas didn't recognize him, but he was probably from the troll race mentioned earlier. Janders, judging from the prefix title, he was the king of the Dwarf Kingdom, occupying the southern part of the Karugu Highlands. All 3 were leaders of powerful forces in the surrounding regions. The list didn't include frogmen, lizardmen, griffins, giant eagles, or Valentina, clearly indicating that the leaders of these factions were not considered major powers in the current region. Letter 211D, letter 1D 586, letter 2115 Srilaka, E circumflex, letter 1E69. It showed that these groups weren't particularly strong. Xia Er gave a slight nod, then turned her gaze towards the entire Bright Scale Bay. The surrounding bullywugs were utterly terrified by the sudden bloody massacre. One moment, they were immersed in the joy of a bountiful harvest. The next moment, their revered leader and strongest warriors were easily slaughtered by this terrifying dragon, as easily as they caught fish. Gulgwa. Fear, like icy seawater, instantly flooded the entire Bright Scale Bay beach. The bullywugs, having lost their backbone, let out despairing whimpers. The ironfish spears in their hands clattered to the ground, impossible to hold onto any longer. There were no roars of anger, no courage for revenge, not even the audacity to express grief. In the face of the deathly fear brought by absolute power, only the most primal instinct remained. Flee. Like a school of startled fish, they shrieked in terror, scrambling on all fours in a mad dash towards the depths of the island, towards the damp, dark caves. Xia Er cast a cold glance at the scattering bullywugs, a hot breath laden with a toxic aura puffing from her nostrils. These inferior frogmen weren't worth wasting even the slightest bit of her energy to pursue. Their current fear was more valuable than their submission. It would become the cornerstone of her rule, making future challengers understand the consequences of resistance. Her gaze shifted towards the slightly more prominent cluster of buildings at the island's center, Greg's Royal Court. Unlike other bullywugs who preferred cave dwelling, likely driven by vanity gained from trading with humans, Greg had built his residence above ground. To Xia Er's eyes, the structure before her was less of a palace and more of a clumsy, mud-sculpted toy. Hastily built from mud mixed with seaweed and gravel, its walls were crooked, its roof covered with seaweed and tattered fishing nets. The entire structure looked fragile and crude, brimming with a primitive aura. What's the point of this? It's neither imposing nor dignified, just a monkey wearing a crown. Xia Er shook her head, not even bothering to look for an entrance. Her massive dragon claw lifted and stomped hard on the fragile mud wall. Boom. With a dull, thunderous crash, Greg's painstakingly built, mud-sculpted palace, a symbol of his royal authority, instantly crumbled beneath Zaire's foot. The entire royal court turned into a chaotic ruin amidst billowing dust. Zaire paid no mind to the rising dust. Her huge head plunged into the rubble, her thick tail impatiently sweeping aside obstructive dirt as she began rummaging through the wreckage of Greg's treasury. Having been Frog King for so many years and trading with humans, he must have accumulated some treasure. Soon, Zaire's efforts bore fruit. Inside a half-crushed rattan box inlaid with some shell decorations, Zaire found her target. Using Mage Hand, Zaire carefully pried open the box lid, and her heart couldn't help but leap with joy. A small pouch of gold coins, about 20 or so, engraved with the portrait of some human king, seemingly the currency of some nation, emitted a metallic luster that somewhat mesmerized Zaire. Besides this small pouch of gold coins, there was also a pouch of silver coins, considerably more numerous and heavy. Apart from that, there were the pearls collected by the bullywugs. Several baskets woven from tough sea vines were filled with white pearls of varying sizes, their luster soft and warm. The quality of these pearls was clearly much better than the inferior goods on Mattress Necklace from White Pearl Island. They were plump and perfectly round, the true specialty and main trade item of Bright Scale Bay. Looking at the gold coins and baskets of pearls before her, a glint of pure, unadulterated greed finally appeared in Zaire's cold, vertical pupils, brimming with satisfied light. These shiny things were trophies befitting her status. Thinking this, Zaire used Mage Hand to gently play with these spoils, carefully listening to the crisp, pleasant clinking sound produced by the friction of gold coins, silver coins, and pearls. She temporarily cast aside any thoughts of ruling plans, simply enjoying the satisfaction brought by conquest and plunder. After indulging for a little while, Zaire took a deep breath, somewhat reluctantly pushed these jewels and coins aside, exhaled, and then took out 7 or 8 gold coins and over 10 silver coins. Roughly 40% of the total. Zaire thought silently to herself, I'll bestow this 40% upon Saga to have Saga continue serving me. Feeling a bit reluctant, Zaire's first instinct was even to have the thought withhold 1 coin. But soon this thought originating from her green dragon bloodline was forcefully suppressed by Zaire. The greedy cannot achieve great things. If one wants to scheme for a foundation lasting 10,000 generations, one cannot indulge the nature of a green dragon. As for future plans, Zaire's approach was quite simple and brutal. These bullywugs seemed to have strong opinions about her rule. In that case, Zaire didn't expect some kingly aura to emanate and have the frogmen immediately bow down and submit. Fight. Completely conquer all the bullywugs on the dozen or so small islands to the south. Such a task would be time-consuming and laborious. While Zaire could personally handle it and complete part of the slaughter mission, it would be somewhat time-consuming. Rather than that, it would be better to hunt some magical creatures that could increase her nutrition. These bullywugs, even if eaten, wouldn't provide much growth. Thus, Zaire planned to have Saga lead the currently subdued bullywugs to attack other bullywugs. To have these bullywug tribes reunite under one rule. Dusk seeped across the sea surface, the silver-gray sky hung low, and mist slowly spread as a cold front arrived, condensing into a fine, dense water vapor. This was a feature of the Star Mist Archipelago. Every night, vast mists would rise around the archipelago, only slowly dissipating after the sun rose. Now it was near dusk, the time when the sun had not yet set and the moon had not yet appeared, so the water vapor naturally began to ascend. On the beach, the Black Dragon Saga stood like a silent reef, quietly waiting to one side. Meanwhile, the bullywug druid Benedict was filled with excitement. Over 50 or 60 other bullywug warriors floated in the water, lying in ambush here, awaiting Zaire's command. The Black Dragon Saga, however, was lost in recollection, thinking back on everything that had happened in the 2 days since leaving Valentina's dragon nest. Everything felt like a lifetime ago. While in the dragon nest, Saga couldn't even eat his fill, only secretly gnawing on rocks and soil to stave off hunger, suffering from severe malnutrition. But Saga had always endured hardship without complaint. Therefore, Saga had originally thought he was under the protection of Valentina's large umbrella. Who would have thought that after leaving, he'd find it wasn't even raining outside. Following Zaire meant 3 days of 9 meals. Of course, Saga was also well aware that if he and Dessau's, the 2 dragons, had been driven out alone, things would definitely not be this easy. After all, first, he wouldn't have been able to find White Pearl Island, and second, he couldn't have dealt with the Hydra on White Pearl Island. He might even have fallen into the bullywug's trap and been killed by these creatures he completely looked down upon. Unlike others of his Black Dragon kin, Saga was good at analyzing past lessons and summarizing his own experiences. striving to ensure he wouldn't make the same mistakes next time. Just then, Xia Er's massive form cut through the thin mist. After a slight glide, she landed with a thud in front of Saga, folding her wings. Saga was immersed in the overwhelming feeling of how his circumstances had completely transformed after following Xia Er, his thoughts a whirlwind. Upon seeing Xia Er, Saga slightly opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but suddenly all words got stuck in his throat. His gaze, as if drawn by a powerful magnet, was firmly nailed to the space in front of Xia Er. There, under the dim light manipulated by Mage Hand, floated a small pile of metal shimmering with an alluring luster. Gold coins. Silver coins, those smooth curves, that cool yet warm glow, that metallic texture symbolizing wealth and power. They seemed to possess magic, directly igniting the most primitive instinct belonging to chromatic dragons flowing deep within Saga's veins. Huff. Saga's breathing suddenly became heavy and ragged. His emerald green vertical pupils contracted into thin slits, tightly locked onto those floating coins. Raw letter FF4E, A letter 10331, Ya letter 1E65. His dragon claws unconsciously clenched and unclenched. His body swayed slightly, almost unable to control the impulse to pounce. This was the bone-deep craving for shiny treasures ingrained in the dragon bloodline, far surpassing the imagination evoked earlier by merely hearing the words gold coins. Now, with the real objects right before his eyes, the impact was unparalleled. Seeing this, Xia Er revealed a smile of understanding and gentleness, then said, "You have done very well. From White Pearl Island to Bright Scale Bay, your strength, loyalty, and wisdom were all indispensable. These are the rewards you deserve." As soon as the words fell under the control of Mage Hand, those 7 or 8 dazzling gold coins and over 10 shimmering silver coins, like tamed sprites, slowly drifted toward Saga, finally hovering steadily and within easy reach before the black dragon. "Take them," Xia Er said gently, her tone filled with recognition for her followers' merits. "This is the Jade Wing's reward for its meritorious servant. They belong to you now." Saga stared blankly at the gold and silver floating before him. Immense surprise and disbelief instantly washed away his earlier loss of composure. Carefully accepting this unprecedented generous reward, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welled up in Saga's heart. He solemnly gathered the treasure before him and deeply lowered his head. "Thank you for your bounty, great Jade Wing. Saga offers you eternal loyalty and strength." Xia Er nodded, then immediately turned to the bullywug druid prostrate on the damp, cold sand. Her majestic gaze pressed down like a physical weight. "Benedict." "Yes, great Jade Wing Gua." Benedict trembled all over, excited yet fearful, burying his head even deeper. "From this moment forth," Xia Er's voice rumbled like thunder, resounding across the entire Bright Scale Bay beach. "You, Benedict, are no longer the lowly mud of White Pearl Island. I appoint you as the master of this island to rule over all bullywugs here." Benedict's bulging yellow eye sacs instantly filled with unbelievable wild joy. Trembling violently with excitement, he could barely speak, only emitting incoherent croaking sounds. "And not only that." Xia Er's massive dragon claw pointed toward the hazy southern sea. "Your vision should not be limited to this island. Your authority shall ultimately cover all islands where bullywugs dwell. I bestow upon you the title of Frog King. The bullywugs of the entire Star Mist Archipelago shall have only one Frog King. I want you to consolidate all bullywug tribes for me, to bring all the croaks of the bullywugs under the command of the Jade Wing." "I obey." "Supreme Dragon Lord, Benedict, know your servant shall offer absolute loyalty and strength to rule the archipelago for you to collect blood sacrifices and treasures. Goo." Benedict shouted his response with all his might. The immense joy had completely dispelled all fear, leaving only infinite awe and fervor toward the green dragon Xia Er's combination of grace and authority. Originally, Benedict thought catastrophe was at hand. Now it seemed that for the White Pearl tribe, this might not be a bad thing at all. A few imprudent old things died, exchanged for the entire tribe's bright and glorious future. However, for the sake of caution, Benedict still respectfully inquired in a low voice, "Dragon Lord, if there are bullywugs who do not obey you, how should they be dealt with?" "Kill them." Xia Er opened her mouth nonchalantly. "After consolidating all the bullywugs here, Saga, you will lead them to continue sweeping southward, conquering every island. Whether their chieftains submit or not, exterminate them all. Under my command, there is only one Frog King, and that is Benedict." Hearing Xia Er's words, Benedict trembled all over, a surge of immense joy rushing to his head, his muddy yellow eyes even turning a brilliant gold. "Begin your actions." Xia Er flapped her dragon wings, rising into the air under the twilight. She looked toward the highlands, hesitated for a moment, then decided to take the remaining gold coins, separate another 7 or 8 of them, and offer them as tribute to the blue dragon Valentina. Valentina's current level was 12, at the peak of the young adult dragon stage. As a blue dragon, ranked second among the chromatic dragons, Valentina's racial talent was sufficient for her to contend with the surrounding lords whose challenge rating was 15. Since she had now occupied these southern islands and was about to subdue all the bullywugs, she would inevitably clash with the fishmen in the future. To prevent suffering a heavy attack, maintaining good relations with Valentina was important. Chromatic dragons had a natural, intense possessiveness toward treasure. Gold coins as high-value currency were a core component of a hoard, but as for their function, they served no real purpose. It was merely a greed originating from the bloodline. If one had to insist on a purpose, some dragons might use gold coins for magical research or alchemical experiments, but that wasn't something a young dragon like Xia Er needed to consider. The highlands, Valentina's dragon lair. The warm morning sun rose slowly from the east, its light spilling over, painting the highlands in a brilliant golden hue, exceptionally handsome and majestic. From the east, a green dragon flapped its wings, slowly descending towards the direction of the lair. Xia Er, it's Xia Er returning. The blue dragon Carta, who was gnawing on a griffin, watched Xia Er speeding over. His heart stirred slightly, and he couldn't help but shout out, also causing the other 2 small blue dragons to call out. Blue Dragon Carta glanced at the half-eaten griffin, wrestled with himself for a moment, then flapped his wings and took off, arriving before Xia Er, fluttering his wings with a touch of unfamiliarity. Xia Er, what are you back for? Couldn't make it out there. Carta's voice carried a hint of hostility. He seemed quite nervous about Xia Er's return. Xia Er glanced at Carta, then looked at the griffin corpse on the ground, couldn't help but shake her head and opened her mouth to speak. I found a bag of gold coins to the east, and have come specifically to present them to Her Highness the Princess. Gold coins! Blue Dragon Carta couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Although what blue dragons love most are not gold coins but gemstones. The ones who love gold coins the most are red dragons and black dragons. Red dragons love gold, black dragons love currency. But whether red, blue, green, black, or white, as long as there's treasure, they all love it. It's just not that most favorite. The moment Carta's vertical pupils heard the words gold coins, they seemed to ignite, a greedy light almost overflowing. His originally scrutinizing and subtly hostile demeanor completely changed. His massive body leaned forward slightly, his dragon wings flapping unconsciously, stirring up a cloud of dry dust. Gold coins. Xia Er, you actually found gold coins. Carta's voice rose higher, filled with undisguised desire and a commanding harshness. This is truly an unexpected windfall. Quick, hand one over for me to see. As a token of respect for your return to the lair. Xia Er, what's going on? How have you gotten so full of yourself after just 2 days apart? Seeing Xia Er didn't respond immediately, Carta seemed even more convinced of his own authority. He took a step forward, his thick dragon claw stomping heavily on the rock, sending stone chips flying, his voice carrying an impatient urgency. Do you hear me, Xia Er? Give me the gold coins, just one will do. You were driven out of the lair, coming back now, this is what you should. Halfway through his sentence, Carta's words abruptly stopped. Without any warning, Xia Er's massive body, covered in emerald-like scales, instantly erupted with astonishing speed. Her powerful hind legs forcefully kicked off the ground, and the entire dragon shot forward like an arrow from a bow, ferociously crashing into Carta. Boom. A heavy, heart-palpitating impact sound exploded within the dragon lair. The incident was too sudden, and Xia Er's movements were extremely fast. Carta had no time to make any effective defense or evasion. His chest solidly bore the brunt of Xia Er's dragon charge. The immense impact made Carta feel as if he had been smashed head-on by a mountain. He was sent flying by the collision. Carta crashed heavily onto the ground littered with rubble, stirring up a cloud of dust. The intense pain threw his consciousness into chaos. Xia Er didn't pause for a second. Her massive dragon claw followed immediately, like the heaviest shackle, descending with the force of a thunderbolt, precisely stomping on Carta's back as he had just tried to struggle to his feet. Cyrillica letter tazeruf letter winzer threthrowen agrava sakiet. Crash. Carta's body was slammed back into the ground once more. Xia Er's strength far exceeded his estimation. The dragon claw pressing down on his spine was exceptionally heavy, making his vertebrae creak, his internal organs churn, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Xia Er. How dare you? Carta was both shocked and furious, barely raising his dragon head filled with utmost shock and anger. Carta. Xia Er's voice was calm but brimming with coldness. Who gave you the illusion that you are qualified to demand respect from me? You are not worthy of touching even a single one of my gold coins. Defeated Blue Dragon Carta Underwood, challenge rating 4, reward obtained. Storm resistance experience +1. It's been a long time since I bullied the little ones. Do they really think I was driven out? Utterly foolish. Perhaps the downfall of the Underwood Dragon flight back then was because there were too many fools like this among them. Pinned under Zaire's foot, Carta wore an expression of unwillingness, but he recalled Zaire's absolute dominance when she was still with the flight. He immediately said in a low voice, "I understand." Only then did Zaire slowly lift her claw. The blue dragon who had been arrogantly demanding gold coins just moments ago could now only pant wretchedly in the green dragon's shadow, his scales cracked, his dignity in tatters. "Where's Tyrone?" Zaire casually opened her mouth, inquiring about the red dragon Tyrone. Among these young dragons in the lair, the one who left the deepest impression on Zaire was the red dragon Tyrone. Who knows what that fool is up to now? After you left, Tyrone also volunteered to go south to build a lair, saying he wanted to solve his food problem himself. Carta said in a low voice, somewhat dejected. It was precisely because Zaire and Tyrone were gone, and the Black Dragon saga had also been expelled, that Carta had gotten a bit full of himself, proclaiming himself the #1 dragon under Valentina, hence his earlier audacity. "Is that so?" Zaire nodded slightly, feeling a bit regretful. With Tyrone's personality, it's probably hard for him to survive in the Karugu Highlands. Now there's one less source for obtaining fire resistance. However, relying solely on the basic attributes gained from combat bonuses is still too little. In the 5 years since my birth, I fought with Tyrone almost every day or two. Even so, my fire resistance level has only just reached LV2. If I want to continue improving, I'm afraid I'll need to put in thousands, tens of thousands of times more effort. Zaire nodded, then paid no further attention to Carta, flying towards the stone palace on another peak, which was precisely Valentina's palace. The stone palace was somewhat crude, but it had everything a palace should have, including a throne. On the throne, a massive creature 13 meters in length looked down at Zaire, her gaze filled with irritation and displeasure, speaking to Zaire. "Zaire, you." Before she could finish, Valentina's voice faltered. She saw the gold and silver coins Zaire was manipulating with Mage Hand. And Zaire didn't hesitate in the slightest, directly using Mage Hand to present these gold and silver coins before Valentina, while speaking respectfully. "Great Princess Valentina, your subject has unintentionally acquired some gold coins while abroad, and has come specifically to offer them to you." "Shiny little things." Valentina's eyes lit up, a flash of greed in her gaze. "My loyal Prime Minister, the princess's right hand, where did you get these things? And is there more?" Zaire lowered her dragon head, answering respectfully, her voice echoing in the spacious stone hall. "Reporting to the great princess, these meager gleams are tribute seized by your subject while expanding your territory for you, taken from several islands occupied by bullywugs at the edge of the Sea of Frost. This is all those vile aquatic creatures had accumulated." Upon hearing this, the greedy flame that had ignited in Valentina's vertical pupils upon seeing the treasure quickly cooled. Islands in the Sea of Frost. Valentina remembered that when she fled from the Underwood Dragon flight, she had also skimmed over those mist-shrouded reefs. It's just that underwater is truly not a place for blue dragons to live, and those skulking aquatic creatures on the islands held little interest for Valentina, even disgusted her somewhat, which is why she built her lair in these highlands. However, the tangible, jingling pile of gold and silver before her was ultimately pleasing to a dragon. Valentina's gaze swept over the floating treasure once more. That instinctive fondness true dragons have for shiny things overpowered her disdain for the source. Valentina pondered for a moment, then raised her massive dragon claw. Her fingertip covered in fine blue scales, carefully with obvious reluctance, plucked a single gold coin. The one with the brightest golden gleam from the small pile of treasure Zaire was holding aloft with Mage Hand. She slowly pushed the gold coin towards Zaire. "You, Zaire, my Prime Minister, though the gains from this journey are meager, this initiative to add luster to the dragon lair deserves commendation. This gold coin I bestow upon you. Remember, continuously adding brilliance to this princess's hoard is your supreme honor." Humorous. "A single gold coin is all you offer to dismiss me," Zaire thought to herself, yet she still respectfully lowered her head, accepting the coin that shimmered with an enticing glow. "I am grateful for your generous boon, great Princess Valentina." Zaire's voice was low and filled with reverence as she gathered the coin into her claw, treating it not as mere currency but as a supreme emblem of honor. After speaking, however, Zaire paused slightly. A gleam flashed in her draconic eyes as she naturally steered the conversation to the main point. Your radiance illuminates the Karugu Highlands and will surely grace the Sea of Frost as well. To add more luster to your horde, I am striving to subjugate the bullywug tribes in the southern part of the Star Mist Archipelago, compelling them to offer pearls and marine rarities. Valentina's massive form shifted slightly on her throne, showing little interest. Do as you please, just remember if you find anything shiny, send it over. Her disdain for the underwater world and lesser beings remained as steadfast as ever. Your wise insight illuminates the fog like thunder. Xia Er offered timely flattery before cutting straight to the chase. However, as your highness can clearly see, the depths of the archipelago are infested with vast numbers of fishman tribes. According to reports from my newly subjugated bullywug servants, their chieftain, Karuluk the Deep-Sea Sharpfang, is of a ferocious temperament and rules the largest island in the archipelago. Though your subject does not fear a challenge, I worry that this brute, angered by my efforts to expand your territory and collect tribute for you, might launch a full-scale attack. This could disturb the peace of the highlands or block the path for delivering treasures to you. Xia Er left her words hanging, but the implication was crystal clear. Her tail swished uneasily behind her, as if genuinely troubled by the prospect of provoking a powerful enemy. Xia Er very much needed this blue dragon princess to serve as a potent trump card when necessary. Although she far surpassed other young dragons of her stage, she was still not qualified to face such a formidable existence. The Fishman King. Valentina raised her head, covered in azure scales, her expression brimming with contempt. Karuluk, a stinking pile of fish and rotten shrimp only fit for wallowing in muck and eating carrion. He dares call himself a king. He dares make my prime minister feel anxious. Listen, Xia Er, Valentina declared with overwhelming arrogance. You just focus on conquering those frogmen, on scouring every shiny shell and stone for me. As for that so-called Fishman King, if he dares poke his ugly head above the water, this princess will personally visit his stinking island. With my storm, I'll roast him and all his slimy lackeys into charcoal. Hearing this, Xia Er felt assured. She continued, with your thunderous promise, your subject has no more worries. The banner of the Jade Wing will surely be planted on every island of the Star Mist Archipelago for the glory of your highness's horde. Valentina snorted with satisfaction, a breath tinged with ozone. Her massive head settled back lazily on the throne, her vertical pupils half closed, clearly pleased with Xia Er's flattery and the impending additions to her horde. To her, Xia Er's words were a trivial matter, no more significant than a stroll by the sea. They were far less worthy of attention than the newly acquired gold coin before her. Your subject takes her leave. Having obtained the answer she wanted, Xia Er did not linger. She prepared to bow and depart. Wait. At that moment, Valentina suddenly spoke, stopping Xia Er, who was about to leave. Xia Er, about to spread her wings, paused in surprise. She slowly turned around and said, Great Princess Valentina, what further instructions do you have? Your will is my direction. Those slimy, constantly croaking lowly frogmen are an eyesore and utterly unreliable. They are only fit for wallowing in mud and doing rough labor. Valentina yawned before continuing. Under my command, there is also a kobold clan. Though weak, they carry a trace, however thin, of dragon blood within them. Their reverence and obedience to true dragons are etched into their very bones, making them far more reliable than those stinking mud dwellers. Xia Er, my prime minister, I entrust these kobolds to you. Take them to your island and form them into your personal guard. Let them keep an eye on those wavering frogmen for you. Letter 1D52F A circumflex new letter 1D594 letter FF42 E circumflex S symbol 329. Hearing Valentina's words, Xia Er was taken aback. What did she mean, overseers? But quickly Xia Er dismissed this thought from her mind. To be honest, if Valentina were capable of such high-level tactics as sending overseers to monitor her, she wouldn't be in the sorry state she was in now. It was likely her genuine intention, with no hidden agenda. Also, she probably wanted to offload this burden. After all, kobolds needed to eat too, and Valentina might not truly be able to afford feeding her minions. With this thought, Xia Er immediately began weaving sweet words. Most exalted princess, your foresight and generous boon fill me with admiration. With these loyal guards who carry the noble dragon's blood by my side, your subject will surely secure the archipelago firmly for you, ensuring every bit of wealth that belongs to you is presented before you without the slightest discrepancy. The banner of the Jade Wing will never fall, thanks to your radiance. Hearing this, Valentina felt even more elated. Ah, yes, this is the kind of blue dragon I am. This is the life a dragon empress should live. Carda, Rebecca, Otto, those three blue dragons under my protection only ever say thank you, princess, never adding any other adjectives. Compared to Xia Er, they are simply fools among fools. Valentina thought to herself. It's infuriating to compare dragons. Those three blue dragons of my own kind have no merits whatsoever when compared to Xia Er, this green dragon. If only Xia Er were a blue dragon. Soon, in a barren area on the outskirts of the highlands designated by Valentina, filled with rubble and wind-eroded caves, Xia Er saw the Kobold clan, numbering only a little over 200. Despite having dog in their name, kobolds do not actually look like dogs. Their head features somewhat resemble a severely degraded, twisted miniature dragon's head. Their bodies are covered in small, dull, mottled scales, with a protruding snout and a mouth full of tiny, sharp teeth. A pair of small, underdeveloped horns or bony spikes protrude from behind their foreheads. Their long, thin tails drag behind them, sometimes ending in a bony barb. These creatures are generally hunched over, with an average height less than that of an adult human. They have slender, weak builds and thin limbs, their coarse scales caked in dust and grime. They stand on their hind legs, but their posture is twisted. Their forelimbs resemble more claw-like auxiliary tools. Their murky yellow or red little eyes blinked in terror amidst the dust stirred by Xia Er's landing, filled with the most primal, bone-deep awe and fear of a massive true dragon. Great Dragon Lord. The kobold chieftain was exceedingly reverent, practically prostrating himself before Xia Er. Your servant Valentine awaits your command. The kobold race has always been the ultimate sycophants of dragons. Xia Er took one glance and lost interest. These kobolds were somewhat too malnourished, each one with skin and bones. In a real fight, they would definitely not be a match for the bullywugs. Still, they were 200 cannon fodder at least. Keep them? What if a future domination mission requires them? All kobolds follow me now. We march east, cross the sea, and head for White Pearl Island. More than half a month later on White Pearl Island. Over 200 kobolds were now hauling stone materials on White Pearl Island, building a castle for Xia Er. Kobolds were born to be excellent miners, and under Valentina's command, they were often ordered by her to construct palaces on high mountains. So this group of kobolds was also a qualified construction team. The kobolds' performance on the island was rather mediocre, only capable of handling land defense. At this stage, White Pearl Island could be described as a godforsaken place, and Xia Er couldn't possibly feed them for nothing, so she had them follow the same method on White Pearl Island to build a castle. However, compared to when they were commanded by Valentina on the highlands, Xia Er clearly offered better treatment. The kobolds could now eat their fill. After conquering many bullywug tribes, Xia Er was basically no longer short of the most basic food. Fish schools were abundant in the deep sea, and bullywugs were an extremely skilled fishing race. The fish they caught were enough to feed the kobold clan to their heart's content. The Sea of Frost stretched as far as the eye could see. Around White Pearl Island, Xia Er flapped her wings, flying back from north of White Pearl Island with a sea turtle nearly 4 to 5 meters long clamped in her jaws. Xia Er's massive body crashed down onto the rugged rocky beach of White Pearl Island, stirring up a cloud of sand and dust. The huge sea turtle struggled, paddling its limbs, trying to break free from Xia Er, but its efforts were in vain. Then Xia Er's jaws suddenly exerted force. Her sharp, pale white dragon teeth tore through the sea turtle's hard carapace and plastron as easily as cutting through tofu, producing a crisp cracking sound. The turtle's shell shattered, revealing the tender turtle meat. Xia Er's throat moved. She barely chewed, her massive tongue curling and swallowing the entire chunk of turtle meat whole. A warm feeling of fullness rose within her. This kind of canned meat is the most delicious. Xia Er sighed, then focused her mind. The virtual panel of the evolution game appeared before her. Domination Mission 842-1000. The bullywugs were still short by 150 in number. This progress had been stuck for over 2 days, clearly indicating that Saga's war to conquer the bullywugs wasn't going very smoothly. Perhaps I should personally go to the front lines to oversee the battle. Xia Er thought to herself. According to the battle reports from the past half-month, Saga had already captured 4 islands and conquered over 300 bullywugs. Currently, he was attacking Starlight Dew Island, the island with the largest and most powerful bullywug population in the entire archipelago. It was also the island where the red dragon Hephaestus had once ordered the bullywugs to live. It could be considered the ancestral land of the bullywugs in the Star Mist archipelago. For the past few days, Xia Er had felt a strange, tingling itch deep in her throat, as if a turbid energy was brewing and churning. This sensation was not unfamiliar to her. It was a sign that her signature green dragon basic breath weapon, the Poison Mist, was about to take form. Saga was encountering stubborn resistance on Starlight Dew Island, and progress had stalled. This was the perfect opportunity to test this imminent new power on those defiant bullywugs. Prescription Alpha letter 1033D, letter 1D52C, letter 1D51F, E circumflex letter 10314. Awakening a breath weapon at the young dragon stage was terrifying to hear. But it wasn't without precedent, though it wasn't as powerful as a standard breath weapon. Like the red dragon Tyrone, who had been capable of flame breath more than half a month ago, the red dragon's base stats were just too strong. Xia Er sighed inwardly. As Xia Er was contemplating the matter of personally leading the expedition to Starlight Dew Island, a somewhat bedraggled white figure appeared on the distant horizon. The figure rapidly approached. It was none other than Dessous, the white dragon who had been exiled along with her. Dessous the white dragon flapped his relatively slender white wings, landing somewhat clumsily on the rocks in front of Xia Er, splashing up fine water droplets. The moment Dessous landed, he immediately humbly lowered his head covered in frost-white scales, his posture extremely submissive, far lower than the respect Saga had ever shown. Great Jade Wing, please forgive my disturbance. Saga sent me back to request reinforcements. Xia Er was taken aback. When did you learn to speak so well? That's what the toad said, Dessous replied blankly, opening his mouth. Xia Er didn't dwell too much on this issue. White dragons were naturally low in intelligence. Dessous was already considered smart among white dragons. Only after growing to the young adult dragon stage would white dragons gradually approach normal intelligence. Dessous was still a wormling now, expectations couldn't be set that high. Xia Er asked, what's happening over at Starlight Dew Island? Those stubborn bullywugs are putting up fierce resistance. They are entrenched in the deepwater swamps and complex caves on the island, using the terrain to mount layered defenses. Although Lord Saga is brave, there are simply too many of them. Moreover, they seem to have received some mysterious enhancement, their strength far surpassing that of frogmen from other islands. Hearing Xia Er's question, Dessous finally reacted and continued his report. Your servants have suffered considerable losses, and the offensive has been firmly stalled. Furthermore, when Lord Saga digs pits, these lowly frogmen ambush him. Lord Saga doesn't know what to do, so he sent me back to ask for your advice. After finishing, Dessous cautiously raised his head to steal a glance at Xia Er, then quickly lowered it again. His slender dragon tail tapped nervously on the wet, slippery rocks. What is Saga's suggestion? Dessous said, Lord Saga said he wants to withdraw the troops to rest and regroup for a while, besiege this island, and surround it for a few years. These bullywugs don't have the habit of storing food, so they'll have no choice but to come out and surrender obediently. Hearing Dessous say this, Xia Er was somewhat surprised. Saga's mind is quite sharp. Surrounding without attacking is not typical dragon behavior. Xia Er had no doubt that if the red dragon Tyrone had received the order to attack Starlight Dew Island, Tyrone would definitely fight to the death, persisting relentlessly. If another intelligent race made such a judgment, Xia Er wouldn't find it strange. But this was Saga, a judgment made by a chromatic dragon which was enough to surprise Xia Er. At this moment, Xia Er had the same thought as Valentina. If only Saga were a blue dragon, the racial ceiling of a black dragon was slightly lower compared to red dragons, blue dragons, and green dragons. Green dragons were fine. Actually, a normal green dragon is only a bit stronger than a black dragon. But the racial ceilings of red dragons and blue dragons were indeed somewhat higher than that of black dragons. But it didn't matter. Saga knew when to advance and when to retreat, understood what to take and what to give up. Such a black dragon was, in Xia Er's view, more trustworthy than any red or blue dragon. If she really got a blue dragon like Carta from Valentina's dragon lair, Xia Er would actually find it somewhat unsuitable. After all, in Xia Er's eyes, Carta was a purebred dragon pig. Not just Carta, but also the other two blue dragons under Valentina's protection, Otto and Rebecca. Xia Er similarly held no hope for their futures. Valentina was a good blue dragon mother, but not suited to be a leader. Under her nurturing, dragons would only become mediocre. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. With this thought, Xia Er no longer hesitated and immediately said, Dessous, it's almost time for you to enter dormancy too. Stay on White Pearl Island during this time to prepare for dormancy. The kobolds will guard you to ensure your dormancy isn't disturbed. I'll make a trip to Starlight Dew Island to see just what level these defiant bullywugs are at. A thick, cloying curtain of heavy blood scent mingled with the stench of the sea blanketing Starlight Dew Island. The once-lush wetland vegetation was now trampled into a chaotic mess. Across the muddy ground, the fallen bodies of bullywugs were a common sight. In the shallow waters of the island's southeastern shore, the sea was churned into murky turbidity. Dense and numerous, bullywug warriors belonging to the Jade Wing lurked in the water, only their warty backs and vigilant eyes breaking the surface. They formed a loose encirclement around the island, their powerful webbed feet paddling silently to maintain their positions. Frog King Benedict clung to a half-submerged reef, his bulging yellow eyes fixed intently on the island's interior. A menacing croak rumbled in his throat, as if he was using the bullywug tongue to urge his kin within the island to surrender. However, in response to Benedict's calls for surrender, the bullywugs inside the island flatly refused, replying with a few bone arrows or blowgun darts. Their range was insufficient, the projectiles merely splashing into the water and stirring up small waves. Following the Dragon Lord's command, Benedict maintained a stranglehold on the island's connections to the outside world, allowing not a single enemy to escape, nor any supplies to enter. Meanwhile, in the gloomy sky above, a massive black shadow circled at low altitude. It was the Black Dragon, Saga. Each powerful beat of Saga's broad wings seemed somewhat labored, lacking the usual fluid grace. A closer look would reveal numerous sharp weapon wounds on Saga's left wing membrane, clear evidence of an extremely perilous close-quarters melee not long ago. Saga's gaze swept relentlessly over the complex terrain of the island below, wishing he could slaughter every last stubborn resistor hiding in the shadows. But he was merely a young dragon, lacking that capability. He could only forcibly suppress his fury, circling like a harbinger of death, continuously applying pressure from the skies. The resistors on the island had clearly noted the Black Dragon's reappearance. From several concealed positions came more urgent croak alarm calls, laced with a hint of barely concealed fear. Right then, an exceptionally penetrating draconic roar tore through from the northern sea, instantly overwhelming the sounds of waves, frog croaks, and wind. On the gray northern horizon, a massive jade-green silhouette cleaved through the thin mist, streaking towards Starlight Dew Island with astonishing speed. A figure larger than the Black Dragon, covered in emerald glittering scales, ripped through the sea mist, descending upon the Starlight Dew Island battlefield like a deity. The green dragon Xia Er had arrived. Boom! Xia Er's colossal form, wrapped in sea winds, crashed down onto a towering reef at the edge of Starlight Dew Island. Her wings folded, whipping up a gust of wind. Her cold, majestic slitted pupils swept across the battlefield, an intangible draconic aura spreading outwards like a physical force. Dragons were inherently oppressive. Great Jade Wings. Dragon Lords. And Croak. Led by Benedict, the surrounding bullywugs were overcome with excitement. They poked their heads above water or bowed them low, emitting their loudest, most fervent croaks. The circling Black Dragon Saga immediately ceased his patrol and respectfully landed slightly lower and to the side behind Xia Er, deeply lowering his head. Letter 1d633, letter 1d4b6, small cap pen, letter 1d630, Cyrillic letter 1d64e. Xia Er's gaze fell upon Saga's torn wing membrane and somewhat disheveled appearance. She gave a slight nod, her low voice carrying a note of acknowledgement. Saga, you've worked hard. This brief acknowledgement was like a warm current, instantly washing away the fatigue and strain from Saga's days of intense battle. A flicker of emotion passed through Saga's slitted pupils. His massive black dragon head lifted slightly as he prepared to give a detailed report on the battle situation, to express his gratitude and resolve. On this island, Xia Er, however, had already turned directly to Benedict and Saga, cutting him off. Where are the main tunnel complexes where the bullywugs are hiding? How many entrances are there in total? Based on prior scouting and prisoner interrogations, those bullywugs are mainly turtled up in the festering marsh forest at the island's center and the Serpent Vine Cliff area to the west, Saga reported. The tunnel entrances are extremely well hidden, mostly under water pools, within giant tree root systems or in rock crevices. We've confirmed 3 main large entrances. As for smaller, more concealed passages, there are likely many more, not yet fully mapped. It's precisely by relying on this complex terrain that they've kept us at bay. Xia Er nodded, then immediately opened her maw. Benedict. Here, Great Jade Wing, Benedict responded at once. Order your warriors to act immediately. Xia Er's claw pointed at the island. Use mud, stones, and seaweed to block 2 of the 3 large entrances you've identified. Block them completely, leave not a single crack. As you command, Dragon Lord. Benedict received the order respectfully. Though he didn't understand the purpose of the Dragon Lord's instruction, he immediately began directing the surrounding bullywug warriors. Large numbers of bullywugs immediately clambered out of the seawater or dove beneath it, beginning to busily work at the 2 large tunnel entrances Xia Er had specified. They dug up wet, soft mud, moved heavy stones, and pulled tough strands of seaweed and vines, swiftly and efficiently sealing the openings. The resistors on the island clearly detected this activity. Panicked croaks sounded, and a few more sporadic bone arrows shot towards the busy bullywugs. However, they were all deflected by Saga's precise dive and intimidate maneuvers and the shields of the encircling warriors. Soon, the two larger entrances were completely sealed shut, leaving only the final one exposed. This was the entrance Saga judged to likely have the strongest defenses and the most central location. This entrance was located beneath the massive root system of a banyan tree half submerged in a murky water pool. The intricate, tangled roots and hanging vines provided natural cover. "Take me to the remaining entrance," Xia Er commanded, her massive wings spreading as she glided low, following the guidance of Saga and Benedict. She landed on a relatively dry boulder at the edge of the water pool, directly facing the entrance that exuded the scent of humus and the distinctive stench of bullywugs. Faintly visible within the entrance were shifting shadows and nervous glints of light. Clearly, the bullywug warriors inside were standing ready, prepared to make their final, desperate stand using the narrow terrain to their advantage. Xia Er took a deep breath, that sensation of numbness and searing heat lurking deep in her throat instantly amplified. Now Xia Er no longer suppressed it. Instead, she actively guided that long-brewing, turbid energy. "Fall back!" Xia Er roared low. Saga immediately beat his wings and ascended without hesitation. Benedict practically scrambled and rolled into the water, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the scene. The surrounding bullywug warriors also retreated in terror. Xia Er's massive head lifted slightly, aiming directly at the pitch-black entrance. Her chest cavity expanded violently. A terrifying low rumbling emanated from deep within her throat, as if brewing a storm. Boom. In the next instant, a vast cloud of poison mist, thick as liquid jade and mixed with highly corrosive acid, erupted violently from Xia Er's gaping maw. The poison mist churned and spread like a living entity, carrying the deadly, pungent sweet scent mixed with sulfur. It instantly flooded into the cave entrance relief. The sensation was like finally coughing up an age-old phlegm, and Xia Er actually felt an unexpected lightness. But very quickly, that comfort evaporated, replaced by a scorching pain. Xia Er forced back a throat-gnawing agony as if swallowing a red-hot branding iron, the burning spreading through her windpipe, and she poured out her breath weapon with all her might. This breath was not just about the immediate fight. It was about securing her future rule in the Star Mist Archipelago. Only by such means could she establish absolute authority. She was still in the young dragon stage. Young dragons were powerful, but if these thousands of bullywugs united, even an adult dragon would have to pick its battles. Xia Er's plan was to conquer these bullywugs, then consolidate her position in the archipelago through her juvenile dragon years, at minimum until she became a young adult dragon before fully emerging. If she did not intimidate them with blood and fire, sooner or later some of the frogfolk might turn rebellious. Roar. A deeper roar squeezed out of Xia Er's throat, and she expanded her chest violently again, forcing that wild, dangerous energy out. The previously sluggish poison mist erupted anew, surging with ferocity. Thick, almost tangible jade-green poison mist mixed with strongly corrosive acid, like a breached dam's torrent, poured even more forcefully into the cave entrances where the bullywugs hid. The sight was like a venomous jade waterfall crashing into the dark with annihilating momentum. Minutes later, Xia Er slowly fell silent. She felt the violent energy within her completely drained. The burning in her throat reached a critical point, as if her entire airway had been cauterized. Only then did she close her maw, forcibly ending that destructive breath. From deep inside the caves, the terrified, desperate croaks of bullywugs could at first still be heard, but gradually those sounds were replaced by violent coughing. Countless bullywug warriors rushed out from other passages, trying to flee the poison mist, but as soon as they stuck their heads out, they ran into bullywugs who had already surrendered to Xia Er and were brutally stopped, forced to surrender with looks of panic. Huff. Xia Er coughed twice, unable to care for the surrounding bullywugs. Each cough pulled at her injured throat and sent a stab of pain through her, yet she maintained an indifferent bearing, looking over the gathered bullywugs with full authority. Several evolution game notifications flickered across her vision, indicating rewards for killing bullywug warriors. Letter 1D52F, Letter 1D4B6, Small Cap N, O Circumflex, Letter 10331, E Grave S Acute. All the gains were in toxic resistance. At the cave mouth, the dense poison mist did not dissipate immediately. It still slowly wafted outward and settled, tinting the nearby pools with a bubbling, sinister green glow that exuded the smell of death. Although Xia Er felt burn-like pain in her throat, the limb regeneration she had gained from completing the slaughter mission earlier seemed to be kicking in. She could sense the burning, slowly healing, cool tendrils of relief brewing in her throat. Next time I use my breath, I must measure my strength. But ultimately, it was because my toxic resistance was too low. If my resistance were higher, perhaps I could have held on longer. Xia Er thought. She had assumed the toxic resistance she earned through the evolution game was useless, trash experience at best. After all, green dragons were naturally immune to most poisons. But she hadn't expected this toxic resistance to be precisely what she needed. How embarrassing. Around them, bullywug warriors began to stir, the sounds of skirmishing echoing from time to time, and the black dragon saga occasionally beat his wings and sword. Not long after, Benedict dragged a particularly hefty bullywug leader to the reef in front of Xia Er. The bullywug was soaking wet, its scales scorched and peeling, black blood leaking from its mouth and nose, and it crawled with difficulty to Xia Er's presence. Supreme Dragon Lord. Benedict's voice trembled faintly, colored by residual terror from Xia Er's terrible breath and by the excitement of supplanting the old master. This is Kurubak, leader of the bullywugs of Starlight Dew Island. He submits to your power. Kurubak's bulging yellow eyes were filled with absolute terror and a desperate will to survive. It struggled to prostrate itself, its throat producing a hoarse croak as if forming a pitiful plea. Great. True dragon, please forgive. Kurubak felt only endless fear now. Xia Er's power was overwhelming. Kurubak had fought because the one who came to conquer them was merely a juvenile black dragon. The bullywugs of Starlight Dew Island numbered nearly 1,000 and formed the most powerful bullywug tribe in the archipelago. If one were to follow a mighty dragon, it should at least be a young adult dragon, not a juvenile. Thus Kurubak had dared to resist, hoping to kill the black dragon and trade its corpse for sufficient gains. He had not expected the black dragon to not be the true dragon lord. The true dragon lord was a green dragon. However, even then Kurubak didn't take Xia Er seriously at first. Xia Er's size was at most that of an underdeveloped juvenile dragon. Kurubak felt no fear. But Kurubak had never imagined Xia Er would unleash such a terrifying breath. In minutes, dozens of bullywug warriors lay dead and hundreds poisoned. Kurubak had no choice but to surrender. He fancied himself powerful enough to serve the Dragon Lord. But then, Kurubak's plea failed to form a whole syllable. Xia Er's jade vertical pupils passed over Kurubak's disgrace-stricken face with the same indifference as one would give to a trivial insect. Without warning, a massive dragon claw, armored in hard scales and carrying the force of a great dragon, descended like a mountain. Thud. A muffled explosion, a mixture of shell-shattering and flesh-rupturing, erupted. Kurubak's hefty body was flattened under the claw in an instant, becoming a smear of muddy blood, torn flesh, and broken guts. The plea was cut off mid-cry, even a final whimper did not come. Xia Er slowly lifted her filthy claw as if she had merely stepped on an insignificant bug. Killed bullywug leader, Kurubak challenge level 8. Reward, toxic resistance EXP +2. Your toxic resistance has increased to level 2. A virtual panel flashed past, and Xia Er looked over the vast battlefield. Her voice was not loud, but it rang clear. Rebels die. As for all remaining bullywugs on the island who surrender, reduce them all to slavery. They will atone with blood and sweat, digging iron ore and collecting pearls for Jade Wing until death. After speaking, she turned her gaze to the awed, terrified Benedict and said aloud, Benedict, my servant. Supreme Dragon Lord, your most loyal servant awaits your commands, croak. Benedict immediately prostrated himself, utterly respectful. Xia Er's green dragon breath had completely crushed any thought of betrayal in Benedict. In his mind, Xia Er was now comparable to Hephaestus when he had been a young adult red dragon. From this day, all bullywugs of the Star Mist Archipelago shall be unified under the order I decree. Xia Er's voice carried unquestionable authority. This order will be determined by loyalty and merit, divided into 4 ranks. Though a few bullywug tribes on other isles had not yet been subjugated, their combined numbers were only 400 or 500. Saga and Benedict could handle them. First rank, Pearl lineage. You were the first to follow me and witness the descent of Jade Wing. Your loyalty was proven earliest, thus I grant you the surname Pearl and place you above other tribes. Only those of this rank may study crafts and ascend to the extraordinary. She glanced specifically at Benedict. Among the Pearl lineage, those who achieve outstanding merit I shall use dragon blood as a catalyst to grant. The dragon blood baptism, let their bloodline transform, bringing them closer to true dragons. Second rank, Brightscale folk. Xia Er's tone softened slightly but remained commanding. You are the tribes who, upon my first arrival at Brightscale Bay, were cowed by the dragon's majesty and wisely submitted. I grant you the surname Brightscale, placing you below the pearls. You may learn basic combat skills and form the core of the legions. Only through diligent service and merit can you hope to ascend. The bullywugs of Brightscale Bay were numerous. Except for that reckless leader, most had shown little resistance and were quite docile. Granting them the second rank was both recognition of their choice and a method of divide and reward to motivate them upward. Third rank. Common frogfolk. Xia Er's voice turned cold. All tribes that surrendered after defeat without forcing me to personally slaughter them fall into this category. You have no surname. You must atone for your past with blood and sweat, bearing the heaviest labor, mining, pearl collection, fortress construction, and supporting the legions. Only by achieving notable merit may you apply for promotion to Brightscale. This would be the position for most later surrenderers. They had to work themselves up through hardship and battlefield performance to earn advancement. Finally, Xia Er's gaze fell on those bullywugs of Starlight Dew Island who survived the breath. She continued, fourth rank. Stubborn slave. Those who resisted stubbornly, forcing me to personally slaughter them before yielding, shall be the lowest slaves. They shall possess no property, shall not learn crafts. They are fit only for the dirtiest and most dangerous tasks, digging the deepest mines, exploring the deadliest seas, charging at the front lines. Use your flesh to pave Jade Wing's path to glory, however. If one can achieve a world-turning heroic deed that rescues the Legion from disaster, promotion to Brightscale or Pearl remains possible. This tier was pure punishment and expendable labor, used to warn others of rebellion's fate and to provide cheap workforce and cannon fodder. The chance of promotion was almost non-existent in reality, surviving only as a theoretical hope. These four ranks were rules Xia Er created by referencing a system from her past memories called the caste system. It would be implemented among all her subjects in the future. Still, Xia Er was relatively merciful, offering these tribes some room to rise. Compared to a true caste system, it was humane. Sigh, what a benevolent dragon I am. If a genius emerged from the third or fourth ranks or a subject performed great feats, they could still be promoted step by step toward the first rank. Benedict naturally did not grasp the deeper implications. Only overwhelming joy knocked him senseless. Pearl lineage, Croak, I now have my own surname, I am Benedict Pearl, and Pearl will become the royal surname among bullywugs. Croak, Croak, Benedict rejoiced wildly, still prostrating himself, offering the highest salutations. Supreme Dragon Lord, thank you for your gift. Your most loyal servant will serve you for all eternity. Your command will be the spearhead of all bullywugs. Your name will be remembered alongside the frog god. The frog god, Ramanos, was the deity worshipped by the bullywugs, a chaotic evil god from a bottomless abyss. Once strong and active, now Ramanos slept most of the time and barely maintained interest in his own fate, a god on the verge of falling from divinity. However, under the frog god above and witnessed by the dragon mother, I have no intention of stripping the bullywugs of their faith. Though unsure whether Ramanos could hear, Xia Er was cautious. That was still a deity. Drawing divine attention, especially from a chaotic evil god, might trigger major events. But Xia Er figured Ramanos probably wouldn't care about a tribe of only 1,000 or so. She felt the slight burn in her throat again, then looked around with haughty composure. Saga, continue the campaign. After conquering the other islands, return to White Pearl Island to report to me. Yes, my lord. Saga acknowledged the order. Seeing this, Xia Er spread her wings and flew north over the sea. Now she needed to find a safe place to recover her wounds. Domination mission, 1229-1000. Mission completed, reward obtained. Spelled plant growth. On White Pearl Island, Xia Er, who had already returned to her lair, stared at the panel that appeared before her with a strange expression. Plant growth, huh? Plant growth was a fairly decent spell. While not exactly high grade, it wasn't low tier either. A green dragon would naturally master this spell upon reaching the young dragon stage. Right now, it was just a case of getting it ahead of schedule. For a green dragon, plant growth was indeed a useful spell. It could cause plants within an area to grow rapidly, creating obstructive terrain. Under sustained casting by certain druids, it could also boost crop yields within a region. It had to be said, this spell was a standout piece of magic for Xia Er to improve her living environment. It's just that the plant species on White Pearl Island were rather ordinary, consisting mainly of low shrubs. Making these shrubs grow would look rather unsightly, and a green dragon's innate nature wouldn't favor it either. A green dragon's nature was to prefer environments akin to great forests, not tall shrubs. Domination Mission Part 1. Obtain 1 vassal race with a population no less than 10,000 / obtain 3 vassal races, each with a population no less than 5,000. Domination Mission Part 2. Possess a vassal with a level of 10 or higher. Soon 2 more lines of game panels appeared before Xia Er. 1 race of 10,000 or 3 races of 5,000 each, huh? Xia Er's dragon eyes gleamed. If she were to support these bullywugs like pampered lords, completing this domination mission wouldn't be too difficult. The bullywugs just needed to eat, sleep, and breed. Within a few years, the frog population would explode. But why bother? Zaire brought them here to be servants, not to be masters. Reproduction was necessary. A unified bullywug tribe with no lack of food would inevitably see population growth. Zaire also needed a steady stream of new servants. Judging by the current rewards, it seems slaughter missions grant rewards that enhance basic attributes like vitality, strength, and such, while domination missions grant rewards in the form of spell gifts like this plant growth. Zaire pondered silently to herself. If that's the case, then what would the reward for an evolution mission be? Thinking of this, Zaire felt a tingling numbness in her throat and refocused her thoughts on everything related to dragon breath. Unlike the winged breath, this breath attack was the genuine article, a true green dragon's breath. Zaire had expelled all the poison mist she had accumulated since birth. While she could still breathe fire in the future, if she wanted to unleash another breath attack as formidable as the previous one, it would require time to accumulate again. After all, potent poison gas wasn't something that could form in just a few days. Her formidable recovery ability had already mostly restored her throat, freeing her from that previous feeling of weakness, yet Zaire still felt a vague sense of crisis. Our cute letter 1D51E letter FF4E, a small cap B yaw letter 1E61. Perhaps I could swallow something to temporarily enhance my breath ability. Zaire thought to herself, though she hadn't yet figured out what exactly to swallow for that effect. After pondering it for a while, she decided to start studying plant growth. The entire White Pearl Island only had a handful of plants. Zaire gazed at an inconspicuous low shrub on White Pearl Island, focused her will, and stirred the newly acquired magical power within her body. A stream of vibrant, emerald-green magical radiance flowed from her dragon claw, gently enveloping the plant. Under the spell's influence, the shrub seemed injected with a violent surge of vitality. Its stem visibly swelled, tiny branches rapidly extended and spread, and leaves swiftly unfurled and enlarged. Within a few short breaths, the originally half-person tall shrub had wildly grown into a small, leafy tree with twisted branches like outstretched arms, casting a small patch of shade. It works indeed. A flicker of thought crossed Zaire's mind as she ceased the flow of magic. However, the moment the magical radiance dissipated, a startling change occurred. The newly grown small tree seemed to deflate like a punctured sack. Its tall form rapidly withered, the extended branches swiftly retracted, and the swollen leaves curled up and shrank. Within a few breaths, it had completely reverted to its original short stature before the spell, as if the astonishing growth moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. Tusk. Zaire narrowed her dragon pupils, revealing a trace of understanding and a hint of disappointment. It's not true acceleration of growth. It's more like temporary morphological shaping and a temporary infusion of life energy. Once the energy stops, the plant's original form immediately returns. With this realization, Zaire carefully observed the unchanged shrub and, combining the perception granted by the spell model, quickly estimated. To permanently fix it in its grown state, I'd probably need to continuously channel this magic, maintaining the spell uninterrupted for at least several hours. Zaire realized that thoroughly transforming the barren, desolate vegetation of White Pearl Island by herself would be a massive undertaking requiring significant time and magical investment. This spell was the one green dragons mastered the most and were most proficient in. However, ordinary green dragons nested within forests, surrounded by natural flora. In a true home-ground battle, they would simply incite the surrounding plants to grow as before, establishing terrain more favorable for their own combat, and then employ other plant-based spells for attack. Among the chromatic dragons, green dragons were also the species most fond of casting magic, not known for their physical strength. Green dragons like Zaire, who built their lairs in desolate, barren places like White Pearl Island, were quite rare. Doing so was equivalent to voluntarily giving up geographical advantage. Zaire felt quite helpless about this too. There were no forests nearby. The nearest forest was located southwest of the Karugu Highlands, bordering a human duchy, a small patch of woods said to be inhabited by some elves, a marquisate under the human duchy. Under this world's feudal system, the human noble ranks of duke, count, and baron were truly subordinate relationships. That is, under a king were dukes, under dukes were counts, and the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. The marquis was the first exception. A marquis was typically a noble stationed at the nation's frontier, guarding the borders, possessing a high degree of autonomy. In simpler terms, it was more like an enhanced version of the military governor Zaire remembered from her impressions. It was said that when the southern human kingdom was first established, it received aid from an elven companion. The kingdom's founding king later designated that forest for the elven companion, bestowing the title of duke. However, over a century, the new kings gradually distanced themselves from these elves. Slowly, the elves no longer considered themselves human vassals, maintaining only a tenuous, lingering connection, tacitly recognized as a marquis. Even so, it was not something a young dragon like Xia Er could covet. Sigh. Thinking of this, Xia Er could only let out a deep sigh. Well, an island in the Sea of Frost is just an island in the Sea of Frost. For now, the goal is to develop peacefully. Once I grow into a veteran among dragonkind, forget a mere forest, even the capital of a human kingdom will be within my grasp 6 months later. The summer sun blazed brightly, marking the most perfect weather of the year in the Sea of Frost. The Jade Wing, the great green dragon Xia Er, lay sprawled upon the throne within the palace built on White Pearl Island, her tail swaying gently. The palace connected with several natural caves, making it quite concealed. However, it didn't look like a green dragon's royal court, it more closely resembled a black dragon's palace. Over the past 6 months, Xia Er had rested and recuperated, taking no further actions. She merely had the kobolds cultivate the land on White Pearl Island and instructed the bullywugs to catch more fish and dry them into jerky, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. As for what those circumstances might be, Xia Er wasn't sure either. In any case, stockpiling more food was definitely not a mistake. During these 6 months, the fishmen to the east of the Star Mist Archipelago made no moves, and the lizardmen to the north were also quiet. They held no particular wariness towards the unified bullywugs, maintaining a policy of non-interference, which was excellent. The white dragon Dassault had also successfully awakened from his slumber over these 6 months, progressing from the wormling stage to the young dragon stage. He seemed to have grown a tiny bit smarter, and his body length had reached about 4.5 to 5 meters. The white dragon's innate talent was still lacking. Compared to the other 4 types of chromatic dragons, he remained somewhat smaller. However, after awakening, Dassault's primary duty was to travel back and forth between White Pearl Island and Starlight Dew Island, delivering Xia Er's decrees and messages from Saga. Saga was stationed on Starlight Dew Island, the largest of the currently conquered islands, overseeing the bullywug tribes and coordinating command from the center. He did not stay on White Pearl Island with Xia Er. The reason Xia Er chose not to move to the largest island, Starlight Dew Island, despite conquering so many islands, was exceptionally simple. It was far too conspicuous. Starlight Dew Island was one of the 4 largest islands in the Star Mist Archipelago and served as the southern gateway, extending deep into the Sea of Frost. If any war broke out, the enemy's primary target for a surprise attack would undoubtedly be Starlight Dew Island. If she were on Starlight Dew Island, retreat would be inconvenient should any incident occur. White Pearl Island was different. It was extremely close to the mainland. If faced with any crisis, she could calmly retreat into the Cunning Highlands and seek Valentina's protection. As for resources, for Xia Er it made no difference. Living anywhere was the same, no distinction at all. They were all barren lands with no special resources. If one had to name something, there were only fish resources and pearl resources. These resources didn't require her personal presence. Once the bullywugs caught fish or harvested pearls, they just needed to transport them over. There was absolutely no need for her to command anything personally. As for why Saga was on Starlight Dew Island, it was purely because there was a vast swamp there. Black dragons naturally favored swamps. Although Saga had expressed his desire to stay on White Pearl Island, after careful consideration, Xia Er decided to let Saga inhabit Starlight Dew Island to guard against the bullywug tribes secretly plotting mischief. And precisely because of this, Saga would only inhabit the swamp and would not build a castle on Starlight Dew Island, making it relatively concealed. After all, Xia Er did not want the outside world to know that the Southern Star Mist Archipelago was under the control of 3 young dragons. Because dragons were walking treasure troves, especially chromatic dragons. Materials from chromatic dragons were more precious than those from lesser dragonkin, more common than those from gem dragons, and they were easier to provoke than metallic dragons. There was really no helping it. That's just how evil dragons were. Those good-aligned dragons laid 2 eggs per clutch, coddling their offspring like precious jewels. If you provoked a metallic dragon's child, you would face endless attacks from that metallic dragon family. As for gem dragons, they were meddlesome, their numbers were fewer than chromatic or metallic dragons, and most intelligent creatures wouldn't set their sights on them. Only chromatic dragons remained. After reaching the young dragon stage, they would be driven from their mother's nest to wander alone, making them the easiest targets. Even those dragon overlords entrenched in their territories often committed heinous acts, giving adventurers ample justification to launch crusades against them. Faced with this predicament, what could Xia Er do? Truly nothing. She was just a young dragon. So it was best to conceal their traces, pretending this unified bullywug tribe had achieved it on their own. That Frog King Benedict was the first frog emperor of the Star Mist Archipelago, who, building upon the efforts of 6 generations, unified the bullywugs, becoming a renowned hero among their kind. Ha tilde. After pondering for a moment, Xia Er stretched her wings and rose from the massive throne. Hunting time. Although she had taken the bullywugs under her wing and no longer lacked blood sacrifices, able to freely enjoy the offerings presented to the great true dragon, Xia Er still maintained the habit of hunting. She also strictly enforced that the white dragon Dessous keep up the hunting habit. If one became too comfortable, they would lose their edge. If Xia Er and Dessous were young dragons, mature adult dragons, or even young adult dragons, with combat experience etched into their bones, they naturally wouldn't need daily killing to remind themselves. But now they were merely young dragons. They still needed to hunt self-sufficiently to increase their killing to avoid slackening. As Xia Er stretched her nearly jade-green wings, preparing to embark on a hunt targeting fish in the sea, a hurried and obsequious voice came from the palace entrance. Great, most exalted Jade Wing, your most humble, most loyal servant Valentine requests an audience. Accompanying the voice, a kobold chieftain with a hunched back practically crawled on all fours into the hall where Xia Er resided. It was none other than Valentine, the kobold chieftain responsible for castle construction and daily chores on White Pearl Island. Valentine's scales were smeared with dirt, his face full of awe and trepidation. The moment he entered the hall, he immediately prostrated himself, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground, his long tail trembling uneasily. Xia Er halted her steps, her massive head lowering to gaze down at this tiny creature. Her draconic pupils showed no displeasure at being disturbed, only a calm look towards Valentine. What is it? Kobolds revered dragons the most. For him to come report to her, it must be something significant. Great Master. Valentine's voice carried a distinct tremor. Just now, a pearl cyan bullywug from Starlight Dew Island arrived. It swam desperately to get here. It brings an urgent verbal message from Lord Saga. That frogman says that in the waters at the southernmost tip of the archipelago near Coral Island, traces of humans have been discovered. A merchant fleet flying strange flags has already reached the periphery of Coral Island and is attempting to dock. Lord Saga has already ordered the frogman warriors on the island to heighten their vigilance. Lord Saga requests your instructions, Great Master. Please bestow your decree. A human merchant fleet. A flicker of delight mixed with wariness flashed in Xia Er's draconic eyes. She then said, order it to immediately return to Saga at the fastest speed possible. Tell him to hold his position and maintain strict surveillance. Have Benedict step forward, using his identity as the leader of the Starlight Dew Island bullywugs, to receive those humans and purchase the supplies we need. I will provide him with a list. Simultaneously, ascertain the scale, equipment, and backing of this merchant fleet. Absolutely forbid revealing any information about my existence or the existence of Saga and Dessous. Yes, yes. Great Master, absolutely forbid revealing. Valentine replied reverently, your wisdom shines like the stars. Valentine will see to it at once. With that, Valentine respectfully left the palace to notify the frogmen. Xia Er's enthusiasm for hunting had long since vanished, replaced by a sense of vigilance. A human merchant convoy could bring a wealth of goods, but it was also a threat. Let's observe for now several sturdy ships cut through the Azure Sea, anchoring on the outskirts of Coral Island. On the decks, sailors were busily furling sails and dropping anchors. The hulls were encrusted with barnacles near the waterline, and signs of wear were visible on the solid gunnels. This fleet had clearly sailed from distant southern waters. On board, human soldiers clad in armor could be seen, holding weapons like repeating crossbows, vigilantly scanning the island. On the observation deck of the lead ship, a young man dressed in deep blue silk finery leaned against the railing. The luxurious fabric of his attire stood in stark contrast to the coarse linen worn by the sailors around him. The young noble had a youthful face, yet possessed a composure that belied his years. He held a brass-crafted monocular telescope, intently gazing toward Coral Island. Through the telescope's lens, he saw the wetland vegetation along the island's edge trampled and disordered. In the murky shallows, he could vaguely make out some warty backs moving beneath the water's surface, exuding a primitive wildness and wariness. Further inland, the island's terrain was complex, with several towering rock formations and dark, shadowy cave entrances faintly visible. The young man slowly adjusted the focus, trying to see more clearly. It seems these frogmen have truly been unified. The price of pearls might rise soon. He murmured to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Benedict, who is this? In the long summers of past years, I've never heard of such a frogman leader. Sigh. The young man's name was Nolan, his surname Royce. He was the second son of Count Ryan Royce of Lonely Tower County, a direct vassal of the Grand Duke of Shaoyi within the Grand Duchy of Shaoyi. The Grand Duchy of Shaoyi was one of the principalities under the jurisdiction of the human kingdom of Drentland. The Kingdom of Drentland practiced partible inheritance, meaning that upon a noble's death, the eldest son would inherit the majority of the noble's titles, while the other children would divide the remaining titles equally. On the surface, it seemed any child of a noble would have the opportunity to become a noble themselves. But this did not include Nolin, because Lonely Tower County had no more titles to grant. While in terms of noble ranks, there were still the titles of Viscount and Baron. The problem was, Viscount was not a proper hereditary title. It was originally just the name of an official position, a deputy to the count, which later became an independent, albeit heritable, title. Its status was extremely awkward and not recognized by the established nobility. And as for Baron, Lonely Tower County had no additional baronies left to grant. He could only receive some manors or similar lands, becoming a lame baron. In such an environment, although Nolin was the son of a count and thus a noble of some standing, his future prospects were bleak. At best, he would gain his father's favor and inherit some scattered lands, amusing himself by being called lord on his own property. He would never truly enter high society and might even be worse off than some knighted men-at-arms. Letter 1D411 Letter 1D63C, Nua Ye Letter 10314. After all, knights also possessed land, even had their own armed forces, could retain followers, serve alongside nobles, and could be respectfully addressed as sir. In this situation, Nolin could only strike out on his own, hoping to use wealth and merit to forge a path forward, accumulate some money, marry an old, widowed noblewoman, and through this method acquire her lands. It would be considered marrying into her family, but his descendants could then inherit a portion of the old widow's territory, becoming true barons. That would be enough for him. Thinking this far, Nolin felt a wave of weariness. The kingdom had seen no major wars for many years. Trying to earn a title through military merit was far too difficult. Just as Nolin lowered the telescope, a trace of worry still etched between his brows, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind him. Young Master Nolin, that frogman leader Benedict has agreed, permitting us to come ashore to trade. Nolin turned and saw the old mage Edwin, who had accompanied the voyage, gathering the loose sleeves of his robe and giving a slight nod. Excellent. Nolin took a deep breath, suppressing the doubts in his heart. He quickly adjusted his deep blue silk finery, ensuring his noble bearing was impeccable. Bring the cargo manifest and a small squad of elites follow me ashore. Mage Edwin, you come as well. With that, Nolin descended the gangway, stepping onto the damp, muddy tidal flats of Coral Island. Over a dozen mercenaries, clad in fine leather armor, armed with sharp blades at their waists and repeating crossbows in hand, immediately fanned out in a protective arc, vigilantly guarding Nolin and the mage. The mercenaries moved with practiced efficiency, their eyes sharp. They were clearly seasoned veterans. Nolin felt slightly reassured. With these elite guards and the shipboard mana cannons capable of demolishing small fortresses as his backing, even if these damp frogmen suddenly turned hostile, he was confident he could retreat unscathed or even make them pay a heavy price. Soon, within a crude palace on Coral Island, Nolin met this frog king who had unified the Star Mist archipelago. Calling it a palace was generous. It was essentially a hastily constructed shelter made from damp boulders, rotten driftwood, and tangled seaweed, permeated by a strong odor of fish and mud. Suppressing his disdain, Nolin maintained a nobleman's smile. Their group was led by two bullywug warriors armed with fishing spears to the center, where they saw Frog King Benedict perched upon a moss-covered stone seat. Nolin gracefully bowed, performing a nobleman's salute. Respected Frog King Benedict, on behalf of the Royce family, I bring quality goods, refined weapons, sharp tools, sturdy cloth, and fine southern wines. May our trade be mutually beneficial. Nolan's voice was courteous, but his eyes held a barely perceptible flicker of contempt, as if looking at a group of uncivilized beasts. Weapons. Some were recycled scrap from battlefields reforged. The tools and cloth were also inferior goods. Perhaps only the southern fine wines were genuine, some bitter barley ale. Benedict let out a gurgling sound from his throat, responding in broken, halting common tongue, each word seeming squeezed from mud. Iron goods, want, but not enough. I also want seeds, grain seeds, tree seeds. If no grain seeds, must give tree seeds. Want big trees, tree seeds that can survive winter in sea of frost. Nolin was taken aback, confused. Bullywugs traditionally lived by fishing and hunting. Since when did they need farming? This request was truly odd, but soon Nolin heard an even more startling demand. And, poisonous things, poisonous herbs, venoms, all want. Besides that, I need some books. Any books, all cans. Seeing Nolan's puzzled expression, Benedict added, "If no poison, pay with gold coins, many gold coins." Shock churned within Nolan, but outwardly he maintained his courteous demeanor, his mind racing. Seeds might be for clearing land. Bullywugs live by fishing and hunting, but this sea region still has fishmen. Perhaps they are considering a change. But why poisons? Bullywugs have never dabbled in alchemy. Bullywugs actually want books. This point made Nolan even more astonished. He simply smiled slightly and then said, "Frog King, your demands are unexpected. I have these things, but you, what will you use for payment?" "Pearls." "Many, many pearls. And guarantee your fleet safe passage through the Star Mist Archipelago. Guarantee that your fleet can pass unimpeded through the Star Mist Archipelago." After returning to the fleet, Nolan was still immersed in that statement, savoring it for a long time. Could it be that this entire Bullywug tribe is completely insane? What gives this almost primitive frogman tribe the right to offer such a guarantee to their merchant fleet? Although the merchant fleet isn't as powerful as the kingdom's navy, Nolan had spent a fortune to purchase a mana cannon to defend against many dangers. He also hired an elite mercenary group of 50 men and a mage dispatched by his father, Count of the High Tower, to assist. With such a lineup, Nolan could say without hesitation that it was enough to annihilate this Bullywug nation. If it weren't for the lack of resources here, the distance from the kingdom being too great, and the hassle of harvesting pearls, Nolan would have already wiped out this disgusting Bullywug tribe. And just now, the Frog King's demands had left Nolan even more astonished. These demands were absolutely not what a Frog King, who had just unified a barbaric tribe, should be asking for. This seemed more like something manipulated by an existence with long-term planning, even one requiring accumulated knowledge. How could a primitive tribal chieftain think of wanting books? The very idea itself was bizarre. Nolan quickly filtered through the possibilities in his mind. A fugitive, some wanted master thief or desperado who couldn't survive in the kingdom, fled to this desolate island, wanting to use the frogmen to establish a base, even develop secretly. That could explain the demand for weapons and poisons, but books were still a stretch. And why would Bullywugs submit to a desperado from a different race, or perhaps chromatic dragons? This thought sent a chill down Nolan's spine. Bullywugs were indeed the most common servants of the black dragons among the chromatic dragons. Furthermore, nearly 7 years ago, the world's largest evil dragon dynasty, the Underwood Dragon Flight, was annihilated under the joint siege of the Gold Dragon Clement and various factions. The dragons of the entire flight scattered and fled. Although many had been killed, dozens of dragons were also dispersed across the lands. Perhaps what dwelled here was such a remnant from the Underwood Dragon Flight. However, chromatic dragons were the most arrogant. They were absolutely not the type to hide their tracks. If there really was a chromatic dragon behind this, it would have likely appeared before him directly, forcing him, a puny human, to kneel. Anya a symbol thrufa de letterifa fita, oreganek letterwana 6 Could it be Prince Amon, whose fate was unknown after his failed rebellion 10 years ago? Nolan's imagination ran wild. If Prince Amon was still alive, having drifted here attempting to accumulate power, this thought was enough to make any kingdom noble's heart pound. Whichever possibility it was, it meant immense risk. However, Nolan exhaled a breath, his eyes blazing with fervor. Who cares if it's a dragon, a ghost, or a rebel behind it? Nolan's gaze sharpened once more, greed overwhelmed fear. As long as the profit was substantial enough, he would even dare to sell the mana cannon on the ship. If the entity behind this had sufficient assets, Nolan could even procure alchemical golems for him. Of course, the civilian versions. He didn't have the means to get military-grade versions. Nolan needed this wealth, and for it, he would not hesitate to deal with the devil. And there was another point. No matter if it was a desperado, a chromatic dragon, or that Prince Amon who, after his failed rebellion, headed north, deep into the Karugu Highlands, and vanished into the icy plains behind these bullywugs. Anyone who could develop power here surely harbored their own ambitions. If they truly succeeded in the future, they might remember the favor of this merchant and provide unprecedented returns. This, too, could be considered an investment. Suppressing the doubts and a trace of inexplicable excitement in his heart, Nolan immediately took action. Inferior ironware and tools were readily available ballast cargo, quickly moved to the deck by the sailors. But seeds, poisons, and books were indeed troublesome. Nolan paced rapidly in the cargo hold, his eyes scanning the piled goods. Seeds were naturally absent. The ship only had a small amount of emergency oats. As for tree seeds, or rather saplings, who would bring those on a ship, that would have to wait for the next trade. As for poisons. A flash of inspiration struck Nolan, and he stopped before several sealed wooden barrels emitting a pungent odor. This was black oil, the energy source that powered the precious mana cannon on the ship and its navigation. This stuff wasn't just flammable and explosive. Its toxic fumes were enough to dizzy nearby crew, and prolonged exposure would damage the body. Its toxicity was unquestionable. In the hands of alchemists, it was an important raw material. If the other party truly wanted alchemical materials, this was absolutely the best choice. This is it. Nolan decisively decided. Selling a few barrels secretly wouldn't hurt. As for books, Nolan smiled wryly. A merchant ship wasn't a library. Apart from the logbook and a few boring cargo manifests, there were only a few dog-eared knight adventure novels and popular erotic tales privately stashed by the sailors. Immediately, Nolan summoned the first mate. They turned the crew quarters upside down and finally managed to gather 7 or 8 colorful booklets, their contents being nothing more than tales of heroes saving beauties, dragon slaying, or other absurd stories. Nolan gathered these spiritual sustenance together. Setting foot on Coral Island again, Nolan presented the list and samples one by one to Benedict. Respected Frog King. Nolan maintained an elegant smile. The ironware, cloth, and liquor you requested are here. As for seeds, it was an oversight this time. We will definitely bring them next time. Poisons. These barrels of alchemical black oil are highly toxic and exceptionally valuable. They are excellent alchemical base materials, and I believe they will meet your needs. These books are the treasured wisdom of our crew, recording strange tales and anecdotes from the human world and combat techniques. He told this small lie without batting an eye. Benedict's bulging yellow eyes swept over the black oil barrels. The pungent smell made it shake its head uncomfortably, but upon hearing alchemical and exceptionally valuable, it grunted and nodded. As for those books, Benedict couldn't read them anyway. Seeing they were densely packed with characters, it simply waved a hand. Thus, over 30 baskets of pearls of varying sizes and luster were laboriously carried onto Nolan's ship by the bullywugs. With the transaction complete, a weight lifted from Nolan's heart. The profit was not as high as previous years. After all, in previous years, before the frogmen tribes were unified, those frogmen had no idea of the value these pearls held in the human kingdom. A few pieces of iron could exchange for these pearls. The corresponding cost, however, was having to haggle with each individual tribe. Now, after unification, the price had gone up, but it also saved a lot of time. After all, their merchant fleet's true goal was to continue northward to trade with the Insut people of the icy plains. Just as he was preparing to take his leave, Nolan took a deep breath, mustered his courage, took a step closer to Benedict, lowered his voice with a hint of a merchant's shrewdness and a barely detectable probe. Frog King, the quality of these pearls is excellent, a pleasant transaction, however. Here Nolan paused, then continued. Forgive my bluntness, but pearls, though good, are ultimately mundane items. Next time, if you wish to exchange for more precious goods, such as the magical materials, fine weapons, or even certain rarer seeds and knowledge tomes you might need, pearls alone might not suffice in value. Observing Benedict's reaction, Nolan said slowly, "The seas of the Star Mist Archipelago are vast and mysterious. In the deep ocean below, there must surely be hidden true treasures, or perhaps scales shed by certain powerful creatures. If you can provide such items of greater value, I swear on my family's name that I can bring you returns far beyond your imagination." Having planted the seed of suggestion, Nolan said no more. After a respectful bow, he led his fleet, laden with pearls, slowly away from Coral Island. This was also a test. As everyone knew, everything about chromatic dragons was extremely valuable. A single dragon scale was worth over a dozen gold coins, far exceeding the value of pearls. At the same time, dragon scales were also commonly used materials by alchemists. If there was a chromatic dragon behind this bullywug tribe, then upon learning this, the other party might trade with dragon scales. This way, Nolan could clearly understand what was truly manipulating this bullywug tribe. The Star Mist Archipelago is getting more and more interesting. Half a year ago, Derek's merchant fleet obtained the corpse of a young white dragon from those lizard men. Now these bullywugs have been unified, plus the originally powerful fishmen. It seems the Star Mist Archipelago is inevitably headed for a great war. Nolan was indifferent. Whoever won or lost had nothing to do with him. The merchant fleet operated solely based on profit. He didn't yet have the capital to support a faction here and keep a war going continuously. So no matter who achieved victory, it wouldn't affect Nolan's core interests. Hoist the sails, set course. Is that what the leader of the human merchant caravan said? On the white pearl throne, Xia Er looked at Saga and Dessau's reporting before her. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the traded black oil and books before she opened her mouth and said, "It seems he's not a fool either." Although Xia Er felt this act wouldn't hide things for long, being seen through at the first meeting was indeed a bit too fast. "My lord, should we chase them down and kill them?" The white dragon Dassault spoke up eagerly, looking ready for action. Just some humans like ants. I could crush them with a single claw. Seeing Dassault so eager, Xia Er was momentarily at a loss for words. Seriously, buddy, how many lives do you have? No wonder white dragons have the highest mortality rate. Xia Er directly ignored Dassault's words and said, Dassault, today's hunt isn't finished yet. You go out hunting with the bullywugs. Yes, my lord. Dassault crouched on the ground, scratching his head with a hind limb like a cat, somewhat confused, but he still obeyed the command. He retreated from the Pearl Royal Court, leaped into the air, and flew towards Starlight Dew Island. Everything continues as before. That human neither openly stated it nor remained completely silent. Instead, he used this method to secretly pass a message, which also shows a desire to test us. So we'll also pretend not to know and just continue as usual. After the fool Dassault left, Xia Er looked towards Saga's direction and said, Saga, I'll have to trouble you too. In a few days, take the bullywugs deep into the ocean to see if there are any rare treasures that humans might want. If we find something, we'll have more leverage in our next trade with them. Saga respectfully lowered his head and rumbled in a low voice, understood. Then he silently retreated from the White Pearl Royal Court, his massive figure disappearing into the shadows. The entire palace instantly fell quiet, leaving only Xia Er, a single green dragon. Xia Er's gaze first fell on those barrels of black oil emitting a pungent odor. A light of inquiry flickered in her draconic pupils. She extended a massive dragon claw and carefully used a sharp claw tip to pry open a barrel lid. An even more intense, throat-tightening stench instantly filled the air, carrying the smell of sulfur and decay. Xia Er leaned in and sniffed, frowning slightly. Then, with extreme caution, she used a claw tip to dab a tiny bit of the viscous, pitch-black oil and brought it close to her eyes for careful observation. Letter 211, letter 1D586, letter 2115, Ogrov beta Ihachek, letter 1E69. Alchemical black oils. Xia Er muttered to herself, I asked for poisons. Why give me this? Although among green dragons, quite a few become alchemists and green dragons are well versed in this art, for Xia Er, studying alchemy is still too tedious. She wants to be a pure ruler. However, black oil does contain some toxins. Black oil is a black, viscous substance formed after magical creatures die, remain untreated for a long time, and undergo sedimentation over long ages. After being refined by alchemists, it becomes an item similar to petroleum. Ultimately, it's ancient corpse oil. But Xia Er didn't have too many taboos about this. She was just somewhat curious and wanted to investigate. Does this black oil count as a type of poison? In the dragon inheritance Xia Er received, there was once a memory. Once, a red iron dragon, to enhance its breath ability, specifically swallowed black oil to stimulate its senses, wanting to use the flammability of black oil to increase the power of its flames, an idea that coincided with her own. But the problem is she is a green dragon spraying poison mist and venom. Can it be the same? Green dragons are different from red dragons, poison mist and fire are worlds apart, but Xia Er's curiosity had been ignited. Her base attributes far surpass those of ordinary young dragons. Her life force and resistances are constantly being strengthened through slaughter missions. A little bit of black oil is nothing to fear. With this thought, Xia Er extended her dragon claw. A sharp claw tip scooped up roughly 300 milliliters of the viscous black oil. The oil was pitch black like ink, strikingly conspicuous against her emerald green scales. Xia Er slowly brought the claw tip close to her mouth. After some mental preparation, she resolutely let the oil drip into her mouth. Instantly, a fiery, burning sensation exploded in her throat. It was like swallowing a whole handful of spicy jerky strips. The stimulating sensation spread from the tip of her tongue down her esophagus, carrying a sulfur-like choking smell. Xia Er grunted, her dragon body trembling slightly, but the intense pain didn't last. The green dragon's powerful constitution quickly suppressed the discomfort. Her toxin resistance surged forth like a tide, firmly enveloping the invading foreign substance. Then a strange change occurred. Xia Er could clearly sense that the dormant venom essence within her body seemed to be awakened. The venom essence, now ravenous, began actively absorbing the energy from the black oil. The toxins within the black oil were rapidly decomposed by the venom, further beginning to fuse, transforming into a stream of icy warmth that slowly infused into her breath-attack core. Xia Er's spirit lifted, her dragon eyes suddenly brightening. It actually works. The concentration of the venom was increasing. That destructive force capable of corroding all things was quietly strengthening. Although only by a thread, it was like a single spark starting a prairie fire. This alchemical black oil could actually catalyze a green dragon's breath attack, not just the green dragon's breath attack. Xia Er even felt her winged breath had increased a bit as well. A wave of ecstasy swept through her heart. Xia Er stared at the remaining black oil, her thoughts racing. Next trade, I must demand more. If it could be mass-produced, that would be even better. However, Xia Er was also very clear that although this black oil's effect was so incredible, she absolutely could not share it with Saga and Dessous. It wasn't that Xia Er was being stingy, but because she possessed the astonishing self-healing ability limb regeneration. She could ignore the burning sensation the black oil caused when passing through her throat. Saga and Dessous did not have such an incredible self-healing ability. If they swallowed it, it would cause permanent damage, the disadvantages outweighing the benefits. Even though Xia Er had an astonishing self-healing ability, being in the young dragon stage, she couldn't guzzle it freely either. She could only take small sips. These few barrels of black oil would be enough for Xia Er to drink for a year or two. Now that's what I call a kick. After dabbing a bit more black oil and consuming it, Xia Er felt comfortably satisfied. Then she turned her gaze to the other pile, the books. Xia Er was also urgently eager to understand what the human world was like, and the simplest way to understand a world is to read books. To see how far the human nations in the south have developed now. After all, if they can already apply black oil to instruments, if she spreads her wings and flies in a few days, she might not run into a fighter jet squadron, would she? With this thought, Xia Er cast Mage Hand and began examining these books. As soon as she looked, Xia Er felt very disappointed. These weren't books on humanities and knowledge, but rather some storybooks, novels, and heroic biographies. The storybooks and novels were not lacking in steamy plots, while the heroic biographies had stories that were overly embellished with color. Flipping through them, Xia Er did find one story titled The Dragon Who Protected the Kingdom. It told the tale of a blue dragon who turned over a new leaf, performed meritorious service for a human kingdom, went undercover in the Underwood Dragon Flight, and finally collaborated from within and without, rectified the chaos, and completely destroyed the Underwood Dragon Flight. Oh, this news story seems to be recent. Seeing this, Xia Er, full of anticipation, opened this novel and began reading. Xia Er only knew the common tongue and draconic. She had also learned some human language based on the dragon inheritance, so she could understand the content written in the novel. However, after finishing the first volume of the story, Xia Er was already somewhat angry. What the hell kind of author is this, writing this chicken feather nonsense? Have you ever been a dragon, writing some things randomly, just assuming things? Karugu Highlands. Xia Er appeared once more in this territory belonging to Valentina. Although it was summer with bright sunshine, the Karugu Highlands were, after all, located in the northern borderlands, close to the icy plains. The cold wind still howled incessantly. Under such conditions, birds were naturally unwilling to venture out, making Xia Er's figure appear particularly massive. Within the dragon's nest, the round, plump blue dragon youngling Carta lay on the ground, utterly content. Ever since Xia Er and Tyrone had left, as the most powerful blue dragon under Her Highness the Princess, Carta basically didn't need to go out hunting either. He could just lie around enjoying life every day. This was the kind of life that belonged to a true dragon, Carta. At that moment, another blue dragon, Otto, cautiously called out to Carta. Faced with this sudden disturbance, Carta was clearly very displeased. He slowly climbed up from the ground, his draconic eyes filled with fire as he glared fiercely at Otto. If you're bothering me for no reason, you know what I'll do. Carta's draconic aura poured down. Although Otto had also passed his dragon sleep and entered the young dragon stage, he still wasn't very confident facing Carta. He could only stammer out, Xia Er is here. Xia Er. Upon hearing that name, Carta was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He instantly jumped up, alertly looking around, just in time to see Xia Er elegantly landing beside the dragon nest, looking in his direction. Making eye contact with Xia Er, Carta's heart seemed to skip a beat. Damn it, why is he here again? Carta was filled with irritation. He didn't want to see Xia Er because he couldn't beat Xia Er. It seems you're living quite arrogantly in this nest. Xia Er looked at Carta, observing the body that appeared particularly rotund from long-term comfort, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Then he opened his mouth and said, "You've gotten so fat. Princess Valentina must be treating you quite well." Of course, after all, I'm a blue dragon born of Underwood. Carta was immensely proud. The surname Underwood gave him an innate sense of arrogance. Hearing this, Xia Er shook his head. Who knows what Valentina is thinking, really acting like a nanny here. This Carta has become so bloated, and those two little blue dragons, Otto and Rebecca, have zero hunting experience. This isn't a princess. This is clearly a nanny. Dragons raised under these conditions would be lucky to grow into mediocre specimens. Most likely they'll become a disgrace to dragonkind, true good-for-nothings. Carta, seeing you live in such prosperous condition, I am truly comforted by Princess Valentina's generosity. Zaire's voice was steady, betraying no emotion. Coincidentally, I've come to the Highlands this time with a small matter. I need a little favor from an outstanding descendant of Underwood like yourself. Letter 1E59, letter 1D51E, new abeta E circumflex, letter 1E61. Carda felt his scales tighten all over under Zaire's gaze, but upon hearing Underwood and favor, that arrogance born of his bloodline surfaced again. He forced himself to appear calm, raising his head, his prominent Adam's apple bobbing. HMPH, what is it? For her highness's sake, let's hear it. Zaire said unhurriedly, I need a few of your dragon scales. What? Carda instantly bristled, as if his tail had been stepped on again. His massive blue body jerked backward, his draconic aura erupting uncontrollably. Fire seemed to shoot from his eyes as he roared, Zaire, you greedy green-scaled wretch, you dare covet the scales of a great blue dragon? That is my glory. My powers, you. Zaire let out a long sigh and instantly moved. The massive emerald figure tore through the air, crossing several meters of distance in an instant. Carda only saw a blur before feeling an incredibly terrifying force slam into his side, violently flipping his overly heavy body onto the ground. Boom! Carda crashed down heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the pain all over his body, Carda was both shocked and furious. His four limbs kicked and struggled wildly, his fanged maw trying to bite down hard on the green dragon pinning him. Let me go, you despicable. However, compared to Carda, an inexperienced blue dragon, Zaire's reactions were naturally faster. His claws, covered in hard scales, descended like two heavy mountains, precisely pinning Carda's flailing forelimbs. At the same time, his powerful hind legs firmly suppressed Carda's writhing body. Just borrowing a few, Carda, don't be so stingy. Carda raged impotently, feeling deeply humiliated. Ignoring Carda's emotions, Zaire cast Mage Hand. A transparent hand shimmering with faint arcane light precisely peeled scales from the gaps that lifted during Carda's struggles. Zaire was still relatively merciful. For these deep blue scales, he didn't take too many but selected them strategically, aiming to minimize the impact on Carda. Soon, pieces of deep blue dragon scales with a metallic sheen were forcibly torn from Carda's thick neck, shoulder blades, and flanks. Defeated blue dragon Carda Underwood. Reward, Storm Resistance Experience +1. The main function of dragon scales is defense. Carda doesn't even go out hunting, so the scales are useless to him. Better to keep them for myself for future trades. Not just Carta's scales, Saga's scales, Desoz's scales, and my own scales are all useful. In fact, Zaire's purpose in coming this time, besides offering pearls to Valentina, was also to investigate the location of the red dragon Tyrone, to go and get red dragon scales. Since that human wants dragon scales for an exchange, then Zaire will give him more. Red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, black dragon, white dragon, all 5 colors of chromatic dragons, a complete set. Don't you want to investigate who's behind this bullywug tribe? With all 5 chromatic dragons appearing, no matter how hard he thinks, he'd never guess it's just a single green dragon youngling manipulating everything behind the scenes. My scales, Zaire, you robber, traitor, Her Highness won't let you get away with this. Carda roared loudly, his struggles also seeming somewhat feeble. Zaire paid no heed to Carda's curses. The mage hand quickly collected over a dozen complete scales of varying sizes. Only then did he slightly ease the suppression, turning his massive head toward the other 2 blue dragon younglings who had long since shrunk into a corner, trembling. Otto and Rebecca. Otto and Rebecca didn't hesitate for a second. They immediately lowered their heads, prostrating themselves before Zaire, their slender tails tightly tucked between their legs. Great Zaire, we voluntarily offer our scales. Before the words even finished, they actively offered some scales with slightly inferior luster. Not scales forcibly peeled, but old scales shed during their dragon's sleep when they molted. Zaire didn't mind either. After nodding, the mage hand reached out again, gathering the scales offered by Otto and Rebecca as well. Then Zaire slowly stood up from Carda, who was still panting, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. He elegantly flicked his tail as if he had just done a trivial little thing. Very good. Zaire said, I'll be back in a few months and will still ask for scales. By then your new scales should have grown in. Eat more. If food is insufficient, I'll periodically have kobolds bring some fish for you. With that, Zaire paid no further attention to the wailing Carda or the trembling Otto and Rebecca. He elegantly spread his dragon wings and flew toward Valentina's palace. Upon entering the stone palace, Zaire immediately respectfully placed a large bag of high-quality pearls on the cold floor before the throne. Your Highness, these are pearls from the Star Mist Archipelago offered to you. Zaire's voice was low, exceedingly humble. Valentina on the throne glanced at the bag of pearls, then said, Zaire, you just stripped scales from a blue dragon. The honor and dignity of Underwood are not to be slighted. I require an explanation. Naturally, such matters happening here could not be hidden from Valentina. Xia didn't hesitate in the slightest. He met Valentina's gaze frankly and stated directly, "Your Highness, please calm your anger." Stripping the scales was not to insult the glory of Underwood, but to conduct a trade with a passing human merchant caravan. They brought gold coins. Dragon scales are highly valuable in the human world, an important bargaining chip to exchange for these supplies. Human merchant caravans. Trade. The anger in Valentina's eyes was instantly replaced by greed. Exchange for gold coins and supplies. How many gold coins can they be exchanged for? Can they be exchanged for some sapphires? Having said that, Valentina immediately spoke urgently, "Scales are merely external things. Next time, no need for you to do it yourself. I'll have Carta and the others periodically send them to you proactively, as many as you want, to save you the trouble." Just as expected, Xia nodded. "Thank you for your understanding and support, Your Highness. I also came this time to seek verification from Your Highness regarding the whereabouts of the Red Dragon Tyrone." Valentina was still immersed in the beautiful dream of scales being exchanged for gemstones. After hearing Xia's words, she said offhandedly, "Fly south. There's a canyon, he's there." In the barren canyon, a biting wind howled through the exposed rocks, swirling snow dust across the desolate ground. The sky was gloomy, the sunlight thin and weak. Two petrified giant lizards lay lazily on a sun-facing boulder, their rough skin resembling weathered stone, motionlessly soaking in the faint warmth. Not far away, a massive red dragon was unusually repeating a bizarre action. It used its scaled body to violently slam against the steep cliff face. Each impact produced a dull, thunderous boom, sending rock fragments flying and dust billowing. With its flesh and blood body, it crashed against the rock wall over and over again. And at that very moment, Xia's figure shot across the sky from the north like a bolt of jade lightning tearing through the gloomy firmament. Her massive dragon wings churned the swirling snow dust within the canyon. Her arrival instantly shattered the silence of the barren canyon. The two petrified giant lizards, feigning sleep on the boulder, suddenly raised their rock-crusted heads. Their murky yellow eyes locked onto the uninvited guest in the sky, their throats emitting low, threatening hisses. Their rough claws instinctively dug into the rock as they entered a state of alert. The red dragon that had been madly slamming into the cliff also abruptly stopped its self-abusive actions. Amidst the cloud of flying rock dust, the red dragon's massive head jerked upwards. On its neck, covered in dark red scales, several fresh impact wounds were oozing tiny beads of blood, interwoven with numerous older scars. When it saw clearly that the newcomer was Xia, an intense mix of pure delight and sheer combat intent instantly erupted in Tyrone's lava-like eyes, as if he had spotted his most desired prey or opponent. Tyrone didn't even consider why Xia had come. His enormous body surged with power, whipping up a gust of wind as he launched himself from the shallow crater created by his impacts, heading straight for the green dragon hovering in the air. Xia! Tyrone's roar exploded like muffled thunder within the canyon, brimming with eager excitement. "Come on, let's fight." With that, Tyrone powerfully beat his wings, hovering before Xia. Scorching breath snorted from his nostrils in two plumes of white mist. His robust body, covered in old and new scars, swayed slightly, already adopting the most direct combat stance. It was as if the previous ramming had merely been a warm-up, and now the true release had arrived. All right. Originally, Xia had come intending to have a proper talk with Tyrone, to persuade him to move to the Star Mist Archipelago and offer him an island as his territory. But she hadn't expected Tyrone to be so brimming with fighting spirit upon seeing her, and Xia immediately responded in kind. After all, at this current stage, finding an opponent whose physical strength was on par with her own was incredibly difficult. The frost giants to the north mostly moved in groups, and Xia dared not approach them recklessly. If she could spar with Tyrone to hone her skills, it would be a good alternative. Before the words had fully faded, Tyrone's massive dark red body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, wrapped in a wave of scorching air, ferociously pouncing. Letter 1E59 ner letter FF42 E umlaut letter 10314. Tyrone employed no fancy techniques. The red dragon's instinct was the most direct charge and bite. His enormous maw opened wide, dragon teeth sharp as molten lava spears gleaming coldly, immediately aiming to bite Xia's relatively vulnerable neck. Xia was well prepared, possessing a deep understanding of the red dragon's strength and ferocity. Her wings gave a powerful flap, and with astonishing agility she dodged sideways in an emergency flash. Simultaneously, her long, powerful tail lashed out like a heavy steel whip, tearing through the air with a whooshing sound, viciously striking at Tyrone's exposed flank as he pounced past. Thud, a dull impact sound echoed through the canyon. Tyrone was knocked sideways by the blow, a sharp pain radiating from his scaled flank, but the red dragon's ferocity was now thoroughly ignited. Roar. Tyrone roared in fury, twisting his body with the momentum. His thick forelimbs, carrying terrifying force, shot towards Xia Er, attempting to rip open that emerald scale armor with his claws. The two young behemoths instantly became entangled, colliding in the canyon like two moving mountains. The clash of pure physical strength was primal. Claws scraped against each other's scales, producing grating sounds and showers of sparks. Dragon teeth sought every possible opening for a bite. Tyrone's strength was savage and domineering. Each collision made Xia Er feel her bones tremble. Xia Er's movements, however, were swifter and more precise. Utilizing her comparative advantage in agility due to her slightly more streamlined build, she dodged Tyrone's most ferocious pounces, searching for openings to counterattack. Rocks shattered under their rolling and crushing weight. Snow and dust were churned into a swirling cloud. Is that all you've got, Greenskill? Tyrone temporarily forced Xia Er back in a contest of brute force, his lava-like dragon pupils burning with fury. He suddenly took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a giant bellows. A blinding orange-red glow ignited deep within his throat. That was the red dragon's signature fiery breath brewing. Just as the torrent of scorching flame was about to erupt, Xia Er also opened her maw. A cloud of lethally viridian poison mist took shape as well. This was Xia Er's recently enhanced, black oil-boosted green dragon innate breath. Among dragon breaths, the most powerful is actually the blue dragon's lightning breath, followed by the red dragon's fiery breath. Compared to lightning and fire, the green and black dragon's breaths are even less potent than the white dragon's frost breath. However, the green dragon's breath, enhanced by black oil, was somewhat different. The ink-green poison mist spread out like a living entity, precisely meeting the torrent of flame Tyrone spewed forth. Flame and poison mist collided violently in the confined space. The high-temperature flames attempted to vaporize the mist, producing a sharp sizzling sound and billowing vast clouds of eerie green smoke. But Xia Er's poison mist was exceptionally concentrated. The corrosive and hallucinogenic neurotoxins it contained saw their potency greatly amplified under the black oil's catalysis. Although the flames consumed a portion of the mist, they couldn't completely disperse it. A large amount of the poison gas, heated and made even more active by the flames, breached the firewall. Like maggots clinging to bone, it instantly enveloped Tyrone's massive head. Cough. Caught off guard, Tyrone inhaled a large amount of the toxic gas. An indescribably cloying, foul stench assaulted his senses, followed immediately by intense dizziness and a feeling of suffocation. His vision instantly blurred, as if countless green specks of light danced before his eyes. His brain felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, agony accompanied by a powerful wave of nausea. His throat and nasal passages burned as if scalded by strong acid, the searing pain forcing him into violent coughing fits. The fiery breath he'd been building up was forcibly interrupted, leaving only a few unwilling hisses and sputtering sparks coughed from his throat. His massive body began to sway uncontrollably. His attack rhythm was completely disrupted, his steps becoming unsteady. And Xia Er too was directly struck by the fiery breath, her entire body seared. However, thanks to years of accumulated fire resistance, Xia Er was long accustomed to it. Seizing the moment when Tyrone was disoriented and defenseless from the poison mist, she dove like a leopard that had been crouching in wait. Her wings erupted with astonishing force, her entire body transforming into a bolt of jade lightning, slamming hard into Tyrone's chest. Boom! Already unsteady on his feet, Tyrone was completely thrown off balance by this power-packed collision. His enormous body toppled from the sky like a falling mountain, crashing to the ground and stirring up another cloud of dust. Xia Er showed no mercy, immediately pouncing down. Her massive dragon claws clamped down like iron vices, instantly pinning Tyrone's struggling forelimbs. The coldly gleaming points of her dragon teeth hovered precisely over Tyrone's exposed throat, a vital spot left vulnerable as he gasped painfully from the poison. One gentle bite would end this battle. The icy killing intent and the lethal threat at his throat instantly froze Tyrone's struggling movements. Tyrone panted angrily, his lava-like dragon pupils glaring fixedly at Xia Er looming above him, filled with humiliation, unwillingness, and disbelief. The dizziness from the poison mist still assaulted his nerves. His muscles felt weak and sore. More importantly, the strength and breath attack he took such pride in had been broken and defeated in a head-on confrontation by his opponent using such a method. The outcome was decided. Xia slowly retracted her claws and a panel materialized before her, defeated Red Dragon Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam. Reward obtained, Fire Resistance EXP +1, Strength EXP +1 spell. Scorching Ray. Upon seeing the spell reward, Xia couldn't help but be taken aback. With this, could she impersonate a red dragon? Driving this strange thought from her mind, Xia looked towards the visibly sullen Tyrone, just about to say something when Tyrone suddenly spoke up, his voice gloomy and displeased. How did you do it? From sunrise to sunset, I've been training constantly. Whether it's owlbears, petrified giant lizards, or hook-tailed scorpions, none were my match, easily crushed by my breath. But why could you ignore my breath, and why is your physical strength even greater than mine? Seriously, buddy, are you really a green dragon? This isn't right, this is frustrating. Tyrone was truly frustrated. If there was no explanation, Tyrone might become the first red dragon to suffer from depression. He had clearly been working very hard, and Tyrone considered himself a top performer among red dragons of his age. But why couldn't he beat Xia? If it was an age gap, Xia had only hatched 2 days earlier than him. Could it be that I'm really weak, a disgrace to red dragons? Tyrone felt this was unlikely. After much thought, Tyrone concluded there was only one possibility. You're a hybrid, aren't you? Tyrone held it in for a long time before finally speaking. An ordinary green dragon wouldn't be this emerald green. You're a hybrid dragon breed between an emerald dragon and a green dragon, inheriting the superior traits of both dragon types, right? Not all dragon crossbreeds receive the beneficial genes of both parents. For example, if a green dragon and an emerald dragon mate, the offspring might be a purebred green dragon or a purebred emerald dragon. Hybrid dragons possessing attributes of both parent species are extremely rare and uncommon. Moreover, they don't necessarily inherit the strengths of both. They could also combine the weaknesses of both. However, a union between a green dragon and an emerald dragon is particularly unusual. After all, their alignments differ. Emerald dragons are inherently suspicious, a type of gem dragon with an absolute neutral stance, making it difficult for them to mate with the greedy and cunning green dragons. The difficulty of a green dragon mating with an emerald dragon is probably only slightly lower than that of a chromatic evil dragon mating with a metallic good dragon. Among chromatic dragons, the most common hybrids are with fairest dragons, since both belong to evil-aligned dragonkind, making interbreeding quite normal. An emerald dragon. Xia pondered. Indeed, after seeing the color of her own scales, even she might misunderstand. But the dragon inheritance she received contained no information about emerald dragons. Moreover, compared to a genuine emerald dragon, her own color was extremely dull. R cute letter 1d622 letter ff4f small cap b yaw letter 1e69. She was indeed a pureblood green dragon. It was just that some changes had occurred, possibly due to contamination by the evolution game, granting her super evolution, which led to the color transformation. Xia looked into Tyrone's molten gold eyes filled with confusion and took a step back, allowing Tyrone to struggle to his feet from the dust. The green dragon's tone was calm, carrying a clarity that saw through to the essence. Tyrone, I am not a hybrid. Bloodline has nothing to do with the gap between us at this moment. Xia's voice sounded particularly steady in the canyon's cold wind. The reason I am stronger than you is not because my scales are harder or my muscles are more powerful. It's because of this. With that, Xia gently tapped her own head, covered in emerald scales with a claw tip. My mind is clearer than yours, and I understand the true techniques of survival and becoming stronger better. High emotional intelligence. My mind is clearer than yours. Low emotional intelligence, you're an idiot. Tyrone felt somewhat unconvinced and was about to retort, but after thinking about how he truly wasn't Xia's match, he held back. Other red dragons might be rampant, arrogant, and prideful, but Tyrone was different from traditional red dragons. He was a seasoned dragon feudalist warrior who deeply understood the principle of lying low when you can't win. He immediately began listening carefully. Xia continued, survival and growth require not only strength but also wisdom, understanding how to utilize the environment, avoid unnecessary risks, and seek more effective paths. For example, finding suitable opponents for genuine combat practice. For example, understanding the value of enemies and allies. The Karugu Highlands are barren and cold, not an ideal habitat for red dragons. Come with me to the Star Mist Archipelago, Tyrone. There you'll find warm sea breezes, abundant food, and more worthwhile targets to challenge. I will grant you an island as your territory. The Star Mist Archipelago. Tyrone reacted with instinctive resistance, his nostrils exhaling coarse breath tinged with sparks. Water, damned water everywhere. I am a red dragon, a favored child of flame. You want me to live on an island surrounded by salt water? What difference is there between that and locking me in an undersea prison? Red dragons are fire-aligned dragons. Their aversion to the ocean is ingrained deep within their bloodline. Xia had anticipated this and patiently explained, I'm not asking you to live in the sea. The archipelago has large islands with dry volcanic rock peaks. You can choose a cliff cave near the coast, where you can overlook the sea while staying away from the dampness. The previous master of the Star Mist Archipelago was an adult red dragon. Tyrone fell silent. He craved power, craved surpassing Xia. Would staying here, repeating days of crashing into mountains and crushing weak creatures truly make him stronger? HMPH. Tyrone's massive head turned reluctantly to the side. Forget about making me live in the water, but if it's just staying in a dry, high cave on the shore of that archipelago with a view of the land, and occasionally stretching my limbs, that might be acceptable. But listen, Xia Er, this is absolutely not submission. I, Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam, will not bow beneath any dragon. This is merely temporary cooperation. One day I will become stronger than you. When that day comes, I will challenge you again. If you lose, you must acknowledge my power. Admit that you are no match for the great red dragon, Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam. A faint, almost imperceptible glint of amusement flashed in Xia's emerald dragon eyes. Tyrone's reaction was entirely within her expectations. The red dragon's unwillingness and pride were precisely the best driving forces. Xia didn't believe she would lose in the future, but Tyrone's demand was also somewhat too lenient. Just admitting he wasn't a match. If Tyrone was willing to serve her like a beast of burden, Xia could admit right now that she was no match for the great red dragon. That's fair, Tyrone. Xia nodded. I accept your challenge agreement. If you can defeat me fairly and squarely in the future, I will naturally acknowledge you, mighty red dragon. You will earn your own title, and I will use every means to promote you, making your name resound throughout the entire world. Tyrone no longer looked at Xia, instead turning towards the cliff wall he had battered into a pockmarked mess. Flames of a new kind burned in his lava-like eyes. He would not lose the next challenge. Very well, Red Dragon Tyrone is willing to heed Green Dragon Xia's commands until the day Red Dragon Tyrone's power surpasses that of Green Dragon Xia. Tyrone suddenly raised his head high and let out an earth-shaking roar. A command saturated with draconic aura spreading through the cold wind. Awaken, you fools, we're moving. The two petrified giant lizards who had been lazily sprawled on the rocks were startled awake and scrambled to their feet, emitting confused guttural rumbles. Further away, four massive owlbears covered in thick fur emerged from their respective caves or rock crevices. They let out low bear-like growls, looking puzzled at the dragon lord who had suddenly summoned them. These were the vassals Tyrone had subjugated over the past half-year or more. Unlike Xia, who enslaved an entire race, Tyrone's vassals were more elite, consisting only of individual creatures he had conquered. Xia, meanwhile, elegantly beat her wings, used Mage Hand to collect the few dragon scales shed during the battle, and then stirred up an air current to ascend into the sky. Finally, Xia glanced down at the red dragon whose fighting spirit had been reignited, and at this utterly worthless barren canyon, beginning to make calculations in her mind. Carda's blue dragon scales, Saga's black dragon scales, Desoza's white dragon scales, plus Tyrone's red dragon scales. The 5 chromatic dragon scales were now complete. Moreover, there was an unexpected bonus this time, gaining a powerful red dragon like Tyrone. Although Xia could defeat the red dragon now, red dragons grew stronger with age. As they matured into older, more experienced dragons, they would gradually widen the gap with other chromatic dragons. By the time they reached the young dragon and adult dragon stages, a red dragon's strength would likely have few rivals below the legendary tier. In the future, dealing with the leaders of several large surrounding forces might just rely on Tyrone to handle. Is this your territory? Circling above White Pearl Island, Tyrone spoke with a hint of disdain. Scattered across these islands, mingling with white scales and black scales. Can you truly increase your strength this way? The fact is, you've fought me for over 6 years and never won once. Xia said casually, rapidly descending towards White Pearl Island. Seeing this, Tyrone had no choice but to follow closely behind. Tyrone had already chosen a nesting site. The dragon lair he selected was not among the 8 islands under Xia's rule, but on a mainland highland 30 nautical miles away from White Pearl Island, facing it across the sea. Tyrone's followers had already gone ahead to build the nest. Although there was a volcano on the largest island in the Star Mist Archipelago, which was the former residence of that red dragon. That island was occupied by fishmen, and fishmen were the most powerful race in the coastal regions of the Sea of Frost. Xia Er didn't want to provoke them because of this. After all, their strength was still relatively weak now, while the Fishman tribes were powerful. In the end, the best possible outcome would only be a Pyrrhic victory. The probability of defeating them with minimal losses was almost zero. It was better to lay low and develop, waiting for the right opportunity. Jade and crimson dragon shadows tore through the sea mist, crashing down onto the jagged reefs of White Pearl Island. Xia Er folded her wings, with Tyrone close behind. After the two dragons landed, Xia Er noticed two figures also rushing out from a cave within the island upon seeing her. They were none other than the white dragon Dassault and the black dragon Saga. At this moment, all the chromatic dragons under Xia Er's command had gathered together. The white dragon Dassault flapped his wings with his usual excitement, but Saga's left wing hung unusually low. A vicious tearing wound ran through the edge of the wing membrane, with dark dragon blood mixed with seawater continuously dripping. The edges of the wound even showed a strange bluish-purple hue, clearly indicating it was poisoned. Lord, you've finally returned. Dassault clamored as he rushed to Xia Er's feet, but just as he was about to say something, he saw the red dragon beside her, instantly shrinking his neck and not daring to speak. Among the chromatic dragons, red dragons were the leaders, white dragons were the lowest. The fear embedded in their bloodline was inescapable, and Tyrone didn't even glance at Dassault. In Tyrone's eyes, this white dragon Dassault wasn't even worth his time to mock. Xia Er's gaze was firmly locked on Saga, her dragon pupils narrowing slightly. What happened? Saga silently lowered his head, his spiked neck tensing. He first warily glanced at the proudly disdainful Tyrone beside him before reporting in a low, hoarse draconic. It was the lizard men. Following your command, I led 100 bullywugs deep into the sea to search for treasure. This morning, I found a shipwreck. After looting some treasures, 3 pointed ships suddenly charged out from behind a reef cluster. The lizardmen on board wore iron inlaid scale armor, wielded poisoned spears, and had heavy steel crossbows mounted on the prows. Letter 213 Alpha, letter 1D664 Beta, umlaut letter 1E63. Hearing this, Tyrone immediately showed disdain and mocked. Ha! Injured by some crawling insects' broken wooden ships. Stupid black scale, you've really brought honor to true dragons. Shut up, Tyrone. Xia Er's low growl wasn't loud, but the flames in the red dragon's throat instantly stalled. His molten gold eyes narrowed in anger, but he ultimately snorted coldly under the green dragon's bottomless stare, whipping his tail to shatter a reef. Xia Er turned to Saga, continue. I underestimated them. Saga's tail swept anxiously across the sand. Those lizardmen moved fast. The paralyzing poison on their crossbow bolts could instantly knock out bullywugs. I intended to use my breath weapon to destroy the ships, but a green beam of light suddenly flashed from one of the ships. Then the ship-mounted crossbows fired in unison, hitting my wing. 17 bullywugs died on the spot, and they stole the shipwreck treasure chest we found. An ordinary lizardman tribe would never possess such armaments and tactical discipline. It seemed some changes had occurred within this lizardman tribe. Xia Er took a deep breath and immediately declared, "Gather all the bullywugs, prepare for war." The feud between lizardmen and bullywugs is time to end. Saga is a member of the Cassius Flight. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. For this war, at least half the lizardmen must be killed to wash away this disgrace. Xia Er's voice was icy, her dragon pupils gleaming with cold light brimming with killing intent. These crawling insects need a profound lesson. Use their blood and fire to quell the wrath of the Cassius Flight. Let me see if the strength of the red dragon Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam can use their whales and corpses to cleanse the filth of these waters. Hearing this, the red dragon Tyrone revealed a cruel smile. All these years I've only been hunting some weaklings. War, blood, and fire are what red dragons are meant to do. The disgrace the black scale brought upon the great dragon race, I shall wash it away. This was the first time Xia Er had invoked her own surname, referring to the force under her command as the Cassius Flight. She did not choose to call it by Valentina's Underwood Dragon Flight. After all this time, on one hand, it was for territorial expansion and on the other to gather the hearts of dragons. Although all dragons knew who led the flight, the banner still needed to be raised to tell Saga, Dassault, and Tyrone that her true ambition was not to restore the Blue Dragon Empire's Underwood Dragon Flight, but to establish a new empire. Green dragon flights were typically bound by blood relations, rejecting the inclusion of any other dragon types. Even fellow green dragons were only reluctantly accepted. Green dragon flights only accepted companions of the same surname. For Xia Er, this was a bad custom. Embracing all rivers was most important. Moreover, Xia Er's vision was not merely to establish a dragon empire, but to build a diverse empire with dragons at its core. Even if giants who had a blood feud with dragons sincerely pledged allegiance, Xia Er would not hesitate to grant them rewards. Soon, following Xia Er's command, war mobilization began. From White Pearl Island to the southernmost Coral Island. Across 8 islands, over 1,500 bullywugs were mobilized. Excluding the elderly and young, over 900 bullywug warriors armed with various makeshift weapons lurked in the water, ready to follow the dragons in an assault. Unlike lizardmen, the greatest advantage of frogmen in island warfare was their ability to move freely underwater. Lizardmen could not. Lizardmen could only rely on ships for transport. Although lizardmen could swim, if they entered the sea, they would be subjected to one-sided slaughter by the bullywugs. The bullywug army assembled, advancing grandly underwater, heading towards the northern islands. And in the sky above, 4 massive dragon shadows tore through the sea mist, soaring upwards. The jade-colored Xia Er led the way, the crimson Tyrone boiling with battle intent close behind. The wounded black dragon Saga silently beat his wings, and the white dragon Dissos nervously brought up the rear. The biting north wind swept across dragon scales, producing a wailing, sharp sound. Make it quick and decisive. Xia Er's authoritative voice echoed in the wind, clearly reaching each dragon's ears. The lizardmen's islands are close to the ice fields. If we delay too long and attract those frost giants, we might be in enormous trouble. The 3 dragons nodded. Only Tyrone sneered, saying if frost giants dared to come, they could just be killed along the way. Xia Er's dragon pupils sharply locked onto the gray northern horizon, her wings beating powerfully, increasing her speed once more. Blacktooth Reef, the southernmost island occupied by the lizardman tribe, was currently shrouded in a clamorous atmosphere of victory. Even the salty, fishy sea breeze couldn't disperse the excitement and greed saturating the air. On the roughly constructed platform at the island's center, piled high were the sunken treasure chests they had just snatched from right under the Black Dragon Saga's nose. Moored at the harbor were a full 5 wooden ships. Crash. A sturdy wooden crate was roughly pried open by a lizardman warrior using a spear, its contents spilling out. Several exquisite golden vessels reflected alluring glints under the sunlight, and besides those there were plenty of heavy gold coins. The lizardman chieftain, Toxa Blackscale, flicked out his forked tongue, emitting a hissing laugh of satisfaction. His rough claws greedily scooped up a handful of gold coins, feeling their cold metallic texture. Roar, look, Chieftain Toxa, human treasure, enough to trade for 10 shiploads of salted fish and iron spearheads. A lizardman warrior, his scales stained with battlefield filth, excitedly hissed. The surrounding tribesmen waved their poison-tipped bone spears, unleashing deafening cheers and strange cries, slamming their long tails against the rocky ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Toxa shoved a gold coin into his mouth, biting a dent into it with his fangs, his eyes gleaming with pride and ferocity. That cunning black dragon, he ran fast enough. A pity we were just that close. If we could have brought back that black dragon's head too, stripped its scales, gouged out its eyes. HMPH, that would be true fortune. A living, breathing black dragon is worth far more than these dead objects. Toxa's thick foreclaw slammed hard against the edge of the treasure chest, his tone thick with regret. Next time. Next time we encounter those green-skinned frogs and their dragon master, we'll leave none alive. Their scales, their wealth, their islands, all will belong to the Blackscale tribe. The revelry on Blacktooth Reef continued, the clamor shaking the heavens. Yet at that very moment, an old lizardman with dull scales and a hunched back burst from the crowd, pounding his withered chest, his cloudy eyes filled with terror. Fools, you've invited a great calamity, that is a dragon. Plundering a dragon's wealth, injuring its followers, you're courting annihilation for our tribe. How could we possibly be a match for a dragon? The surrounding young lizardman warriors were startled by this sudden roar, then erupted into even louder jeers and mocking laughter. Has the old one been blinded by the treasure? A lizardman warrior brandished a goblet he had just looted, his scaled tail whipping the ground excitedly. That black dragon couldn't even dodge a ballista bolt. What kind of dragon is that? One more time and we'll skin it and present the hide to Chieftain Toxa. Exactly, another lizardman chimed in, greedily eyeing the gold coins on the platform. With these, we can trade for more weapons. Who cares what dragon, if it dares come, we'll shoot it down for dinner. Chieftain Toxa listened to his subordinates' wild boasts, grinning smugly to reveal a mouthful of fangs. Hear that, old bones. Those dragon calamities from your stories are long outdated. Now it's the era of the Blackscale tribe. If that black dragon dares to attack, it'll just be the perfect appetizer for tonight's feast. I've never tasted dragon meat before. Look at us now. Toxa suddenly spread his arms wide, displaying his new iron-inlaid scale armor, the poison-tipped spears gleaming coldly in his warrior's hands, and the several powerful steel-heavy ballistae mounted on the ship's prows. All this we earned with wisdom and courage. That black dragon is the proof. If it dares come again, we'll just test if these new bolts can pierce its heart. The surrounding lizardmen warriors erupted into another wave of fanatical hisses and cheers, their greedy gazes constantly sweeping over the treasure on the platform, as if already seeing more glittering golden trophies piled high across the island. The old lizardman's cloudy eyes filled with utter despair. He trembled, his voice almost drowned out by the clamor. Wisdom, courage, toxa, that was bought with wreckage, with that white dragon corpse that drifted here by chance from the ice fields. It was a god's accidental blessing. It does not mean we truly possess the power to slay dragons. Letter 10342, letter 2115, letter 185, letter 1D587, E circumflex. The smugness on Toxa's face froze for a moment, then transformed into deeper anger. The reason the lizardmen had been able to transform themselves was entirely due to the white dragon corpse they had stumbled upon. When Toxa first discovered that nearly frozen young white dragon corpse on a drifting ice floe, even approaching it was filled with boundless terror. But soon they realized the white dragon was already dead. Under cover of darkness, they mustered the strength of the entire tribe and cautiously towed this priceless treasure back to a hidden reef cove, then waited for the human smuggling caravan. The trade changed everything. The greedy glint in the human caravan leader's eyes when he saw the white dragon corpse was something Toxa would never forget. They exchanged fine weapons, sturdy wooden ships, precious iron implements, even a few magic scrolls for this dragon corpse that had made the lizardmen restless. It was precisely this windfall that armed the Blackscale tribe to the teeth in a short time, propelling them to become the most powerful lizardman force in the nearby seas, unifying all the lizardmen. Silence! Toxa harshly cut off the old lizardman. That white dragon corpse was the opportunity granted by the great Semuania for the Blackscale tribe to rise, proof that we are the true masters of this sea's future. As for those green-skinned frogs and their black dragon master, they are merely the first stepping stone on our path to true power. After the celebration, we head south, wipe out the bullywugs, turn those islands into our fishing grounds and fortresses. Kill that black dragon, then trade its corpse with the humans again. Sooner or later, we will replace the fishmen become. Toxa's ambitious roar was abruptly cut off. Roar. A shocking draconic roar echoed from the southern sea. Not just him. All the reveling lizardmen warriors on the platform fell silent as if seized by an invisible giant hand, their hisses and wild laughter vanishing instantly. A primitive, oppressive aura descended from all directions, the air seeming to solidify, even the sound of waves crashing against the reefs becoming distant and muffled. Toxa jerked his head up, only to see the thick sea fog over the northern horizon being violently torn apart by raging air currents. Four enormous, ferocious dragon silhouettes, radiating different auras of terror, like vengeful spears charging from the abyss, were hurtling towards Blacktooth Reef at a speed that seemed to tear the sky itself. At the lead was a dragon form as dazzling as emerald, its streamlined body brimming with power and lethal elegance. Close behind it was an even larger dragon, its scales like flowing molten rock blazing crimson. The draconic roar just now had been issued by this red dragon. The following two dragons, one black and one white, seemed far less terrifying in comparison to the two leading ones. Why are there four dragons? Why so many dragons? After a stunned moment, Toxa immediately reacted, shouting sharply, quick, to the ship's man the ballistae. But before the lizardmen could even react, the red dragon Tyrone had already opened his maw wide. The breath weapon he had charged to its peak, like a bursting dam of magma, carrying the terrifying high temperature to incinerate everything, poured down upon the fleet the lizardmen relied on for survival. Crimson flames instantly engulfed the two ships closest to the harbor. Flames like a molten torrent swept through. The two ships instantly erupted into towering infernos, their wooden structures crackling and popping, transforming into soaring pillars of fire, painting the sea surface a blazing crimson. Enemy attack. Dragons, a dragon flock. The island finally erupted with heart-rending screams of terror. The lizardmen warriors, who just moments ago were immersed in dreams of victory, now collapsed completely like an ant colony doused with boiling water. Well-trained soldiers seemed so insignificant and fragile before the true wrath of dragons. My ships, my treasures. Toxa's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, watching the fleet he had acquired at great cost instantly turn into a sea of flames. His heart bled, crossbows man the crossbows, shoot them down. Following closely behind Tyrone's torrent of flames, the white dragon Dessau's and the black dragon saga also unleashed earth-shaking roars. Dessau swooped down, his icy frost pouring out like a burst glacial flood towards the port's flank, instantly spewing freezing breath at those lizardmen warriors attempting to board the ships. The injured Saga, bearing deep-seated hatred, gritted his teeth against the pain in his wing and skimmed low over the ground. His deadly acid breath descended like a rainstorm of dark green, precisely drenching the crowd of lizardmen. Meanwhile, the sea around the fang-shaped reef suddenly boiled, and countless bullywug warriors broke through the waves, their cold spear tips gleaming with a chilling light. The bullywug warriors let out croaking war cries, surging forward like a raging green tide. Seizing the moment when the lizardmen on shore had completely lost command and fallen into absolute chaos, they fiercely charged the beachhead, launching a ruthless landing assault. Xia cold draconic pupils pierced through the chaotic smoke and fleeing figures, precisely locking onto the lizardman chieftain Toxa on the platform. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia opened her massive maw. A stream of deadly, sickly sweet dark green poison mist, like a poisoned arrow loosed from its string, tore through the air, shooting straight down. Boom. A violent surge of poison mist erupted, carrying a hint of the pungent spiciness unique to black oil, hurtling towards Toxa. Seeing this, Toxa was utterly horrified. The dark green poison mist tearing through the sky carried the scent of death, instantly enveloping Toxa's vision. At this critical life-or-death moment, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Without a second thought, Toxa thrust his hand into a rough leather pouch hanging at his waist and viciously tore apart a scroll inside that emitted a faint arcane glow. That was one of the life-saving trump cards he had obtained from the human merchant caravan in exchange for a white dragon corpse. The green light that had previously obscured Saga's vision at sea was also from a similar type of magic scroll. As the scroll was torn, a visible ring of wind pressure abruptly erupted with Toxa at its center. The powerful air current, like an invisible heavy hammer, slammed hard into the onrushing poison mist. The deadly poison mist was instantly and violently blown off course by this sudden gale, veering to the left and right. Several lizardmen who couldn't dodge in time were immediately enveloped, letting out piercing screams. So close. Sweat beaded on Toxa's forehead as he let out a long sigh of relief. Blocked it. A flicker of surprise also flashed within Xia's draconic eyes. Who would have thought that a nearly primitive tribal lizardman clan would possess such a treasure? Obtained through trade with humans, what could this lizardman have used to exchange for a magic scroll crafted by a human mage? If the goods were so valuable, wouldn't it be simpler to just slaughter the lizardman tribe and take everything? Why bother with trade? Applying typical evil dragon logic and putting herself in their place, Xia felt the human merchant caravan was being too honorable. But it didn't matter. Blocking it once was fine, but could this lizardman chieftain keep blocking indefinitely? Thinking this, Xia immediately spread her wings, hovering in midair. Meanwhile, the ecstatic joy of a narrow escape and an even more violent ferocity surged into Toxa's mind. He saw Xia hovering motionless in the air, her massive wings spread wide to either side. In Toxa's limited understanding, this was clearly the posture of a raptor that had been thwarted, preparing to create distance and regroup. Archmage letter 1d622, letter 2115, letter 1d9 small cap B epsilons. Trying to run. Toxa let out a roar. The powerful muscles in his hind legs bulged, and his scaled arms instantly channeled his full strength. He tightly gripped the long spear tipped with a sharp iron point, leaning his body back like a fully drawn bowstring. He intended to use all his might to hurl this weapon, imbued with hatred and greed, at the emerald silhouette in the sky. However, he had misjudged Xia's intent. Xia spreading her wings was not a retreat but the prelude to an attack. Just as Toxa was gathering strength for his throw, the unique glands beneath Xia's massive wing membranes, covered in emerald scales, suddenly swelled. In an instant, several streams of dark green corrosive venom shot out from beneath the wing roots like high-pressure water jets. They crisscrossed, their coverage area almost completely blanketing the entire high platform where Toxa stood. Caught completely off guard, Toxa's throwing motion was instantly interrupted as this deadly venom rain poured down on him. However, Xia's assault did not stop there. Just as Toxa was scrambling to dodge the venom rain, the magical energy around Xia surged violently. 3 crimson rays, each as thick as a finger but containing terrifying high temperatures, tore through the air. Following the gaps between the venom sprays, they shot straight towards Toxa. Toxa now had only 2 choices, either withstand the venom or withstand the rays. There was no avoiding them. And between these 2 choices, Toxa chose a third. Toxa's brain froze, hesitating for a mere moment. Yet that moment was enough. The venom poured down like a storm, hissing as it corroded his iron armor, causing his exposed scales to instantly fester. Toxa let out a shriek, staggering backward. But the scorching rays had already arrived, precisely piercing through Toxa's rotting flesh. In an instant, the venom corroded his organs and the rays burned through his heart. His body collapsed like mud, black blood gushing forth, his forked tongue hanging limp and powerless. Killed Lizardman Chieftain Toxa Blackscale Challenge Rating 8. Reward obtained. Adaptive Dragon Scale Growth. Adaptive Dragon Scale Growth. Xia Er folded her wings, hovering in midair, somewhat puzzled about what this new reward entailed. Judging by the name, it should be a method to enhance her dragon scales. Not bad at all. Xia Er gave a slight nod, then spread her wings once more, continuing to hunt down lizardmen in other directions. Nearby, the red dragon Tyrone, who had destroyed 2 wooden ships with his first breath attack, witnessed everything Xia Er had done. His draconic pupils abruptly contracted. Scorching ray, venom spray from her wings, what in the world is going on? Tyrone knew that green dragons possess some inherited spellcasting abilities, but was Scorching Ray part of a green dragon's inherited spells? He'd never heard of that, and what about this wing-sprayed venom attack? Wasn't venom a black dragon's specialty? Seeing this, Tyrone grew even more wary. If that's the case, then it means. When she fought me, Xia Er wasn't even using her full strength. Although Tyrone hadn't fully unleashed his own power either, he had used roughly 70% of his strength. Witnessing Xia Er's performance today, Tyrone felt that during their fight, Xia Er had used at most 50% of her power. A sense of powerlessness instantly washed over Tyrone. He then looked towards the black dragon saga circling in the sky nearby. Without hesitation, he beat his wings and flew over, arriving beside Saga. Making no attempt to hide his curiosity, he opened his mouth and asked directly, was Xia Er like this before? Able to spray venom from her wings and cast spells. Hearing this, Saga was momentarily stunned, but after glancing at Tyrone, he replied in a low voice, casting spells is the first time I've seen that. The wing-sprayed venom. She's done that before. Did you teach her? The red dragon lifted his head proudly. I want to learn too. If you can teach me how to spray venom, I'll acknowledge you're not just a blackscale, but a true member of the great dragon race. I didn't teach her. Saga shook his head, ignoring Tyrone's arrogance and continued, I don't know how Xia Er does it either. But I believe Xia Er is under the protection of the Dragon Mother, a special chromatic dragon. If Xia Er doesn't volunteer the information, I won't ask. Saga wasn't a foolish white dragon. He had naturally realized Xia Er's peculiarities long ago, but he hadn't shown any sign of astonishment. After all, in Saga's view, Xia Er was blessed by the evil dragon Mother Tiamat. It was only natural for her to be able to master all the abilities of the chromatic dragons. She was the destined true dragon, the one who would lead the chromatic dragons back to greatness. Under the protection of the Dragon Mother. Upon hearing this, Tyrone immediately murmured to himself, it seems I too must develop some faith in the Dragon Mother. The Dragon Mother naturally refers to the evil dragon goddess Tiamat. All evil dragons hold Tiamat in reverence, with green dragons and blue dragons being especially pleased, as Tiamat looks favorably upon those evil dragons capable of establishing dynasties and becoming monarchs. However, although most evil dragons worship Tiamat, almost none of them dedicate a small shrine or altar to Tiamat within their own lairs. This is because they don't want Tiamat's greedy eyes constantly fixed on the treasures within their nests. So in other words, the evil dragon's worship of the Dragon Mother is mostly superficial. Except perhaps for green dragons and blue dragons, who might genuinely believe in the Dragon Mother from the bottom of their hearts. As for the remaining red dragons, black dragons, white dragons, and fairest dragons, most are just paying lip service, saying things like, Great Dragon Mother, we revere you. While in their hearts, it's really just a formality. They even worry the Dragon Mother might compete with them for treasure, unwilling to enshrine a shrine to the Dragon Mother in their lairs. These dragons' concerns are not unfounded paranoia, as this Dragon Mother really does compete with her subordinate dragons for treasure. Therefore, across the vast lands, there are almost no temples dedicated to this evil dragon goddess. Only some evil clerics secretly build temples to worship this deity. Tyrone was previously like this, not really taking this Dragon Mother seriously in his heart. After all, the Dragon Mother is invisible and intangible, so why bother? Evil dragons only care about immediate benefits. But now, hearing that Xia Er might be favored by the Dragon Mother and could master more abilities, Tyrone was convinced. Great Dragon Mother, I want it too, I beg you, give me some. Boom. Xia Er's slaughter continued. Ever since Xia Er, Saga, Tyrone, and Dessau's 4 chromatic dragons launched a lightning-fast assault on this island while the lizardmen were completely unprepared, the lizardmen's defeat was already sealed. They died due to their arrogance. And the bullywug warriors, mortal enemies of the lizardmen, were naturally ecstatic. Thoughts of revenge surged forth like a breached dam. They charged onto the island, cutting down any lizardmen they saw, splattering blood like blooming flowers. The lizardmen were utterly routed, fleeing in all directions, clutching their heads and scurrying like rats, searching in vain for places to hide. Occasionally, there was sporadic resistance. Some lizardmen warriors gathered a few fighters, intending to counterattack, but they were quickly crushed by the breath attacks raining down from the sky. The red dragon's fire, the black dragon's venom, the white dragon's frost, and the green dragon's poison gas. None of these breaths could be withstood by such a weak race. Prescription A circumflex letter 1033D, O grave S. This one-sided massacre lasted for a full hour. When all the caves on this island were cleared, only a scattered 20 or 30 lizardmen remained, trembling and having completely lost the will to fight, prostrating themselves on the ground. The leading lizardman among them was the old lizardman who had initially refuted Toxa. It's over, everything is over. The old lizardman Kairaki wore an expression of despair on his face. He dared not harbor even a shred of resentment towards these dragons in his heart, directing all his hatred towards the already dead lizardman chieftain, Toxa. It was all Toxa's fault for provoking the dragons, and for cruelly skinning and killing the dragon's vassals, the bullywugs, ultimately provoking the dragon's wrath. Nearly all the lizardmen warriors of the tribe had gathered on this island. Now, over 800 were dead or wounded. Although the lizardmen race still had several hundred members, most were the old, weak, sick, or disabled. If the true dragon willed it, the black-scaled tribe of lizardmen in the Star Mist Archipelago would be completely wiped from this world. Toxa is the sinner of the lizardmen, thump thump. Xia Er folded her jade-like wings and slowly descended. Tyrone followed closely behind, while Dassaults and Saga descended last without a word. However, when the three dragons' gazes fell upon the pile of gold coins in the shipwreck chest at the center of the platform, their draconic pupils suddenly constricted. Dassaults excitedly flared his nostrils, and Saga even forgot the pain in his injured wing. The red dragon Tyrone let out a greedy, low growl from his throat, molten saliva dripping from between his teeth. These shiny gold coins should be offered to the most powerful dragon. According to draconic tradition, the spoils of war belong to the victor. A tradition? Xia Er's icy draconic tongue cut off Tyrone's train of thought. Immediately after, Xia Er's draconic gaze swept over the gold pile. She controlled her emotions perfectly, showing no reaction to the gold at all. After just a glance, she fixed her gaze on the old lizardman Kairaki. The aged Kairaki trembled all over, pressing his forehead to the ground, begging for mercy. "O supreme true dragon, Toxa's arrogance blasphemed your majesty. He deserved to die. But the Blackskull tribe is innocent. It was this fool who traded the white dragon corpse that drifted from the ice plains for weapons, foolishly dreaming of challenging you, challenging the great lord of the skies. I am willing to offer all our treasures and the lizardmen's loyalty, beseeching you to pardon the remaining tribesmen. I and all the lizard warriors who participated in the attack on the Black Dragon Lord are willing to atone with our deaths. Please spare the rest of the lowly lizards of the Blackskull tribe. We pose no threat to you." Kairaki's words were humble. He was prepared to die as long as the Blackskull tribe could continue to exist. Anything was worth it. Hearing this, Xia Er's expression remained indifferent. The recent battle had killed over 800 lizardmen in their prime. It could be said that it basically destroyed more than half of this lizardman tribe. The remaining old and young were weak in strength. For at least the next decade, the lizardman tribe would not be able to catch its breath. I accept your allegiance. Xia Er spoke. The slaughter mission had also been completed by over 400 during the previous battle. She had no interest in slaughtering the remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled. It was better to keep the lizardmen on these northern islands. They could also guard the northern gateway. Having said that, Xia Er looked at the dragons under her command. The Black Dragon Saga needed to command the bullywugs. He was the only dragon besides herself who could fight effectively underwater and was also naturally capable of suppressing bullywugs. The red dragon Tyrone had a bad temper. He was a fierce general for charging into battle, not skilled at governing a territory. Finally, only the white dragon Dassaults with the smallest physique remained, but, "Sai, forget it, he'll have to do." Thinking this, Xia Er immediately looked at Dassaults and spoke. "Dassaults, you will command all these lizardmen. You will garrison the northern seas on behalf of Jade Wing, monitoring enemies from the north." Upon hearing Xia Er's words, Dassaults instantly froze, his speech becoming somewhat stammered. "The northern islands are close to the ice plains, suitable for a white dragon. Living in the north will be more conducive to your growth." Xia Er said casually, "Your garrison location will be this island. If anything happens on the northern islands, you can retreat here promptly to avoid being slaughtered." "Oh yes." Dessau's lowered his head, his draconic eyes filled with excitement. After giving the orders, Xia Er looked at the old lizardman Kairaki and said, "Tell me what you know. About the ice plains, the human merchant caravan's news, and that white dragon corpse." The old lizardman spilled all the information he had obtained. Xia Er, meanwhile, fell into silent contemplation. According to the old lizardman, the situation on the icy plains was intricate and complex. Leaving aside minor factions, it could broadly be divided into three main powers: the frost giants, the white dragons, and the human kingdom, the Insut kingdom. Furthermore, there were many magical creatures. In any case, to this day, the icy plains had not been unified. No single powerful force held absolute sway. The white dragon corpse that drifted down on the ice floe was large, about 15 meters long. It was most likely a white dragon in the young dragon stage. Its body bore many wounds. If nothing unexpected had occurred, it had probably encountered some attack, fled severely injured, and ultimately succumbed to its wounds. The corpse fell into the Sea of Frost and drifted south with the ocean currents, where the lizardmen found it, making a windfall. As for the human merchant caravan involved in the trade, it was not the same one that had traded with Xia Er at the Bullywug clan earlier. Instead, it was a caravan that had come from the east over half a year ago. These caravans all shared the same goal: to reach the Insut kingdom on the icy plains and trade with the Insut people. The Insut kingdom was the only human kingdom on the glacier. Although its territory was not large, roughly the size of one or two duchies, no one would question the authority of the Insut king. King Hexesis of the Insut kingdom, known as the King of Human Longevity, was able to establish a nation on the glacier because he had slain a legendary creature from the glacier, a white dragon that had entered the legendary realm. By completing this feat, the legendary proof, he became a true living legend among humans. With such a human legend guarding the north and protecting the region, it naturally attracted merchant caravans from other human kingdoms to come and trade, exchanging common daily goods for the relatively scarce resources of the glacier. And if taking the sea trade route, some caravans would pass through the Star Mist Archipelago. The land-based tribes closest to the Star Mist Archipelago were some goblin tribes and subordinate races under the frost giants, such as ogres, trolls, and the like. The icy plains, or rather the glacier, is indeed vast. Xia Er let out a long sigh. The icy plains were expansive and far beyond her current reach. It was better to focus on what was right in front of her. After her inquiries, Xia Er turned her gaze to the platform piled with spoils of war and the three dragons under her command. In this battle, the Cassius flight has demonstrated its might. Xia Er's authoritative voice echoed, drowning out the roar of the waves. "The spoils shall be distributed according to merit." Red Dragon Tyrones. Xia Er looked at the magma-like giant figure. "Your flames destroyed the enemy ships, first to break the enemy's spirit. Your fighting spirit is commendable. You are granted half of all golden ornaments obtained in this battle, plus 20 gold coins." Upon hearing this, an unmistakable glint of greed flashed in Tyrone's draconic eyes. He stepped forward, eagerly pawing at the golden vessels and shiny coins, then gathered them all in front of himself. Black Dragon Saga. Xia Er then looked at the wounded Black Dragon. "Though you were wounded earlier, you fought valiantly in this battle as well, washing away your previous shame. Furthermore, you will command the bullywugs and guard the seas. You are granted all copper coins obtained in this battle, plus 100 silver coins and 10 gold coins." Saga lowered his head, glanced over the currency, and immediately replied respectfully, "As you command, Lady Xia Er." White Dragon Dessau's. Xia Er's gaze fell upon the physically smallest white dragon. "You have already been tasked with guarding the northern border and monitoring the icy plains. You are granted 5 gold coins and 30 silver coins to fortify your lair and demonstrate the flight's grace and authority." Dessau's instantly flapped his wings excitedly, letting out a short, joyful chirp. Thank you, Lady Xia Er. Dessau's will certainly live up to your trust." For him, this was an unprecedented fortune. Red dragons love gold, so Xia Er granted most of the gold to Tyrone. Black dragons love currency, so Xia Er granted the largest quantity of coins to Saga. As for what white dragons like is unimportant. No one cares. A token gesture is enough. As for all the remaining treasure, over 500 silver coins and 80 gold coins, they were all hers. "The remaining amount shall go into my treasury to be used to strengthen the lair of the Jade Wing and uphold the glory of dragonkind." After speaking, Xia Er paused briefly and also began calculating. "Valentina also deserves a share of respect. 1/3 of this shall be offered to her." Valentina's strength needed to be acknowledged. As before, consider it money to maintain the relationship, having Valentina watch over them until they grew up. Dessau's, take this old lizardman and 1 wooden ship to take over the 11 northern islands. After distributing all the spoils, Xia Er looked at Dassault's and issued the order. The main force of the lizardmen had been completely annihilated in the battle. What remained were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Dassault's could go and accept their surrender without needing a major military operation.
Oh yes.
Dassault's was still immersed in the joy of receiving gold coins. Upon hearing Xia Er's order, he immediately beat his wings, already eager to go take over the lizardmen's islands, serve Xia Er, and thereby earn more gold coins. Only one of the lizardmen's warships remained untouched. The 20-odd lizardmen who had submitted to Xia Er, looking dejected, boarded the last warship and sailed north. As for the spoils on this island, they were far more than just these gold, copper, and silver coins. These gold, silver, and copper coins were merely from chests that Saga had salvaged from the seabed. However, precisely because of this, Xia Er was quite curious. Saga, where did you salvage these chests from? From a shipwreck. The bullywugs had discovered the sunken ship long ago, but due to insufficient strength, they couldn't open the ship's door, Saga replied respectfully. Hearing this, Xia Er nodded slightly. It seemed it was just a windfall, not something to rely on long-term. However, the other spoils from this battle were worth considering. For example, the armor provided by the human merchant caravan. A full 100 sets. Only during Xia Er's battle, over 30 sets were damaged. Now only about 70 sets were usable. That was enough. Bullywugs couldn't wear iron armor. For bullywugs, their skin was their best strategic weapon. If they wore armor, they would be unable to swim underwater, losing their greatest advantage. Therefore, the ones most suited to equip these 70-plus sets of armor were the kobolds who had been guarding White Pearl Island.
Borings.
After obtaining these golden vessels and coins, Tyrone grew restless. He was already finding it hard to stay on this barren island. He immediately bid farewell to Xia Er. I'm returning to manage my new lair and prepare for my next dragon sleep. If there are any orders, send someone to find me. With that, Tyrone spread his wings and flew towards the southwest. Seeing this, Xia Er did not reprimand him excessively. Instead, she silently began planning her next steps. The number of islands under her command had now reached 19. The entire Star Mist archipelago consisted of 63 islands. The remaining 44 islands all belonged to the Fishman Royal Court, and the number of warriors in the Fishman Royal Court exceeded 10,000. If not for the fact that the Fishman Royal Court's primary focus was on the boundless ocean to the east, mainly entangled with races like the merfolk, Lokatha, and Naga living in the ocean east of the Star Mist archipelago, and they didn't want to get too close to land. Otherwise, they would have long ago conquered the lizardmen and bullywug tribes, and these fishmen of the Fishman Royal Court were the most notorious Sahuagin. Sahuagin are also called sea devils. They are malicious ocean dwellers sharing many traits with sharks. They slaughter and devour anything they catch, attacking coastal dwellers in the dead of night. They are extremely evil fishmen. The merfolk, Lokatha, and Naga are races with neutral or good alignments, and they don't get along well with the Sahuagin. For the next period, we should try to pass the time as peacefully as possible, until we safely pass through the young dragon stage. Xia Er glanced around and said earnestly to Saga, if nothing unexpected happens, I will also enter dragon sleep soon. The time for her next dragon sleep was drawing near. Dragons, being magically gifted creatures, grow during their sleep. The younger the dragon, the more frequent their slumber. During dragon sleep, a young dragon converts all accumulated nutrients into energy, greatly enhancing its physical functions and gaining some magical abilities. The young dragon stage naturally involves more than one dragon sleep. Furthermore, if a dragon is injured, it can also enter a healing sleep. Saga was clearly somewhat surprised. Approximately how long will your dragon sleep last? Although dragon sleep was normal for dragons, they were nearly the same age. For Xia Er to enter dragon sleep so soon seemed a bit early. The red dragon Tyrone had also said something similar. Was the interval between their dragon sleep periods so short? Unclear. It could be a few months or perhaps 2 or 3 years. Xia Er said, I will undergo dragon sleep under Valentina's protection. During this time I entrust the islands to you, Saga. If any enemies appear, go seek aid from Valentina. If the human merchant caravan returns, trade the dragon scales I've collected with them and ask for several more barrels of black oil. Carta, Xia Er is here again. When Rebecca's voice reached Carta's ears, he felt like the sky was about to fall once more. No way, how did she return so quickly this time? Xia Er's last visit was only a few days ago, why was she back already? The scales on Carta's body hadn't even fully regrown yet. Maybe he should pretend to be asleep. Thinking this, Carta, who was on the highlands, immediately closed his eyes and feigned sleep, pretending he hadn't heard anything and had no idea Xia Er had arrived. After whispering a brief reminder to Carta, Rebecca and Otto didn't persist. Instead, they hid inside their cave, not daring to venture out casually. After all, to them, Xia Er was somewhat too terrifying. They also feared becoming like Carta, having their scales ripped off. Xia Er's emerald form shot past the highlands inhabited by the blue dragons like a streak of light, not even glancing toward Carta's location. Curled up beneath a cliff face, Carta kept his eyes tightly shut. Only when the overwhelmingly oppressive draconic aura completely vanished in the direction of the palace did he dare to cautiously crack open a single eyelid. Phew. Carta sprang up abruptly, deliberately shaking his tail with an air of authority, scattering a cloud of dust. He glared toward Rebecca and Otto, who were hiding in the cave, a low growl rumbling in his throat. "Where is that bastard Xia Er? I just finished gathering my strength and was about to let him taste the burn of my breath." Having said that, Carta deliberately raised his head, putting on a domineering front. He escaped quickly this time. Otherwise, I would have torn his wings to shreds and made him taste the pain of having his scales ripped off too. "You were clearly pretending to be asleep just now," Rebecca thought to herself but didn't voice it out loud. After all, Rebecca, this little female dragon, wasn't stupid. Saying it now would definitely earn her a beating from Carta, so better to let it go. However, even though Rebecca didn't speak, Carta could still sense a trace of contempt in her gaze. This left Carta feeling somewhat lost and dejected, and he couldn't help but think to himself, maybe I should also go out to hunt personally, to train a bit. "Oh Xia Er, my most capable prime minister, my princess's right hand, I truly did not misjudge you." Upon the throne, Valentina's eyes lit up the moment she saw the gold coins Xia Er presented. She eagerly gathered all the coins together, showering Xia Er with praise. "A kit letterwinda fazirida, a symbol thrifada letterwin sixta a grove." Xia Er was just too capable. Valentina admitted she had been prejudiced against green dragons before. But now, Valentina just wanted to say that green dragons were the second best dragons in the whole world. Second only to blue dragons. She absolutely loved them. Xia Er humbly lowered her head and spoke. "Bringing you joy is my supreme honor, Your Highness, the noble Princess Valentina. Please believe this is merely the beginning. The trade route with humans has been established. As long as it is properly maintained in the future, gold coins, gemstones, and even more rare treasures will surely pour into your hoard like an endless tide, adorning your supreme glory and making the fame of Underwood shine even brighter under the radiance of wealth." Hearing this, Valentina's massive tail excitedly thumped the base of the throne once, producing a dull thud. The anticipation for the future in her eyes almost seemed to materialize into beams of golden light. "Excellent, Xia Er, you always bring the best news, however." Her huge draconic eyes shifted slightly, looking at the still respectfully bowing green dragon with a hint of curiosity and an expression that said, "I'm very clever, you can't hide anything from me. You came in person this time. Besides presenting this delightful gift, you must have other matters, right?" "Your Highness sees everything with clarity." Xia Er's voice remained respectful, but carried a trace of barely noticeable gravity. "I have indeed come for another important matter, humbly requesting Your Highness's grace and protection." "Protection?" Valentina tilted her head slightly, her massive horns almost touching the palace dome. "Speak, dear Prime Minister. In these highlands, the prestige of my Underwood is the best protection." Xia Er raised her head, her emerald draconic pupils looking directly at the blue dragon on the throne, her gaze sincere. "Your Highness, from deep within my draconic bloodline, I am receiving the ancient, familiar call. I can clearly feel my life essence gathering strength, about to undergo an important transformation. In the coming months, I will inevitably enter a period of dragon sleep." "Dragon sleep?" Valentina's surprise was evident, her draconic pupils involuntarily widening. "So soon?" "Xia Er, you just finished your last dragon sleep not long ago, right? I remember Carta and the others hatched around the same time as you. They've only just begun to feel the stagnation of growth and are still far from their next sleep." She looked Xia Er's streamlined, powerful jade-green body up and down, her tone filled with disbelief. "Your growth rate, it's simply unheard of. Even the most powerful-blooded red dragons don't have such frequent dragon sleep during their wormling stage. Perhaps the battles and trials in the Star Mist Archipelago have accelerated this process, or perhaps it is fate's guidance." Xia Er vaguely explained, not delving deeper into the reasons for her abnormal growth, and quickly steered the conversation back to the main point. "Dragon sleep is an inevitable path in a dragon's growth. However, Your Highness is also aware that the Star Mist Archipelago under my rule is not entirely peaceful. The Fishman King's court in the eastern deep sea watches with covetous eyes. The shadow of the frost giants on the northern icy plains has never truly receded, and even the recently subjugated lizardmen cannot be guaranteed not to harbor rebellious thoughts while I sleep. The islands are remote and fraught with danger. A sleeping dragon is at its most vulnerable. If a powerful enemy attacks, the consequences would be unthinkable. Xia Er's voice carried a hint of perfectly measured concern as she deeply bowed her head once more. Therefore, I humbly request your highness to allow me to undergo this dragon's sleep under the protection of your great wings, here in the safe Karugu Highlands. Only within your territory, under the glory of Underwood, can I peacefully sink into the dream and complete this leap in life. As your most loyal subject, I beseech this favor.
Alhamdulillah.
Valentina pondered for a moment, then replied without hesitation. All right, Xia Er, your concerns are not unfounded. I grant your request. You may find a quiet cave near my royal court for your dragon sleep. I, Valentina, hereby promise that during your slumber, the Karugu Highlands will be your shield. Any fool who dares disturb your sleep will face the wrath of a blue dragon. Boundless gratitude, your highness. Your mercy and strength will be the most solid support during my sleep. Xia Er's voice was filled with genuine gratitude. But Valentina immediately thought of another crucial issue and asked with some concern. However, Xia Er, how long will you sleep this time, the trade you just mentioned, and those shiny gold coins and gemstones? Who will be responsible for trading with the humans? Trade gold coins, gemstones, nothing must go wrong with this. Your Highness, please rest assured I have made comprehensive arrangements. Xia Er answered immediately. I have ordered the Black Dragon Saga to handle all dealings with the human merchant caravans during my sleep. He has a steady temperament. Although his strength is slightly inferior, he is cautious enough and well-versed in my trading rules. I have already given him the various collected dragon scales and explicitly instructed the focus of the trade, to exchange for more gold coins and gemstones. Saga will strictly follow my instructions to ensure the trade continues. As for Tyrone and Dassault, they each have their own duties and will not interfere with trade matters. Ha ha ha, good, very good, Xia Er, I trust you completely. You've even arranged things so properly before your sleep. Go prepare your cave and have a good, peaceful sleep. When you wake, I look forward to seeing you even stronger, bringing back more. I mean serving me and the Underwood Dragon flight even better. Valentina's eyes sparkled. As you command, great Princess Valentina, may the glory of Underwood shine forever. Xia Er once again bowed her head respectfully in salute and slowly withdrew. Meanwhile, Valentina hummed contentedly, her massive claws continuing to fiddle with the gold coins, producing a pleasant symphony. She had already begun calculating how many gold coins and gemstones she might receive next time. Xia Er quietly exited the palace, preparing to find a hidden safe cave in the highlands. After Xia Er slowly withdrew from the royal court, she casually glanced toward the dragon lair and was somewhat surprised. Carda was actually not in the lair. This was truly a strange thing. However, Xia Er didn't dwell on it. She immediately carved out a cave in the mountainside right next to Valentina's palace, preparing for her dragon's sleep. A juvenile spike beast stood alone on the plain, panting heavily and covered in blood, seeming utterly exhausted. Clearly, this not yet mature spike beast had just survived a life-or-death struggle. Its parents were likely dead, otherwise this solitary young beast would not be here on one of the Karugu Highlands' few plains. The tired and weary young spike beast was searching for food, intending to replenish its energy. And at that very moment, a massive indigo figure tore through the clouds, carrying long-suppressed rage and a desperate desire to prove itself, gliding down to a position above the spike beast youngster before instantly pouncing.
Roar.
A roar full of cathartic release tore through the wilderness's silence. Accompanying the roar, a blinding chain of blue-white lightning shot forth from Carda's gaping maw. This thunderbolt, saturated with draconic aura, struck precisely on the path the spike beast youngster tried to turn and flee along. Boom. Dazzling electrical light exploded, the current instantly paralyzing the young spike beast's muscles and nerves. The spike beast youngster let out a short, sharp, and mournful cry. Its entire body convulsed violently, unable to support itself any longer, crashing to the ground. Its limbs kicked uselessly at the scorched earth as the smell of thick smoke and seared flesh filled the air. Carda showed not a shred of pity. His blue wings snapped shut, and he landed with the crushing force of a falling mountain, his heavy form making the very earth tremble. His sharp claws, like the scythe of death, plunged viciously into the relatively soft side of the spike beast's neck in the instant it was immobilized by the lightning. Shluck. The claws easily tore through the tough hide, embedding deep into flesh and bone. Carda gave a fierce twist. With the sound of cracking bone, the spike beast's struggle ceased abruptly. After completing this, Carda's chest heaved violently, not from exhaustion, but from being filled with an unprecedented, almost dizzying sense of exhilaration. He looked down at the lifeless young spike beast beneath his sharp claws. Its coarse, spiked hide was pierced by his talons, oozing dark red blood that stained the blue scales on his claw tips. Ha, see that. The great Carda Underwood has completed a hunt. Carda couldn't help but growl out loud, though only the whistling wind answered him. He clumsily adjusted his posture. That dive had been a bit unsteady, nearly causing him to crash headfirst into a bush. Flapping his wings to stabilize himself had kicked up a cloud of dust, making him look rather pathetic. But none of that could dilute his current sense of accomplishment. He had succeeded. His first completely independent, successful hunt. He, Carda, a true blue dragon, had captured prey with his own power, just a little spike beast. HMPH, next time I'll catch a bigger one. Let Rebecca and Otto see. I am the future hope of the Underwood dragon flight. Carda thought to himself, raising his head covered in fine blue scales, a proud rumble sounding in his throat. The previous sense of defeat and fear of Zaire seemed considerably washed away by this small victory. Letter 1E5D, letter 1F00, omelette, butta a circumflex us. He opened his mouth, carefully using his teeth to grasp the spike beast's relatively soft underbelly to avoid getting its spines in his tongue. He prepared to carry this trophy back to the Highlands, to show Princess Valentina, to at least prove he wasn't always so utterly useless. Carda thought to himself, absolutely thrilled and overjoyed. Just as Carda flapped his wings, having risen only a few feet off the ground, his mind busy scheming how to casually show off, an extremely faint yet instinctively scale-raising sense of wrongness came to him on the wind. Chromatic dragons had a natural instinct for malice. Carda whipped his head around, his draconic pupils instantly contracting. From behind a hillside, amidst a jumble of rocks and low thorny bushes, dozens of pairs of eyes were staring unblinkingly at him. Those weren't the eyes of beasts, but eyes belonging to beings remarkably similar to humans. Their owners wore heavy armor the color of the mountain stone, covered in mud and moss, with exceptionally stout and squat builds. They were silently crouching, tightly gripping gleaming crossbows in their hands, the weapons cocked and loaded. The sharp bolts glinted with an ominous blue sheen under the gloomy sky. Some had heavy warhammers or axes strapped to their backs. They were as motionless as statues, only the mountain wind stirring the thick beards visible beneath their helmets and the edges of their cloaks. Dwarves, and fully armed, experienced dwarf soldiers at that. Carda's heart skipped a beat. An icy chill shot up his spine straight to the top of his head. The pride from his successful hunt and his inflated confidence vanished instantly like a popped balloon. The instinct of fear instantly overwhelmed all other thoughts.
Whimper.
A short, panicked whimper escaped his throat uncontrollably. Carda didn't hesitate for a second. He abandoned the prey already in his grasp, no longer caring about any trophy or the great dignity of dragonkind. Only one thought remained in his mind. Flee, flee back to the Highlands, flee to the vicinity of Valentina's palace. Carda frantically beat his wings, his movements even clumsier than before due to panic, kicking up an even larger cloud of dust and grass clippings. He didn't even dare look at those dwarves again. His massive body twisted and turned unsteadily in the air as he used all his strength, flying like an out-of-control blue meteor, desperately fleeing towards the direction of the Karugu Highlands.
Fire.
At the command, the dwarf scouts used their hand crossbows, firing fine iron bolts at Carda. In an instant, over a dozen bolts struck Carda, making him groan in pain and fury. But he still didn't dare look back, only managing to flee in utter disarray. However, these dwarf soldiers did not pursue. They merely gathered before the commander of this dwarf military unit. This was clearly a young blue dragon lacking life experience. Our scouting direction years ago was not wrong. Evil dragons do indeed live in the Karugu Highlands. The commander of the dwarf army looked excited, his heart pounding. He hadn't expected that, while leading troops under orders to survey mineral veins, and having killed an adult spike beast along the way while chasing its young, he would actually encounter a blue dragon. This was truly a stroke of immense fortune. Evil dragons were treasure troves from head to tail, and dwarves were natural master craftsmen with many alchemists among them. If they could obtain a blue dragon's corpse, they would utilize its various organs to forge the finest treasures, enhancing the dwarf's strength. A dwarf soldier nearby opened his mouth to ask, "General, why didn't we press the advantage and give chase?" A young dragon, and judging by his hunting just now, his survival skills are poor. We likely could have killed him. Blue dragons love to live in groups the most. That blue dragon just now was a young dragon. Behind him, there may be other evil dragons. Our most important task now is to send the message back, report it to His Majesty the King. All decisions will then be made by His Majesty's decree. We must not act rashly. Spring gave way to autumn and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Those 5 years flowed by like water, yet the Karugu Highlands remained as they always were. Regardless of the season, it was a scene of bitter cold. The only difference was the variation in sunlight. The summer sun was a little warmer, that was all. And in a dark cave near Valentina's royal court in the Karugu Highlands, Xia Er finally awoke leisurely from her dragon sleep. This period of dragon sleep had transformed Xia Er, reborn and renewed. Her body length had explosively grown to 11 meters, and with her wings fully extended, she spanned over 20 meters, truly a colossal creature. At this moment, Xia Er was still a young dragon, but in terms of size, there was no difference between her and a juvenile dragon. Beyond that, more powerful lungs and heart, stronger muscles, harder scales. The enhancement of all these basic attributes had also caused Xia Er's strength to skyrocket. More importantly, Xia Er had also gained new spells from her dragon inheritance: light and hypnosis. Nothing special to say, just two basic spells. If Xia Er didn't have the evolution game, relying solely on her dragon inheritance, she probably wouldn't obtain some more respectable magic until her juvenile dragon stage. But for a young dragon, light and hypnosis were already decent spell capabilities. Xia Er herself had also undergone changes. User, Green Dragon XT40392.
Level 9s. Innate abilities.
Breath Poison Mist, Winged Breath Venom Adaptive Dragon Scales Underwater Swimming Limb Regeneration. Mastered Spells Mage Hand Plant Growth Scorching Ray Light Hypnosis.
Basic attributes.
Magic Affinity, LV2 Fire Resistance, LV2 Frost Resistance, LV2 Storm Resistance, LV2 Toxic Resistance, LV3 Strength, LV2 Defense, LV2 Vitality, LV3.
An all-around upgrades.
Toxic Resistance and Vitality had even reached level 3. Besides the changes in attributes, Xia Er's appearance had also altered somewhat. Xia Er's frame was more burly and robust, her muscle lines distinct, her wing membranes taut and powerful. Her overall posture was as straight and imposing as a mountain peak. Her original jadeite green had faded, replaced by a deep emerald hue. Her tail had also grown a row of serrated barbs extending all the way to the tip, and the spines on her body had begun to multiply. Judging by appearance alone, any dragon or person unfamiliar with Xia Er might mistake her for a juvenile dragon, or even a poorly developed young adult dragon. I wonder how long I've slept. Xia Er sighed inwardly, then immediately felt a wave of hunger wash over her. After dragon sleep ends, a dragon needs to hunt. After all, the primary function of dragon sleep is to convert the accumulated energy within the body into personal strength. Upon awakening from slumber, a dragon is at its hungriest. Thinking of this, Xia Er immediately stretched her draconic body and walked out of the cave. However, just as she emerged, she came face to face with a small, thin blue dragon curled up at the cave entrance. This blue dragon was probably over 6 meters long, its scales bright and shiny. Despite sleeping for many years, Xia Er recognized this blue dragon's identity at a glance. Arsadilla letter 1D63C, letter 1D40D, letter 22F, B Epsilon, letter 1D668. Rebecca Underwood, the youngest blue dragon under Valentina's command and the only female dragon among the original 7 dragon eggs. Xia Er, you've slept for 5 years. You're the one who slept the longest among us. You're finally awake. Seeing Xia Er emerge, Rebecca couldn't help but exclaim, looking Xia Er up and down. You're so strong. Stronger than any dragon your age. Only Tyrone can match you in physique, but in terms of presence, he's completely outclassed. Slept for 5 years. Xia Er was directly startled, but she calmed her emotions and asked, "You're guarding here, seemingly waiting for me.
Is there something?"
Princess Valentina ordered me to guard here, so you'd know the news as soon as you woke up." Rebecca said, "Over these 5 years, we all entered dragon sleep one after another. After you was Tyrone, then Saga, then Carta, then Otto, and then me. Tyrone slept for 3 years, Saga for 1 year, Carta and Otto both slept for a year and a half." Hearing this, Xia Er felt somewhat irritable and immediately asked, "What about Dessau's? Didn't Dessau's undergo dragon sleep?"
Who's Dessau's?
Rebecca looked confused but quickly recalled a figure and said disdainfully, "That white-scaled one, I almost forgot about him. He entered dragon sleep a year ago, slept for about 5 months, then woke up. Being mentioned alongside that white-scaled one is truly a disgrace to our kind."
Good that he's fine.
Xia Er nodded her ferocious dragon head, then without ceremony began walking out of the cave, preparing to take flight. Seeing Xia Er like this, Rebecca hurriedly blocked Xia Er's path, saying immediately, "Wait, Princess Valentina isn't at the royal court right now. Her Highness wanted me to tell you that we went to war with the Dwarven Kingdom a year ago. Recently, Dwarven Kingdom legions have been frequently active. She wants you to be careful. If you wake up, she hopes you can join the battlefield to ease the pressure on Her Highness." "We're at war with the Dwarven Kingdoms." This news was somewhat unexpected for Xia Er, but dragon sleep was always like this. One missed many updates. Xia massive, deep emerald dragon head gave a slight nod. Her icy dragon eyes swept over Rebecca, carrying an unquestionable authority. I understand. Before the words fully faded, Xia's colossal body shot out of the cave like an arrow from a bowstring. Her wings snapped open, their nearly 25-meter span casting a massive shadow in the biting winds of the Karugu Highlands. Her powerful dragon wings tore through the air, whipping up a howling gale as she dove decisively towards the east, the direction of the Star Mist Archipelago.
Wait, Xia.
Rebecca's urgent cry was mostly swallowed by the wind. She dared not neglect the princess's command, and she felt an instinctive fear and unease towards this green dragon who had just awakened, her presence even more formidable than before. However, there was no time to dwell on it now. Rebecca could only flap her smaller indigo-blue wings with all her might, hurriedly giving chase. In her young dragon stage, Rebecca's body was only a little over 6 meters long. At full sprint, she could barely keep up with Xia's flying speed. Where are you going? Princess Valentina needs you to fight the dwarves. Rebecca shouted amidst the roaring wind as she struggled to flap her wings, her voice tense and carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Xia didn't look back, her low voice rumbling like muffled thunder, clearly reaching Rebecca's ears. I just ended my dragon sleep. I'm starving now, so naturally I need to hunt and fill my belly. Having said that, Xia's dragon eyes swept sharply over the snow-dusted mountains and coastline below. Continuing, furthermore, 5 years passed in a flash. I need to see with my own eyes whether my territory is secure, how Saga, Tyrone, and Dessous are faring, and those lowly lizard men and bullywugs. Fill her belly, inspect her territory, confirm her authority. Finally, deal with the dwarven threat. Compared to Valentina's barren land, Xia cared more about her own archipelago. Hearing this, Rebecca also found it somewhat reasonable and immediately said, I'll go with you. The icy, gray surface of the Sea of Frost rapidly retreated beneath Xia. The briny sea wind buffeted her face, giving her a comfortable feeling, a warmth that belonged to home. Although Xia hadn't spent a very long time in the Sea of Frost. Counting every single day in her 11 years of life, she had actually only spent half a year on the islands of the Sea of Frost. But as the saying goes, half a year as an island ruler, a lifetime of affection for the sea. This was, after all, Xia's own territory, naturally making her feel more dependent and attached. The immense power brought by the 5-year dragon sleep surged through her bloodline, yet she was also tormented by a massive sense of emptiness in her belly. Xia's dragon pupils, like quenched emeralds, scanned the churning sea below, efficiently filtering for targets. Ordinary fish and shrimp could no longer satisfy Xia's current needs. She required energy worthy of this newly born body. Suddenly, a massive silver-gray figure parted the waves, swimming not far below the surface. It was a giant king salmon, a full 5 meters long, its plump body shimmering with a tempting silvery light in the dark seawater. The most ideal food for Xia at this moment. However, Xia did not dive down as Rebecca had anticipated, stirring up towering waves for a primitive pounce. Instead, she adjusted her flight posture with extreme precision, her right foreclaw covered in heavy scales casually flicking downward. No lengthy incantations, no obvious gathering of magical energy. 3 scorching, crimson-red rays instantly erupted from the tips of her flicked claws. FSSSH. The scorching rays tore through the cold air with a sharp whistle. They were unnervingly precise, as if guided by an invisible hand, instantly shooting down and piercing through the giant salmon's relatively fragile head and vital gills, leaving 3 small, charred, smoking holes. And on the sea's surface, only a few insignificant splashes of water were raised. The massive salmon's body stiffened violently, instantly losing all vitality, turning belly up as it slowly floated to the surface. Immediately after, Xia's other dragon claw made a slight, empty grasping motion, and formless magical energy instantly coalesced into shape. A transparent, giant hand manifested out of thin air, gently and steadily reaching into the cold seawater. As if picking up a feather, it effortlessly scooped up the several 100-kilogram king salmon, steadily lifting it before Xia. Letter 16B1 A Eng letter 231 Ve umlaut S. Xia opened her maw, lined with sharp teeth, and without the slightest hesitation, used the mage hand to accurately deliver the salmon into it. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones and the muffled grinding of flesh, the enormous salmon was swiftly swallowed down. The heavy scales covering Xia's throat visibly slid, a deep sense of satisfaction temporarily overpowering the burning hunger. The entire process flowed seamlessly, from discovering the target to completing the meal, happening in mere moments. Rebecca, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded, her dragon wings forgetting to flap, nearly causing her to plummet from the sky. Her small dragon mouth hung slightly open, her dragon pupils filled with unbelievable shock. You. Rebecca's voice carried obvious astonishment and a trace of awe she herself hadn't noticed. You're a mage.
A warlock.
She couldn't comprehend it at all. Xia possessed a physique that was terrifyingly superior for a dragon her age, even more formidable than a red dragon's build, yet she also possessed superbly powerful spellcasting abilities, effortlessly completing this hunt. The impact of this contrast shook Rebecca's mind far more than seeing Xia bite a giant beast to pieces. Xia swallowed the last mouthful of delicious fish meat, her deep emerald dragon pupils turning toward the dumbstruck Rebecca. Dragons are inherently magical creatures. We don't need to learn, magic is etched into our bloodline, and green dragons are natural-born spellcasters. Don't be so surprised, Rebecca. With that, Xia's massive wings beat powerfully, stirring up stronger air currents as she accelerated toward the direction of the Star Mist Archipelago. She left Rebecca hovering in place for a moment before the young blue dragon frantically flapped her wings, her mind filled with shock, and hurriedly gave chase. Rebecca had only one thought. Xia might be even more terrifying than she had imagined. A being far more powerful than Carta, Otto, or even Princess Valentina. Rebecca was completely immersed in the scene of Xia's spell-assisted hunt. The image replayed over and over in her little blue dragon head, causing her to completely neglect the most crucial aspect of flight, observation. When Rebecca finally snapped out of the lingering shock, she suddenly realized her field of vision contained only the tip of Xia's tail, covered in deep emerald barbs and alarmingly close. Rebecca jumped in fright, letting out a short, sharp scream. Yah. The next moment she could only flap her wings frantically, trying to break hard and turn, her wingtips almost grazing the barbs on Xia's tail, stirring up chaotic air currents. She barely managed to steady herself, hovering to the side and slightly behind Xia, her heart pounding wildly, the muscles beneath her scales trembling slightly. Xia, Lady Xia. Rebecca's voice was clearly flustered and fearful. She looked at the imposing, unmoving deep green figure ahead and stammered, "What happened? Why did you stop so suddenly?" Xia's massive dragon head slowly turned, a sense of helplessness washing over her. How exactly was Valentina raising these kids? Could a blue dragon like this really go to battle? Wouldn't she just become forging material for the dwarves? This clumsy performance perfectly matched Xia's stereotypical impression of Carta, Otto, and the other blue dragons raised under Valentina's care. However, Xia didn't scold Rebecca. Instead, she opened her mouth and said, "Quiet, Rebecca. Several presences are approaching from ahead. They carry the salty tang of the sea and a
Dragon's scent.
but this kin's aura is muddled and impure, different from any chromatic dragon I'm familiar with. Yet it's not the detestable scent of a metallic dragon either. Does your inherited memory contain any similar presence?" Upon hearing this, Rebecca immediately raised her head, tense and serious. Her indigo blue scales quivered slightly in the wind as she tried hard to concentrate, sending her perception out like threads toward the distant area Xia indicated. An unknown, muddled aura. This sudden situation instantly dispelled Rebecca's earlier shock, replaced by tension in the face of the unknown and a flicker of excitement at being entrusted with a task. Rebecca strained, twitching her nostrils, but ultimately shook her head in confusion. "My inheritance doesn't have this scent." As she spoke, the sea surface ahead suddenly parted, and a figure burst forth, accompanied by spray and a heavy scent of blood. It was a dragon of peculiar form, its scales distinct in texture, with pale white markings on its neck, spine, and tail tip. Its head bore spiky mane-like growths, its maw gaping wide to reveal teeth. Its wings were broad, their membranes showing a gradient of bluish-gray, its posture agile, exuding an overall sense of sharp, imposing majesty. This was Xia didn't recognize what kind of dragon this was. But it was definitely a dragon, likely some kind of hybrid dragon. However, this hybrid dragon was in terrible condition, its body covered in bone-deep lacerations. Particularly, a massive wound slashing diagonally from its shoulder blade to its belly was gushing blood, its jade-green blood dyeing the surrounding waves red. Right behind it, over a dozen ferocious figures broke through the waves. They had fish-like heads, humanoid bodies covered in slimy scales, webbed fingers, and gripped finely crafted tridents and bone spears. They seemed to be Sahuagin from east of the Star Mist Archipelago. The leading Sahuagin fiercely pointed its trident, dripping with jade-green dragon blood, at Xia in the air. Its barbed gills flared violently, its crimson fish eyes churning with the most primitive savagery and greed. It let out a piercing, sharp roar filled with bubbling sounds. Guga Guluwada Gudingwanahakabala. Xia, what's all that gibberish? Can't understand a word. Xia, a green dragon, how could she possibly understand fishman language? However, Sahuagin were the most vicious, extremely evil fishmen. They would slaughter and devour anything they caught. Xia Er didn't think they were trying to negotiate anything. She immediately nimbly flew higher into the sky, her dragon pupils icy as she looked down imperiously upon the scene below. She spread her wings, opened her massive maw, and an invisible aura of fear instantly erupted, washing over the Sahuagin like a tidal wave. In the next instant, an emerald-green light blossomed from Xia Er's mouth. The Sahuagin couldn't help but pause, then looked somewhat puzzled. "You're a green dragon spraying poisonous mist, what's the use? It'll just disperse into a cloud of underwater poison gas. We fishmen, proud children of the sea, can easily avoid such gases. We're not some clumsy sea beasts." But before the Sahuagin could react, they saw the previously spread wings suddenly shoot out several streams of emerald-green venom, accompanied by scorching rays all surging toward them.
Boom, boom.
Emerald venom poured down like a torrential storm, scorching rays streaked like fiery serpents. The Sahuagin riding the waves instantly exploded, clearly caught off guard. The venom sizzled as it landed on scales, the stench of scorched, rotting flesh mixed with the salty tang of seawater spreading through the air. Fishmen struck by the rays were directly reduced to charred fragments, crimson blood staining large, dark patches across the sea's surface. The fishmen were unprepared, their agonized screams rising one after another. The leading fishman chieftain's pupils constricted sharply. Seeing over half his kin annihilated in an instant, he let out a piercing shriek.
Gugala.
Before the chieftain's cry had even faded, his scaly, slippery body shot into the churning, grayish seawater like an arrow from a bow, stirring up a small patch of turbid spray. The remaining fishmen lackeys, as if waking from a dream, began shrieking weirdly, scrambling over each other to plunge into the icy seawater that symbolized their escape route, intending to flee into the deep sea. This green dragon was unusual, there was a problem. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Xia Er's draconic eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, her barbed tail sliced through the air. Her massive, streamlined form followed close behind, plunging into the biting waters of the Sea of Frost like a depth charge dropped from above, sending a towering column of water skyward.
Lady Xia Er.
Rebecca let out a short, sharp cry of alarm in the air, her indigo wings flapping frantically as she hovered above where Xia Er had entered the water. She had never seen a dragon so resolutely take the initiative to plunge deep into enemy territory, let alone enter the deep sea. That was typically considered the absolute domain of the fishmen. The emerald-green seawater instantly swallowed Xia Er's figure, leaving only churning foam and spreading ripples. However, Xia Er's sensation was completely different. The cold, salty water enveloping her brought not the slightest hindrance, but rather felt like a return to some primitive origin. Xia Er's powerful dragon tail swung like a ship's rudder. Her body, covered in deep emerald scales, displayed astonishing agility and speed underwater, far beyond anything any land-dwelling creature could imagine. Xia Er's combat prowess underwater was unparalleled. Among dragonkind, perhaps only ocean dragons or sea dragons could compare. The reason was also very simple. When Xia Er had killed the bullywug chieftain Matras of Bright Scale Bay, she had obtained a talent called underwater swimming. Now this talent was being demonstrated to its fullest extent. The seawater was no longer resistance, but an extension of Xia Er's power. Xia Er's draconic eyes were exceptionally clear in the dim underwater light, instantly locking onto several Sahuagin desperately diving deeper, trying to flee towards darker areas of rocky reefs. The leading Sahuagin chieftain was paddling furiously, believing it had escaped with its life. Yet, a chilling, terrifying pressure, carrying the intense scent of sulfur and deadly poison, surged towards it from behind like a tangible current. It turned its head in terror, only to see that immense emerald shadow, which made its very soul tremble, closing in at an unbelievable speed. The enormous draconic maw opened soundlessly in the water, revealing rows of sharp teeth like the entrance to an abyss.
Gurgle.
The fishman chieftain let out a despairing screech, futilely raising its trident. But it was too late. Xia Er's serrated upper and lower jaws snapped shut with crushing force.
Crack.
The fishman chieftain's bones were easily pulverized. A horrifying sound transmitted through the water, mingling as the seawater instantly turned a murky mix of emerald and crimson. The chieftain's mangled limbs and fragments slowly sank into the depths. Letter 1 D667 A umlaut, letter 1 ED3, letter 1 D587, E circumflex, letter 1 E61. Killed Fishman Commander Kamehameha, challenge rating 7. Reward gained, storm resistance experience +1 spell, acid splash. The panel flashed before her eyes. Without pause, Xia Er's tail powered another burst. Her body executed a nimble turn in the water like the swiftest shark, pouncing on another Sahuagin warrior trying to slip away from the flank. The fishman swung its bone spear in terror, stabbing forward, but Xia Er's powerful forelimb, covered in thick dragon scales, casually swatted it aside. The bone spear snapped with a crisp sound. Immediately after, her dragon claw clamped around the fishman's throat like an iron vice and squeezed. Blood sprayed forth once more. Then came the third, the fourth. The remaining sahuagin were like fish and shrimp thrown into boiling water. In the face of Xia Er's absolute strength, speed, and underwater dominance, any struggle seemed laughable and futile. The water churned red. A brutal slaughter played out cruelly in the silent underwater world, with only the dull sounds of cracking bones and the surge of currents as the backdrop. In the air, Rebecca didn't know what was happening, only feeling her heart pound with fear, almost forgetting to breathe. She could only see large patches of murky emerald-green blood constantly churning to the surface below. Occasionally, severed limbs, broken arms, or shattered bone spears would float up, only to be swallowed again by the surging waves. Just as Rebecca was growing somewhat worried, the severely injured hybrid dragon beside her suddenly opened its mouth and spoke to Rebecca. "Don't worry, that green dragon lady is slaughtering those fishmen, a one-sided slaughter."
Oh,
Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the hybrid dragon. It was a female dragon. She was just about to open her mouth to ask a question when the churning bloodstains on the sea surface also subsided. Aside from floating bits of debris, there was no longer any sign of fishman activity.
splash.
With a tremendous sound, Xia Er's massive emerald form broke through the water's surface, sending a shower of droplets into the air. Xia Er shook her great head, seawater cascading like a waterfall from her smooth, tough scales. Clenched in her jaws were many steel-forged tridents, stained with grimy blood, the only spoils of war she deemed worth taking. These tridents seemed specially crafted by the fishmen, well suited for underwater combat. "Take a few samples back, see if they can be replicated." Resolved. Xia Er's voice was low, as if she had just completed a trivial hunt. She casually spat the half-eaten trident onto a pile of floating debris nearby. Her powerful wings spread once more, beating the air with a dull roar. Then she turned her gaze to the hybrid dragon. "What kind of dragon are you? Why were you being hunted by these fishmen? With your capabilities, you shouldn't have been chased around by these few fishmen to the point of losing a dragon's face." Xia Er could tell the other's challenge rating was probably around 9, not yet 10, placing her in the juvenile dragon stage. Although relatively young, and her strength not matching Xia Er's at the same level, she still shouldn't have been chased around by this bunch of stinking fish and rotten shrimp. If that were truly the case, then Xia Er could only begin to doubt the truth of the dragon inheritance's claim that dragons were the world's strongest race. Even if it's boasting, they should at least be first-rate, right? How could they be chased into such a state by fishmen? Disgraceful, a disgrace to dragonkind. Hearing these words, the hybrid dragon couldn't help feeling somewhat aggrieved, gnashing her teeth as she said, "It was all these fishmen. They pretended to submit to me, then attacked when I let my guard down. That's how I sustained such severe injuries. Otherwise, I would never have been chased all this way by these lowly fishmen." As she spoke, tears nearly blurred the little hybrid dragoness's vision. She silently grieved for a moment before continuing, "My name is Tina, no surname. My father despised me for having lesser dragon blood, so he stripped me of my surname and drove me out. My father is an ocean dragon, my mother is a sea-dwelling dragon. My father cast me out, forbidding me from calling myself an ocean dragon, so I suppose I should be considered a sea-dwelling dragon with ocean dragon characteristics." Hearing this, Xia Er couldn't help feeling somewhat astonished, genuinely giving rise to a sliver of respect. You'd mate with a lesser dragon and still manage to hatch a hybrid dragon egg. Truly invincible. Might as well have mated with a white dragon. Compared to a lesser dragon, a white dragon is practically flawless. Lesser dragons are those within the vast dragon race that exist outside the mainstream dragon species. They look like dragons and possess dragon blood within their bodies. However, unlike mainstream dragons such as chromatic dragons, metallic dragons, and gem dragons, lesser dragons do not have the dragon inheritance passed down through their bloodline. They must rely on their own exploration to understand everything about this world. During the era when dragon lords ruled, lesser dragons were even slaves in chains, looked down upon by the noble mainstream dragon races. And sea-dwelling dragons are one type of lesser dragon. As for ocean dragons, they are one of the progenitor dragons. Due to their living environments, adventurers rarely see progenitor dragons. Most progenitor dragons come from the elemental planes and the Shadowfell, including shadow dragons, ocean dragons, cloud dragons, crystal dragons, and magma dragons. Essentially, they are the chromatic dragons of the elemental planes and the Shadowfell. Magma dragons correspond to red dragons, ocean dragons correspond to blue dragons, Shadow dragons correspond to black dragons, cloud dragons correspond to white dragons, and crystal dragons correspond to green dragons. They are all evil-aligned existences, but unlike lesser dragons, they are still recognized by mainstream dragons as members of the great dragon race. However, in the normal world, progenitor dragon species are very rare. Tina seemed to want to continue pouring out her grievances about being exiled by her father and the hardships of her wandering life. Her dragon mouth slightly opened, emitting a low whimper. Enough. Xia Er's low voice cut her off. Her deep emerald dragon eyes swept over the sea surface churning with fishman filth and blood, then warily looked into the distance. This place is quite far from my territory and very close to the Fishman King's court. It's not a safe place to talk, and we could attract more trouble at any moment. Follow me to my territory. Xia Er commanded with unquestionable authority, then immediately beat her wings, turning and accelerating towards the direction of White Pearl Island. Tina was stunned for a moment. She looked at Xia Er's massive back, glanced at the blood-stained seawater below, and finally suppressed her unfinished words. Beating her injured wings with difficulty, she struggled to follow behind Xia Er and Rebecca. Xia Er spread her wings, silently calculating the new spell she had just obtained. Acid Splash. Unlike the illuminating light spell and the hypnosis spell that's useless against powerful creatures, this acid splash actually gave Xia Er a pleasant surprise. She could combine this spell with her winged breath. After acid splash is activated, her venom will be sprayed in a precise pattern onto the surroundings. Previously, when her winged breath sprayed venom, although there was some splash, the direction of the splash was chaotic. Enemies not directly hit could easily dodge it, but with this spell enhancing it, the splashing venom will accurately land on other enemies nearby. For this, Xia Er had only one evaluation: Luden's Echo or Echo Staff. On the way to White Pearl Island, the self-proclaimed sea-dwelling dragon Tina recounted what had happened. A few years ago, when she was still in her young dragon stage, she was driven out by her father. She then wandered aimlessly through the ocean. After a journey lasting several years, she finally arrived at the Sea of Frost from another sea area and encountered these fishmen. There's a reason ocean dragons are called the blue dragons among the progenitor dragons. Ocean dragons also love to build empires and emphasize order. Although ocean dragons are not inherently evil dragons, they are not merciful or benevolent good-aligned dragons either. As they age, they become increasingly stubborn and more obsessed with power and authority. Letter 211, letter 1D00, letter 2115, letter 231, letter FF42, open letter 10314. An ocean dragon who fails to gather and rule over some lower beings, such as humans, Nagas, Lokatha, or Sahuagin as minions, is considered a failure. Although Tina was stripped of her surname by her ocean dragon father and could only call herself a sea-dwelling dragon, to be honest, Tina's physical characteristics clearly lean more towards ocean dragons, and her nature is naturally the same. Therefore, after encountering these fishmen, she instantly became possessed by an ocean dragon's drive, wanting to conquer these fishmen to prove to her father that she too was capable. And then there was no and then. She was chased and hunted by the fishmen. The biting sea wind was split apart by the three dragons. The familiar outline of White Pearl Island appeared in Xia Er's vision. 5 years had not changed this island much. The bitter cold remained, with thin snow covering the rocky shores and sparse vegetation. However, when Xia Er's massive emerald-green form with its oppressive majesty, accompanied by Rebecca's indigo-blue figure and the somewhat disheveled sea-dwelling dragon Tina, began to descend in preparation for landing, it instantly raised alarm on the island. A squad of kobold warriors responsible for patrolling the coastline were startled by the terrifying shadow rapidly enlarging in the sky. They scattered with trained efficiency, warily looking up at the three dragon silhouettes. But just as these kobolds grew alert, they suddenly saw the uniquely emerald-colored scales in the area. They froze for a moment, then slammed their refined iron spears hard into the ground, simultaneously kneeling heavily, deeply lowering their heads until their foreheads almost touched the icy snow. "Dragon Lord!" The other kobold warriors behind also knelt, shouting "Dragon Lord" in unison. All the kobold warriors near and far knelt on one knee in unison, like a field of wheat being flattened by the wind. They no longer wore the tattered rags and crude bone spears from the landing years ago. Instead, they wore carefully tanned, tough leather armor with polished iron plates embedded at key points. If they put on their helmets, one could almost mistake these kobolds for soldiers from a human legion in the south, ignoring their tails. Why were you on alert upon seeing dragons? Xia Er slowly descended, looking at the lead kobold, who seemed to be called Valentine, her gaze cool. There are no hostile dragons in this sea area. What is the reason for these kobolds' instinctive reaction? Could it be that some rebellious thoughts have arisen? Upon hearing Xia question, Valentine answered without hesitation. Dragon Lord, Lord Saga ordered us to be vigilant against the blue dragon from the land, our former master Princess Valentina. Although Valentina was their former master, under Princess Valentina they couldn't eat their fill, but under Lord Xia they can eat well and even reproduce. Kobolds may worship dragons, but they aren't stupid. When it comes to dragons, they are naturally fiercely loyal to Xia. After speaking, Valentine couldn't help but glance at Rebecca behind Xia. That was a blue dragon. And Rebecca was absolutely furious. If Xia weren't present, she would have pounced over and slaughtered these kobolds clean. Was it Saga's order? Xia pondered briefly and quickly understood the reason. After all, before entering dragon sleep, she had put Saga in charge of handling affairs. During the time she was asleep, Valentina had clashed with the Dwarven kingdom to the south and would certainly have demanded Saga send minions to reinforce her. And Saga, who in his heart does not regard Valentina as his lord, obviously didn't take Valentina's orders very seriously. Valentina might not have taken direct action, but Saga, preparing for the worst, issued strategic orders in advance, vowing to defend Xia's assets to the death. Thinking of this, Xia nodded slightly and immediately issued a command in an unquestionable tone. At the fastest speed, dispatch bullywug messengers to summon Dessous from the north, Saga from the south, and Tyrone from the coastline. I am convening a dragon gathering, rule. Subjects, Kobolds 243, Lizardmen 1104, Bullywugs 3761. Paragon subjects challenge rating 11 or higher.
Nuns.
The game panel before Xia's eyes flickered, presenting the current numbers of her subjects. Over these 5 years, the Lizardmen population had seen a slight increase, though only by a few dozen. The Kobold increase was relatively smaller, but that was mainly due to their initially small base number. The Bullywugs, however, had exploded in growth, their population rising by nearly 1/3. Xia could accept this, however. After all, unlike Lizardmen, Bullywugs had a lifespan more than half as short as the former two. Most Bullywugs' lives ended around 30 years of age. 5 years was already 1/6 of a Bullywug's life. It was enough for a newly born Bullywug to grow into a qualified warrior. With a stable external environment, the Bullywug population naturally skyrocketed. Only those dedicated to the extraordinary could break through the lifespan limit. But if one couldn't reach Paragon level, they could only extend their life by about 10 years. The average lifespan of Lizardmen was between 60 to 80 years. One Lizardman equaled the lifespan of 2 Bullywugs. Kobolds lived around 50 years, placing them in the middle. With these thoughts concluded, Xia sat cross-legged on her throne, surveying the entire main hall. When constructing the royal court on White Pearl Island, Xia had already considered future meeting needs. Therefore, the main hall was extremely large, capable of accommodating 10 juvenile dragons without issue. However, once dragons truly gathered, it still felt somewhat cramped. The royal court on White Pearl Island was merely a transitional phase. Xia couldn't stay on this remote island forever. Once the main hall could no longer accommodate her subordinate dragons, it would be time to move the capital.
Your Excellency.
Saga and Dessous entered the hall simultaneously. Once inside the main hall, without the slightest hesitation, both dragons lowered their heads and bent their forelimbs, performing the respectful draconic salute to their lord, the true ruler of this archipelago, Xia. Letter 1D619 a letter 1033D, Obreve letter 1D401 Igrav S. Xia nodded. Saga, Dessous, 5 years apart you've both grown.
Very good.
A simple evaluation, yet it warmed the hearts of Saga and Dessous. Immediately after, Xia asked, "What about Tyrone? Why hasn't he come to participate in this gathering?" Your Excellency, Tyrone and his subjects have all gone to participate in the war between Princess Valentina and the Dwarf Kingdom. Saga opened his mouth to explain immediately. During your dragon sleep, Princess Valentina also sent blue dragons to conscript us. But without your command, we did not act. However, we were concerned something might happen to Valentina and also. Tyrone became somewhat brutal after awakening, so we sent Tyrone to provide reinforcements. After speaking, Saga also glanced at Rebecca standing to the side. Rebecca was a blue dragon, a member of Valentina's faction. Saga naturally recognized her and stated this matter without the slightest reservation. Is that so? Xia fell into silent contemplation. She had wanted to spar and exchange ideas with Tyrone after awakening to gain some new abilities. She hadn't expected Tyrone to already be off fighting a war, but perhaps that was for the best. With this thought, Xia's gaze turned to the churning gray sea outside the hall. Returning to the moment, she opened her mouth with authority.
The dragon gathering begins now.
Hearing Zyr's words, all the great dragons present became serious, collectively looking towards Zyr upon the throne. Zyr didn't bother with pleasantries, speaking directly. First, let me introduce a new member. This is Tina, a sea-dwelling dragon. After I awoke while hunting in the Sea of Frost, I unintentionally saved her while she was being pursued by fishmen. What are everyone's thoughts? Saga and Dessous turned their gazes towards Tina, and Tina's heart couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Truthfully, she had never formally stated she wanted to join Zyr's dragon court. But now, being introduced by Zyr in this muddled way, Tina felt joining this dragon court was quite good. This green dragon seemed quite capable, but she didn't know what the other dragons would think. Tina's mind was in some turmoil, which was perfectly normal. After all, for chromatic dragons, not all of their kind were truly considered kin. Metallic dragons were the mortal enemies of chromatic dragons. Those gold dragons, silver dragons, bronze dragons, they were always ruining the plans of chromatic dragons. Ferrous dragons were few in number and often competed with chromatic dragons for territory. As for the chromatic dragons themselves, friction and battles frequently occurred among them. They were not a monolithic block. Now this sea-dwelling dragon, naturally there was some estrangement. As a hardened veteran chromatic dragon, Saga spoke bluntly, "Your Excellency, this is a hybrid dragon. She does not possess the characteristics of us chromatic dragons. Her bloodline contains sea-dwelling dragon heritage. She is a lesser dragon. In the past, lesser dragons were only fit to be slaves. Now having such a lesser dragon appear at our gathering, Dessous and I have no issue personally, but I fear it may cause dissatisfaction from Tyrone and other red or blue dragons who might join us in the future. You aim to establish an empire belonging to true dragons. If accommodating these lesser dragons affects more promising true dragons, I believe this is a decision that shakes the foundation." Dessous nodded beside him. White dragons were the disgrace of chromatic dragons, often bullied on a daily basis. And sea-dwelling dragons weren't even considered chromatic dragons. They were dragons beneath dragons. Many high-ranking chromatic dragons would certainly feel it beneath them to associate with such a dragon. Tyrone could barely tolerate Dessous, so naturally he wouldn't tolerate a sea-dwelling dragon. Tina's bloodline is mostly ocean dragon. It's just that her father stripped her of her surname, forbidding her from being called an ocean dragon.
Zyr said calmly.
Regarding the lesser dragon bloodline issue, there's no need to dwell on it too much. Cassium aimed to establish a nation in the future, a nation belonging to all great dragons. Not a nation like the Underwood dynasty, which belonged only to blue dragons. Any being whose body contains dragon blood, any dragon species certified by the gods above, who is willing to join our dragon flight and share our trials, regardless of what kind of dragon they are, is our companion, a member of the Cassius flight. Even if it were a metallic dragon, it would be the same. The Underwood dragon flight, which Valentina once belonged to, was a vast true dragon empire located on another continent east of the Sea of Frost. Over 80% of its dragons were blue dragons, with the remaining 20% being a small number of red, green, black, and white dragons. As for other dragon species, they were practically non-existent. It was highly exclusionary. What Zyr wanted to establish was a nation truly belonging to true dragons. No matter what dragon species you were, as long as you were exceptional enough, you could join the Cassius flight. At least on the surface, all dragons were equal. In private, draconic mindsets were hard to change, discrimination was normal. I shall obey your will. Regarding Tina's joining, I have no objection.
Saga nodded slightly, then continued.
But Your Excellency, what about Rebecca? Has she defected from Princess Valentina? This sentence startled Rebecca. What defection? I haven't, don't spout nonsense. Just as Rebecca was about to open her mouth to explain, Zyr spoke first.
Underwood and Cassius are one entity, with no distinction between you and me.
She would inevitably surpass Valentina. When that time came, she could use such an excuse to reasonably incorporate Valentina. Although Valentina's nurturing ability was average, she was already a dragon with combat power above medium level, making her very necessary to recruit. If Valentina was willing to live under her command, that is. As for Carta, Otto, Rebecca, consider them the 3 freebies that come with the main purchase. Their level wasn't great, but they were still dragons, good enough for intimidation. Saga immediately nodded and stepped back. Zyr continued asking, over these 5 years, has anything significant happened on the islands? Your Excellency, the Fishman King's court to the east suddenly began frequent western probes half a year ago. The bullywug patrol squads have had multiple small-scale clashes with their scouts, losing more than winning. I estimate the Fishman King's court's eastward expansion has failed, and they are preparing to expand westward. Saga immediately opened his mouth, clearly explaining the situation over the past few years. As for the human merchant caravans, they've come and gone twice on their biennial schedule. We've exchanged for a large amount of black oil, all stored in your side hall. The leader of the human caravan, during the last transaction, subtly expressed through the Frog King a desire to meet you once. They will arrive next during the long summer season a year from now. Will you take the time to meet them? Hearing this, Xia Er immediately fell into contemplation. The matter of the human caravan leader wanting a meeting was a minor issue, something that could even be decided on the spot next year. But the matter of the Fishman King's court expanding westward was no small thing. After all, Valentina was already fighting the Dwarf Kingdom in the south. If the Fishman King's court indeed decided to expand west, she might face the dilemma of fighting on two fronts. Damn it, starting big right after waking up, what do you take me for the Third Reich? With this thought, Xia Er said, spare no cost. Scout out clearly whether the Fishman King's court truly has the intention to expand westward. This dragon gathering appeared to have as many as 5 giant dragons participating. But ultimately, only Xia Er and Saga were truly discussing countermeasures. Blue Dragon Rebecca had never been to the Star Mist Archipelago before, and sea-dwelling Dragon Tina had just joined and understood nothing. White Dragon Dessau's. Given Dessau's current intelligence level, it would be a miracle if he could join the discussion. One couldn't demand too much from a white dragon. However, at the exact moment Xia Er asked this question, sea-dwelling Dragon Tina suddenly spoke up. I have some information. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 chromatic dragons immediately fixed their gazes on Tina. It was the first time Tina had been stared at by so many of her kind, and she instantly felt a bit nervous. Her indigo scales quivered slightly. She awkwardly pulled her neck in then, as if remembering something, mustered her courage and hurriedly spoke. When I was wandering near the Fishman King's court, I saw many dwarf ships anchored around the periphery of their reef clusters. At the time, I thought it was a Lokatha settlement, thinking it was a perfect opportunity to recruit them as my first batch of followers. If I had known they were Sahuagin, I would never have actively approached or provoked them. Hearing Tina say this, a strange glint instantly flashed in Xia Er's eyes. Dwarf ships. Can you be sure they were dwarves and not human merchant ships or something? Xia Er asked, opening her mouth. Yes, I saw several dwarves appear much shorter than humans. Tina's tail swished back and forth uneasily. That's exactly why I misjudged. Sahuagin love attacking merchant ships for plunder. If human merchant ships were coming to do business, then those human ships would definitely have powerful forces aboard. But the dwarf ships didn't. Upon hearing this, Xia Er's dragon pupils constricted sharply, flashing with a cold, icy gleam. Her worst fear had materialized. The Fishman King's court frequently sending scouts westward over the past 6 months wasn't about truly launching a war of western expansion. Instead, they had formed some secret alliance with the Dwarf Kingdom. Dwarf ships, appearing at the Fishman King's court. Xia Er's low voice rumbled like muffled thunder through the spacious dragon court. Her massive head turned towards Saga. Have the equipment of the Fishman scouts changed, especially their weapons? Black Dragon Saga instantly understood what Xia Er meant and immediately responded. Your insight is profound, my lady. In the recent conflicts, the tridents used by the Fishman scouts were of a far superior quality compared to the iron weapons we captured before. The forging craftsmanship was clearly different. Previously, most of the weapons used by the Fishmen were of similar quality to those of the Lizardmen, cast-offs sold to them by human merchant ships. But now the Fishmen were using refined steel. On this continent, the most skilled craftsmen in forging were mostly of these short-statured races, dwarves, goblins, and the like. The chain of evidence snapped shut instantly. Xia Er's heart sank. Everything pointed to a terrifying conclusion. To completely eliminate the threat from the dragon kind, the Dwarf Kingdom was willing to pay some price to secure the cooperation of the Sahuagin, that ferocious deep-sea force, for a joint attack. Letter 213, A circumflex letter 1033D letter 22F, B Iagonak letter 1D42C. In their eyes, Xia Er entrenched in the Star Mist Archipelago and Valentina fighting them in the south were fundamentally part of the same entity. The Underwood Dragon Flight, a unified enemy. Sigh getting sandwiched from both sides. Xia Er exhaled a puff of hot air through her nostrils, finding the situation somewhat troublesome. However, things weren't actually as dire as they seemed. After all, the Fishman King's court hadn't formally declared war. They were just constantly sending scouts to harass, not launching a large-scale war. This situation seemed more like the Fishman King was just humoring the Dwarf Kingdom, freeloading off the dwarf craftsmen to refine weapons for them. After all, Sahuagin were cunning by nature, always the type to act only for profit. Without confirming the strength of the dragons, how could they possibly launch a large-scale war? In Xia Er's view, the ally the Dwarf Kingdom should have sought was actually the frost giants to the north. The giant race was already historically hostile to the dragon race and possessed formidable combat prowess. They would absolutely be the most suitable alliance partner for the Dwarf Kingdom. But the dwarves probably couldn't get there either. The land route was blocked by Valentina, and the sea route was cut off by herself. Allying with these fishmen might truly have been their last resort. The Dwarf Kingdom seemed unimpressive, but Xia Er was equally vexed. Lack of intelligence. Xia Er didn't even clearly understand the true strength of the Dwarf Kingdom. She only knew there was a Dwarf King Janders with a challenge rating of level 15. Her current situation was clear. Loyal but limited in number followers, several capable but equally young dragon companions, and Tina, who had just joined, was wounded, scarred, and lacked practical combat experience. The island resources she currently occupied were limited, and strategic depth was practically non-existent. Once the dwarves launched a large-scale attack from the southern land, and the fishmen attacked simultaneously from the eastern deep sea, forming a pincer attack situation, her dragon flight would instantly be plunged into an extremely passive position. Valentina was entangled with the main dwarf force in the south. It was hard to expect her to provide timely reinforcements. She might even be struggling to protect herself. Xia Er's deep emerald dragon eyes swept over the dragons in the hall. Her low, authoritative voice echoed through the stone chamber. Saga de Soz, heed my command. Immediately lead the bullywug and lizardmen legions to contract into the core defensive perimeter of White Pearl Island. Construct defensive lines relying on the reef fortresses. Mobilize all the grain stockpiled over the past 5 years. Prioritize ensuring supplies for our followers. If the main fishman force invades westward, preserving combat strength is paramount. Abandon outlying strongholds if necessary. Retreat in echelons to the Dragon Court Mountain Pass. Use the smallest possible cost to stall the eastern front. Oh yes. Saga and de Soz lowered their heads simultaneously, acknowledging the order. After speaking, Xia Er turned her gaze to the wounded and scarred Tina. Tina, you will remain deep within the Dragon Court to hibernate and recuperate. By the time your scales regenerate, I want to see the waves beneath your wings churning for the dragon flight. Okay. Tina ducked her head and nodded. One of the special abilities of dragons was that if injured, they could recover their wounds through the form of dragon sleep. It was actually somewhat similar to Xia Er's limb regeneration, except the difference was that limb regeneration was an enhanced version of recovery through dragon sleep, allowing Xia Er to heal injuries without entering a deep slumber. Finally, Xia Er's gaze fell upon Rebecca. The Kobold Guard unit will accompany me south to investigate the true strength of the dwarves. Between confronting the dwarves and the fishmen, Xia Er chose to confront the dwarves. The fishmen's main lair was underwater. The islands they occupied didn't actually have many fishmen inhabiting them. If she were to take action against the fishmen, Xia Er would be at an absolute disadvantage underwater, and it would also be difficult to capture their main lair. The dwarves were different. Although dwarves were a demi-human race, they lived on land. Their cities were mostly located inside mountains and deep underground, built by carving through rock. Some cities were even similar to human cities built above ground. Therefore, compared to underwater, dwarf cities were easier to locate. More importantly, if fighting underwater, aside from the bullywugs, only Saga could charge into battle alongside her. Sea-dwelling dragon Tina needed dragon sleep and couldn't provide effective assistance. The other dragons could only watch helplessly from the air, but attacking the dwarves was different. Everyone could participate in the battle. This time, Xia Er wasn't going to defeat the dwarves. She wanted to probe their true strength and, incidentally, complete a slaughter mission. The mission to kill 1,000 supernatural beings wasn't finished yet, still halfway there. It should be fulfilled using the dwarves, gulp gulp. Just before departure, Xia Er was guzzling down black oil with a boldness that made it seem like she was drinking beer, not the toxic, flammable substance. After waking from her dragon sleep, Xia Er was no longer satisfied with just 300 milliliters. She could down 1,000 milliliters in one go without a problem. Well, it still wasn't a huge amount, but it was a qualitative leap. Like chugging a beer, she swallowed a whole cup of black oil, let out a satisfied belch, then shook her head on the spot, feeling the fiery sensation burning in her throat. She couldn't help but shout, "Strong, so strong. This black oil has power." Her poison mist was decomposing the black oil, giving Xia Er a feeling of pain mixed with pleasure. But in the end, pleasure dominated. After all, her strength was increasing. Rebecca, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Princess Valentina's pride, the princess's right hand of the Underwood Dragon Flight, the Prime Minister, was a crazy dragon. Soon, Rebecca remembered the effortless spell Xia had cast earlier, and her heart sank with a thud. That was it. Obsessive spell addiction, rampant magical elements coursing through a dragon's bloodstream could affect their mind. The more magically powerful the dragon, the more susceptible they were to such influence. Under prolonged stimulation, some dragons would break down, some would become insane. Others would grow obsessed with obtaining powerful spells. Thus, many mature and even adult dragons became cruel and bloodthirsty, not just due to their nature but also because of this factor. But Xia Er was just a young dragon. How could she have this condition? Rebecca shivered slightly, watching Xia Er chug the black oil, laughing one moment and crying the next. She already wanted to leave early. Would Xia Er suddenly go mad later, see me as prey, and hunt me down on the spot? Rebecca trembled internally, regretting volunteering to come find Xia Er. If she had known, she would have let Otto take this task. Shivering, Rebecca could only watch as Xia Er gulped down the black oil. After about half an hour, Xia Er felt she was nearing her limit. She put down the black oil, her throat burning, her voice slightly hoarse as she spoke to Rebecca. Let's go. Letter 213, letter 1D4EA, letter FF4E, letter 1D428, letter 1D41B, Cyrillic letter 1E69.
Are you? Rebecca hesitated, then said, Are you? Okay. What could be wrong with me?
Xia Er exhaled a puff of turbid air, even her breath carrying the scent of black oil, as if ready to ignite at a touch. I can hardly wait any longer. Let's depart quickly.
So strong.
Xia Er now felt incredibly energized, itching to get to the battlefield and unleash her dragon breath. In an instant, Xia Er strode out of the royal court, spread her wings, and shot into the sky.
Boom.
Fierce, cutting winds were torn apart by Xia Er's deep emerald-green dragon wings. Seeing this, Rebecca could only slowly follow behind Xia Er, racing southward towards the Karugu Highlands. Soon, the iconic rugged, jagged terrain of the Karugu Highlands appeared at the edge of their vision. The air began to carry the scent of gunpowder, rust, and a faint trace of blood. However, when Xia Er descended and her sharp dragon eyes scanned the so-called front line below, her massive body suddenly stalled midair, an expression of disbelief appearing on her draconic face. There was no earth-shaking battle, no dragons roaring as they dove to spew breath. At the edge of the battlefield where Xia Er imagined fierce clashes should be happening, she found Valentina in a concealed mountain hollow, backed against a steep ridge, perfectly out of range of the Highland dwarves' ballistae. Valentina was lazily sprawled on a relatively flat boulder, her elegant blue scales appearing deep in the shadow. Her massive head rested on her foreclaws, her tail swishing idly against the ground, appearing exceptionally relaxed. Surrounding her was a motley crew of magical creatures with varied forms, their eyes either dull or filled with primal beastliness. There were massive crustacean-like creatures with rock-hard shells and clumsy movements. Cave-dwelling beasts covered in filthy fur, baring their teeth but clearly lacking any coordination. Even a few stone giants bound by crude iron chains pacing restlessly. These were the original inhabitants of the Karugu Highlands, whom Valentina had essentially enslaved. At the moment, Valentina was using her voice, carrying the unique magnetism of a blue dragon, to leisurely brief two smaller young blue dragons beside her. So this afternoon's objective is to have the rockshell crab swarm launch another charge from the western pass against the dwarves' left flank patrol. Remember, spread out, make a big commotion, roar loudly. Just draw the attention of those stubborn little shorties. Carta, you're in charge of supervision. Make sure they charge forward, but you absolutely must not get too close yourself, understand? The dwarves' heavy ballistae are extremely annoying. Valentina's words held no trace of tension or fighting spirit, instead brimming with a perfunctory, just going through the motions attitude. She even cautiously poked half her head out, took a quick glance at the faint outlines of ballistae atop the distant dwarven fortress, and swiftly pulled back, as if afraid of being locked onto by a targeting sight.
Princess Valentina.
Xia Er's voice, low like rolling thunder, suddenly boomed over the mountain hollow. Her massive form landed with a crash right in front of Valentina, the stirred-up dust causing the low-intelligence magical creatures to stir restlessly. Rebecca landed close behind, though keeping some distance from Xia Er. Xia Er. Valentina, startled by Xia Er's sudden voice, jerked her head up. A flash of embarrassment crossed her dragon eyes, quickly replaced by delight. My Prime Minister, my right hand, you've finally awakened from your dragon's sleep. You've come at the perfect time.
Good day, Your Highness.
Xia Er sized up Valentina's current form. To be honest, she was still a bit larger than Xia Er. But compared to the despair-inducing size difference before, it was nothing now. Valentina, body length 13 meters. Xia Er, current body length 10.5 meters. Soon she could plot to usurp the throne. Valentina, however, remained unaware. This blue dragon, who hadn't received a proper blue dragon education and was rather naive, turned to Xia. The laziness from just moments ago, directing the magical creature's feint, was instantly replaced by a surge of intense indignation. A long-suppressed fury ignited in her deep blue dragon eyes. These damned dwarves, they're like a bunch of stubborn moles digging holes in the rock. They refuse to fight me fair and square. Look at the fine mess they've made in the Karugu Highlands. With that, Valentina pointed with her claw, covered in hard scales, towards the distant horizon where stone structures were faintly visible, dotting the rolling hills like ugly tumors. Every time they advance about a kilometer, it's like they have obsessive-compulsive disorder. They immediately start building these damned stone forts, one after another, densely packed. Valentina's tone was full of frustration. I tried to destroy them, but those forts all hide extremely vicious ballistae. They can even pierce my scales, even if I risk injury and exhaust myself tearing one down. Valentina's voice dropped, carrying a hint of weary helplessness and gritted teeth hatred. After I drag my injured body back to recuperate for a few days, guess what? Those short stone blocks. They can rebuild right on the same spot, right under my nose in even less time, a bigger, thicker fort with more ballistae and longer range. Like poisonous mushrooms you can never stamp out. Just looking at those stone lumps gives me a headache now. She let out a heavy snort, sparks of electricity crackling within, as if trying to expel all her pent-up frustration. Xia Er followed Valentina's pointing claw and saw the fort, massive as a small hill. For a moment she was also taken aback. The Dwarven kingdom truly lived up to being a kingdom, steady and sure step by step. Building solid forts, fighting methodical battles. Inching forward like a pawn without end, no effort is ever wasted, eventually reaching the sea. These little B****-starred dwarves, not content with just forging, have started studying military strategy. However, Xia suddenly spread her emerald wings wide, her scales ringing like clashing metal. She raised her dragon head high, a low rumble rolling in her throat. Let me give it a try. Xia's wings beat violently, her emerald dragon body tearing through the clouds like an arrow released from its bow, soaring straight into the sky. The howling, frigid air currents meant nothing to her. Climbing above the sea of clouds, her massive form flickered in and out of view amidst the churning gray-white cloud banks, perfectly blending into this natural curtain. Peering through gaps in the clouds, the dwarven stone fortresses came into Xia's view. A dragon's vision was exceptional. Even hidden within the clouds, Xia could clearly see the state of these fortresses. These stone fortresses were not haphazardly piled together. They were precisely distributed along the mountain ridges and passes, forming a deadly, mutually supporting net. Each fortress top had dark, gaping firing ports, within which the faint glint of thick, cold crossbow arms could be seen. Xia could even catch sight of short, swift figures darting through the passageways between the forts. There were dwarves defending these fortresses, truly elite. Xia thought to herself. Such stone fortresses would indeed be somewhat difficult for Valentina, a blue dragon who primarily wielded lightning breath to destroy. Destroy one stone fortress, and the dwarves could swiftly transfer to another via the visible surface channels or the underground tunnels. And within those fortresses, numerous ballistae were deployed, posing a significant threat to a dragon. However, while these stone fortresses might be hard for red dragons, blue dragons, black dragons, and white dragons to overcome, requiring the destruction of each one. For Xia, a green dragon, it was as easy as turning her hand. The reason was simple. Xia's breath was poison mist. Poison mist didn't need to destroy stone. As long as there was a single vent, the dwarves would suffer a devastating blow. Stupid dwarves, it's time you experience the wisdom of a green dragon. With that thought, an excitement tinged with the burning sensation of black oil surged through her veins. Seizing the cover of the clouds, she dove towards the dwarf stone fortress. Her deep emerald, massive dragon form tore through the cloud layer, plummeting downwards with a piercing shriek. Inside the stone fortress, the air was thick with the distinctive dwarf smells of sweat, leather, and faint ore dust. Several dwarf scouts were resting by the stone benches inside the firing ports, temporarily sheltered from the biting wind of their lookout posts. The cold of the Karugu Highlands was extremely uncomfortable for dwarves too. Ha, this damned weather, the wind's tangling my beard. A veteran dwarf with a thickly braided beard and several old scars on his face grumbled, vigorously rubbing his wind-reddened nose before patting the bulging leather flask at his waist. Once this battle's over and we're back in Anvil City, I'm gonna drink the heart of the Forge Tavern's ale barrel dry. Ra letter tutuf letter winde for zeroin upana.
Count me in, Glens.
Another slightly younger but equally weathered dwarf chimed in. And a huge plate of smoked mountain goat ribs, the kind that sizzles with fat. After chewing on bread hard enough to crack a giant skull for half a month, my teeth are aching for meat. In a shadowy corner, a clearly much younger dwarf recruit was nervously polishing his hand crossbow. He couldn't help but peer out the narrow firing port again, scanning the gloomy sky and undulating mountain ridges. Relax, lad. The veteran Glenn took a swig from his flask and spoke to the recruit in a seasoned tone. Those dragonkin are scared witless by our stone lumps and ballisti, see. How many days has it been? Aside from sending some brainless rock crabs and cave-dwelling beasts to scratch our walls, they haven't even shown a shadow of themselves. What's to fear? At this rate, we'll bag a few dragons sooner or later. But the recruit's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. The books say dragons are cunning. Books? Those moldy old books again. What good is reading them all day? Get a proper job. Glenn interrupted him impatiently, tapping the recruit's helmet with his axe handle. Real combat is the best teacher. Lad, those colorful dragons have to grovel before the walls we dwarves forge by digging mountains, carving stone, and tempering with refined steel and will. They fear our ballisti, and they fear our fortresses even more. To old-timers from Iron Anvil City like them, book reading was a waste. A true dwarf should be a warrior or a craftsman. Another dwarf soldier laughed. By King Janders, just tuck your heart back into that hairless chest of yours. When our shift's over, I'll teach you to drink real dwarf ale. Guaranteed to make you forget those dragon tailies meant to scare children. The recruit flinched from the tap, forcing a weak smile, trying to blend into the veteran's relaxed atmosphere. But his eyes kept drifting uncontrollably towards the churning gray clouds outside the firing port. He felt those clouds seemed thicker, more oppressive than before. And the pale, occasional light filtering through the cloud gaps seemed to carry a faint, ominous hint of green. Just as the veteran was about to continue his battlefield ale lecture, the recruit's pupils contracted sharply. Amidst the churning cloud wisps, a flash of emerald green, icy cold and utterly unnatural streaked past. That flash of green carried a heart-stopping speed and oppressive force, tearing through the clouds in a dive. That wasn't a cloud. It was a terrifying silhouette, clad in emerald scales, massive beyond imagination. It emerged from the sea of clouds, wings spread, casting a vast shadow over the ridge below. The dragon! The recruit mustered all his strength, letting out a near-shattering screech. In the sky, green dragon, it's diving. What green dragons? The veteran Glenn's tipsiness vanished in an instant, replaced by shock. He lunged towards another firing port. The other dwarves jumped up like rock rats with their tails stepped on, scrambling frantically towards their combat stations. Veteran Glenn directly took control of the massive Skyhunter heavy ballista facing their arrow tower, adjusting its aim while shouting, "Lad, toss that puny hand crossbow aside, prepare to load the heavy bolts." Glenn's calloused finger slammed down on the trigger. The Skyhunter heavy ballista, which normally required 2 people to operate, roared with a deep, resonant sound. A nearly 2-meter-long heavy bolt, its entire refined steel shaft densely inscribed with intricate runes, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, shooting straight towards the diving emerald giant. As if it were a signal, the dwarf ballistae on the surrounding ridges and fortresses unleashed their fury simultaneously. Dozens of equally terrifying shrieks filled the air. A deadly net of steel, woven from lethal heavy bolts, instantly spread open, aiming to ensnare the massive green figure. The green dragon in the sky displayed astonishing agility. Its huge body performed nearly impossible rolls and sudden stops midair, its deep emerald scales dazzlingly bright in the high-speed maneuvers. However, the bolts were too dense, the coverage too vast. The heavy bolt Glenn fired, imbued with dwarven runecraft and aimed with calculated lead, precisely seized an opening. Thud. A heart-stopping, muffled impact. That rune-inscribed heavy bolt struck the green dragon's right wing membrane near the wing bone. Hit Hahatha, we hit it. Glenn's triumphant roar exploded within the tower. He slapped the cold ballista base gleefully, laughing uproariously. See that, lad? Any dragon has to grovel before our dwarven iron and fire. Then he saw with his own eyes the massive dragon body lurch violently in the air, letting out a roar of fury. Based on past experience, this dragon would either immediately gain altitude and flee, or, like the blue dragon that attacked them before, try to vent its anger by using its breath to destroy the fortress. But the fortress' main structure was sturdy and there were tunnels. At worst, they'd lose some outer walls and a few ballistae. Just as Glenn expected, the next moment, the green dragon had closed into a position very near the stone fortress, opening its bloody maw. Prepare to retreat, it's going to bria. Glenn roared the order while habitually turning, ready to lift the heavy stone slab disguised as the floor behind him, leading to the safe tunnel into the mountain's interior. Yet the moment he bent down, grabbed the iron ring on the slab and prepared to heave it open, an intensely ominous aura enveloped him. It wasn't the blue dragon's lightning nor the red dragon's fire. It was a green carrying a strong, sickly sweet bloody scent. The whole world seemed splashed with a layer of churning, emerald-colored ink. Ugh. Glenn's movements froze instantly. An indescribable sense of suffocation seized him. He looked up in shock. His vision was no longer filled with the gray sky and hills, but an endless, turbulent sea of green poison mist. The mist waves, like living things, were surging madly into the fortress interior through every firing port, every crack, even the tiniest pores in the stone. Poison, it's poison mist. The perpetually nervous recruit now let out a scream filled with despair. The books say a green dragon's breath is deadly poison, not an explosion. We're done for, we're finished. Glenn's murky eyes widened in shock. He instinctively wanted to retort, bullshit, dragon breath is all. But when he opened his mouth, not a single word came out. An indescribable, searing, agonizing pain erupted instantly from his throat, nasal passages, eyes. Even every pore of his skin. This poison mist was madly stabbing into his lungs through his respiratory tract. His trachea felt like it was rapidly corroding by strong acid. His vision was also dominated by a thick green. Knife-like pain shot through his eyeballs. He wanted to cough, to gasp for air, but his lungs felt as if they were being clenched tightly by a fist, every spasm bringing heart-rending agony. HCK. HCK. Glenn's throat made choking, gasping sounds. His hands clawed at his own neck, veins bulging. Soon, this veteran dwarf warrior felt his vision blurring. The last thing he could see was the other dwarf soldiers in his group within the arrow tower falling like harvested wheat, twitching soundlessly as they collapsed in the thick mist. Finished. That thought surfaced in his mind. The next moment, the veteran dwarf Glenn's robust body lost all support. It toppled over like a collapsing mountain, crashing heavily onto the cold, hard stone floor, swallowed by the churning, surging tide of virulent green mist. Outside the tower, the poison mist continued to gush from Xia Er's maw, cascading down like a waterfall, spreading towards the dwarves' meticulously constructed defense system and deep into the mountain itself. 5 years of accumulated poison mist, augmented by an entire barrel of black oil. It was enough to envelop the entire stone fortress. The dragon descended from the sky, furious and ferocious. The green mist from Xia Er's maw was released without restraint, an endless torrent. It must be said, the heavy bolts shot by those ballistae had truly given Xia Er a fright. One bolt she hadn't even managed to dodge, striking her right wing. But the injury wasn't particularly severe. For Xia Er, who possessed the supernaturally abnormal recovery ability of limb regeneration, going back to sleep for a night would make it as good as new by the next day. It hadn't damaged sinew or bone, merely a scratch, yet Xia Er was still furious. Apart from the slight pain from the injury, it was mostly the wrath of a great dragon who had been insulted. Dwarves, they actually dared to slay a dragon. Then accept the fury of the dragon lord of the Star Mist Archipelago, the master of the Cassius flight. Xia Er's poison mist, like a bursting dam's flood, madly poured into the sturdy stone fort. 5 years of accumulated poison mist from her dragon sleep was enough to seep into every crevice, permeating every tunnel. And before Xia Er's eyes, reminders from the evolution game constantly popped up. Her base attributes were wildly increasing, though compared to direct enhancement, this kind of growth was still a bit too slow. Boom. A cleverly disguised stone slab at the side and rear of the fort was violently smashed open from the inside. Several stocky dwarven figures tumbled out in utter disarray. Their skin was red and swollen, even beginning to fester. Snot and tears streamed down their faces as they coughed up bloody foam with heart-rending intensity, scrambling on all fours, trying to crawl away from this zone of death. The dwarves farther from Xia Er were, rather luckily, able to escape a certain death. Only those dwarven soldiers who were very close to Xia Er, operating the ballistae at the first moment, were enveloped by the initial wave of poison mist, dying swiftly. Oakit letter to win winfuv, agruv oeganek letter 163. Roars. At that moment, a draconic roar brimming with long-suppressed frustration and wild elation shook the heavens. It was the blue dragon Valentina. She had witnessed firsthand the devastating effect of Xia Er's poison breath, which overturned her understanding. All the pent-up resentment and anger accumulated from the dwarves' tactics finally found an outlet for release. Her deep blue draconic pupils shone brilliantly with extreme excitement, burning with flames of vengeance. See that? Carta, Otto, and you dull-witted stone heads. Valentina's voice was excited, even trembling slightly. She violently spread her pair of massive blue wings, the powerful airflow whipping up dust and rubble from the mountain hollow into a swirling cloud. My Prime Minister Zer Cassium, he tore open these dwarf mole's turtle shell. Now it's our turn. Her gaze instantly locked onto those dwarves scrambling out of the tunnel exits, struggling like headless flies at the edges of the poison mist, her killing intent boiling over. All forces attack, crush them. Leave none alive. Let these stubborn dregs repay their disrespect towards dragons with their lives. Before her words even faded, Valentina's enormous draconic form shot forward like a bolt of deep blue lightning, wreathed in violent arcs of electricity, straight towards the poison-wrapped stone fort. Valentina did not charge directly into the poison mist's range. She had clearly seen the power of Xia Er's breath. It was an equal threat to herself. After all, this wasn't some game with friendly fire immunity. Valentina's targets were the periphery, those dwarves fortunate enough to escape the fortress, now exposed in the open wilderness. Boom. A thick bolt of blue-white lightning spewed from Valentina's maw, accurately striking amidst several dwarves who had just crawled out of a tunnel exit, not yet having caught their breath. Blinding electric light exploded. The smell of char instantly filled the air. Those dwarves didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to charcoal by the violent current. Valentina didn't pause. Her massive dragon claw, carrying the force of 10,000 jun, slammed down, smashing another dwarf trying to hide behind a rock, along with the boulder he was using for cover, into paste and shattered stone. Elegant yet deadly, she soared at low altitude. Each dive was accompanied by a lightning breath or a swipe of her claws, mercilessly harvesting the life of every dwarf exposed in her line of sight, thoroughly eliminating any possible survivors after Xia Er's poison mist attack. Soon Xia Er also ceased her poison mist breath. She simply circled at a slightly higher altitude. The wound on her right wing membrane, torn by the heavy bolt, sent waves of stinging pain, but she paid it no mind. Watching Valentina's slaughter, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Valentina, Carta, and Otto were, like hungry dragons pouncing on prey, mercilessly butchering the sporadic dwarven survivors who had escaped to the edges of the poison mist, utterly defenseless. What was Valentina doing? Those were dwarves. They were incredibly valuable. Those who died in the tunnels were unavoidable. Given the easily defensible position, this was the only way to breach this stone fort. But now these dwarves had escaped. Why still kill them? To vent anger, dwarves were natural-born craftsmen. Capturing them as slaves to build castles and forge weapons for oneself would be so much better. Xia Er's forces precisely lacked such construction talent. The makeshift civil engineering construction team cobbled together from kobolds was of extremely average skill. Now that professionals had arrived, killing them would be a terrible waste. If these dwarves were to die, it should be from exhaustion on her own construction sites. Stop. Xia Er's thunderous roar suddenly exploded, forcibly overpowering the clamor of the battlefield. Valentina's poised claw halted, electricity crackling around it. She sharply looked up at Xia Er, her deep blue draconic eyes filled with confusion and lingering ferocity. Why? These stubborn stone dregs dared to wound you with ballistae. They must pay the price. Carta and Otto also stopped their actions, looking towards their prime minister in puzzlement. Otto seemed somewhat bewildered, while a flash of obvious impatience crossed Carta's eyes. The price has already been paid. Xia Er's voice was icy as she circled and descended, her immense shadow falling between Valentina and the surviving dwarves. She swept a glance over those dwarves curled on the ground, on the verge of death from fear and the torment of the toxin. This fortress's defensive strength has been broken. The core ballista operators and soldiers died in my breath. These who luckily escaped pose no threat. Killing them yields no benefit. It's better to take them as captives, demote them to slaves. Having said that, Xia Er turned to Valentina, her tone slightly softening. Princess, slaughter is not the goal. We need intelligence. We need to understand the actual situation of the Dwarven Kingdom, their deployments, their allies. The value of live captives far exceeds that of corpses. Look at their current state. Fear is the best interrogator. Spare their lives and we can pry open their mouths. HMPH. A snort thick with mockery came from the side. The blue dragon Carta flicked his tail and spoke up. Prime Minister, since when do we dragons need to show mercy to these ground rats? If you ask me, we should grind them into paste and hang them on these stones to show the dwarves the consequence of offending dragons. Xia Er raised her gaze to look at Carta. Just that single action. Those deep emerald vertical pupils instantly released a pure, piercingly cold killing intent. Carta felt an indescribable chill instantly shoot up his spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The scales all over his body felt like they were about to stand on end. Utter one more word, and I won't mind killing a fellow dragon. Xia Er coldly spoke. This Carta was somewhat too talkative. Previously, Xia Er could consider his young age and not bother with him. Now, openly defying her command, it was time to teach a lesson. Hearing this, Carta's body trembled uncontrollably. His previously held high head involuntarily drooped. His eyes darted about, avoiding Xia Er's gaze. His massive frame instinctively shrank back slightly towards Valentina's direction, as if seeking a sliver of protection. Valentina also felt this terrifying aura that erupted in an instant. She glanced in surprise at Carta, who had instantly become as silent as a cicada in winter, then looked at Xia, whose imposing manner was as steady and heavy as a mountain range. After a moment's hesitation, she did not feel anger over Xia insulting a blue dragon. Instead, she opened her maw and said, "Xia is right. Carta, disrespect towards the Prime Minister is disrespect towards me. If there is a next time, I will expel you from the flight. Otto, capture all these dwarves. If any dwarf dares to resist, kill them directly." Valentina beat her wings, issuing the command to the other blue dragon. Then she looked at Xia, asking in a tentative tone, "This is acceptable." Seeing this, Xia nodded, giving this blue dragoness a bit of an out. Of course it is. From the era of the various dragon lords to the present, among all the chromatic dragon emperors and kings, none have been more sagacious than the princess. Upon hearing this, Valentina instantly perked up her tail. "That's right, I am the most sagacious dragon emperor in all of history. Wow. Those dwarf veterans, who on normal days could split stone with their strength and had fiery tempers, had completely lost their usual ferocity at this moment. The poison mist had not only corroded their bodies but also shattered their will. Intense dizziness made their world spin, violent nausea churned their guts, and even the strength to grip their warhammers or axe handles had vanished. The dwarves curled up, groaning in pain, or scratched futilely at their itchy, festering skin, their eyes glazed over, leaving only the physiological agony and the bewildering fear of having narrowly escaped death. "Hurry up. Drag them out." The roar of the blue dragon, Otto, carried a hint of impatience as he faithfully carried out the orders of Valentina and Xia. And those executing the orders were the 150 elite kobold warriors Xia had brought over from White Pearl Island. These kobold warriors wore heavy suits of metal armor that tightly covered their bodies. Longswords hung at their waists, the scabbards pressed against their legs, projecting a deterrent of being ready to be drawn at any moment. The iron spears gripped tightly in their hands stood straight as a forest, their spearheads sharp and glinting with a cold light. This equipment had not come easily. It was the maximum armament Saga had barely managed to acquire over the past 5 years by selling precious chromatic dragon scales, archipelago pearls, and sunken treasures from the seafloor. However, resources were tight, allowing only this 150 elite warriors to be equipped, and they were severely lacking in ranged weapons like hand crossbows, limiting their tactical versatility. At least on the surface, they looked elite, comparable to the central legions of a human kingdom. Soon, over 200 dwarf prisoners were brought before Xia, Valentina, Rebecca, and Otto by the kobolds. Xia swept her gaze over these captured dwarf prisoners of war, spotting a veteran with a graying beard and armor more refined than the other dwarves. In her panel, this veteran's challenge rating had already reached level 9, clearly the leader of this stone fort. "You dwarf, come forward." Xia opened her mouth and spoke. Though also tormented by the poison mist with red, swollen skin and an unsteady gait, this dwarf veteran's eyes still burned with an unyielding flame, that unique pride and stubbornness etched into the very bones of dwarves. "Dwarf." Xia looked down at him, her draconic pupils cold. "Tell me, where is your King Janders now? How many troops are stationed here, and who is your leader? If your answer satisfies me, I will pardon your crimes, ensure you are well-fed and clothed, and guarantee that in every dwarf city-state I conquer in the future, dwarves will continue to live and work in peace." Xia still had a great need for technical talent. The dwarf veteran struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes meeting Xia's without fear. He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva, his voice hoarse as he roared with all his might. "Bah, filthy green dragon. Don't think you can pry anything from the mouth of a son of stone. King Janders's will is as strong as an anvil, a dwarf's spine would rather break than bend. Think we'll betray our oaths? Not in this lifetime." His voice echoed over the silent ruins, filled with finality. The surrounding dwarf prisoners, though weak, looked at the veteran with eyes full of grief, indignation, and agreement. Valentina let out a displeased hiss, her tail slapping the ground irritably. Xia's eyes held not the slightest ripple, as if she were looking at a stone about to be crushed. Seeing this dwarf veteran so stubborn, Xia wasted no more words. Her massive maw opened once more, and a thick, ink-green juice-like poison mist once again enveloped that dwarf veteran. "God!" A shrill, inhuman scream erupted instantly. Within the thick mist, the dwarf veteran's body convulsed violently, the skin exposed to the air blackening, swelling, blistering, and festering at a visible rate. The dwarf veteran clawed frantically at his own throat and face, as if trying to tear open the organs that had inhaled the poisonous gas, his nails digging deep into the rotting flesh. This was not merely killing. It was the cruelest form of torture. The screams lasted only a few breaths before being cut off as if strangled, leaving only a terrifying, rapidly charring, putrid carcass within the mist, emitting a nauseatingly sweet, fishy stench. Xia Er slowly closed her mouth, residual green poison gas dissipating between her fangs. A green dragon's breath was just that cruel. Compared to a red dragon's scorching fire, a blue dragon's lightning, a white dragon's frost. A black dragon's acid and a green dragon's poison mist. While lacking the same intense visual impact, it was more than enough to instill fear. Xia Er also wished for a fiery breath, like the dragons in people's imaginations. But alas, she couldn't do that. Xia Er's icy draconic gaze swept over the cowering, terrified crowd of dwarf prisoners below. This is the fate of resistance. Now tell me what I want to know. Who else is willing to die for your dwarf king, Janders? Xia Er's original intent was to execute one as a warning to 100, using the cruelest means to completely shatter these prisoners' will to resist, to make them understand that in the face of absolute power and the threat of death, so-called loyalty was meaningless. Xia Er expected the remaining dwarves to submit under extreme fear, scrambling to provide information in exchange for their lives. However, the deep-rooted stubbornness and collective honor ingrained in the dwarven bloodline exceeded Xia Er's expectations. After a brief, deathly silence from within the prisoner crowd, a young dwarf with a childish face and festering arms suddenly took a step forward. His entire body trembled, tears mingling with pus streaming down his face, but his eyes were unusually bright as he shouted hoarsely, "For Anvil City, for King Janders." It was like lighting a fuse for ancestral glory. Dwarves never yield. Kill me, evil dragons. Shouts filled with absolute finality rang out one after another. 1, 2, 10. Dozens of dwarves, veterans, and new recruits alike, ignoring the kobold warriors' shouts and the threat of spear points, staggering, struggling, striving to straighten their scarred chests, stepped forward from the crowd. Some clenched their fists, some glared defiantly at the dragon, some closed their eyes awaiting death, but without exception all chose to follow the path of that veteran. In a short moment, dozens of dwarves had stepped to the front. Xia Er was genuinely taken aback. She had somewhat underestimated the cohesion and martyr-like courage this dwarf race could erupt with in desperate straits, but Xia Er's moment of stunned silence lasted only an instant. As a green dragon pursuing power, believing in the law of the jungle, as the ruler of the Star Mist Archipelago, Xia Er knew deeply that any hesitation or wavering at this moment would be seen as weakness by the remaining prisoners, completely undermining the terrifying pressure she had just established. Very well. Xia Er's voice was calm. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. I, Xia Er, leader of the Cassius Flight, dragon lord of the bullywugs, lizardmen, and kobolds of the Star Mist Archipelago, sentence you to death. With that, Xia Er's massive maw opened once more. This time, it was no longer a precise spray targeting a single individual, but a wider-ranging, lethal breath attack sufficient to cover all the dwarves who had stepped forward. Jade-green mist saturated with corrosion and deadly poison churned, surging like a tide of death, instantly swallowing those upright figures. Under the shroud of the green mist of death, the dozens of dwarves soon fell silent. The remaining prisoner crowd sank into a deathly stillness. All the surviving dwarves' eyes had completely lost their light, leaving only hollow despair and infinite awe for the dragon before them. Xia Er slowly closed her mouth, her cold gaze sweeping over the remaining prisoners, whose numbers had sharply decreased to just over 100. The nauseating smell in the air and the hellish scene at their feet became the most powerful deterrent. Now, Xia Er's voice rang out again, like a cold gavel of judgment striking the heart of every dwarf. Who can answer my questions? Not killing all these dwarves, Xia Er felt she really was a good dragon. After all, if it were traditional chromatic dragons like Valentina or Tyrone, these dwarves, with half of them showing unwillingness to submit, would have been slaughtered long ago. How could there possibly be any survivors? A good dragon like me might be bullied by other chromatic dragons in the future, forced to sit at the same table with gold and silver dragons of the metallic dragons. Xia Er sighed inwardly. Hearing Xia Er's words, a young dwarf hesitated for a moment, then suddenly took a step forward. With humiliation, he knelt on one knee. Great Dragon Lord, the dwarf teller is willing to answer your questions. After the war began, the Goblin Duke, a vassal of the kingdom, raised a rebellion in the south. King Janders led the main force south to suppress the rebellion. Fighting you on the front lines are only the 2,500 soldiers of the Dwarf 3rd Legion and 800 goblin slaves. The 3rd Legion's commander, General Adre, just moved to the 7th Stone Fort yesterday to suppress and pacify the goblin slaves digging tunnels, and to be wary of that red dragon attacking our supply lines from behind. Goblins. They are essentially the same as goblins. No real difference. Except that goblins can be said to be enlightened goblins, they are also proficient in alchemy and forging, a low-budget version of dwarves, and thus often become vassals to the dwarves who also live underground. As for goblins, they are unenlightened goblins, still eating raw meat and drinking blood, living a primitive life. However, after receiving this news, Xia Er relaxed. So it wasn't just her who was being pincered from both sides. The Dwarven Kingdom's situation wasn't great either, and they were even more miserable than she was. After all, the Fishman King's court hadn't actually attacked the Star Mist Archipelago, but that Goblin Duchy was truly rebelling.
Excellent.
Xia Er nodded, then said, "Tell her right, I appoint you as the dwarf foreman. You will take a census of the remaining dwarves, list out the warriors and craftsmen, then stay behind and tell me about the structure of the Dwarven Kingdom."
Having said that, Xia Er issued another command.
"Valentine, you lead the kobolds, escort them onto the ship and transport them to White Pearl Island. Rebecca, you follow in the air. If these dwarves start a riot, kill them all, leave no survivors."
Oh yes.
The kobold chieftain Valentine respectfully accepted the order. Rebecca hesitated for a moment, glanced at Valentina, and also gave a slight nod. Yes. Xia Er had completely taken the dominant position. Otto and Carta looked at Valentina, their eyes filled with anger. "Princess, say something. This sire doesn't hold you in any regard at all. He even calls himself something like leader of the Cassius Flight, Dragon Lord of the Star Mist Archipelago, bullywugs, lizardmen, and kobolds, Xia Er. Letter 1D4 Tubi, A tilde letter 1D594, Igrav letter 1E65. And Valentina was also conflicted. She naturally understood Xia Er's meaning. Xia Er was clearly planning to establish his own power. But Valentina couldn't refute Xia Er either. After all, Valentina was an intelligent blue dragon. When the Underwood dynasty faced life or death with hundreds of dragons heading to the front lines to fight, Valentina ran away with over a dozen dragon eggs, which was enough to prove her survival wisdom. Especially since Valentina's biological father was the Blue Dragon Emperor of the Underwood Dragon Flight, the legendary dragon known as the Storm Calamity, Salvator Underwood. Of course, to the Blue Emperor, Valentina was just one of his more than 30 children, utterly insignificant. But being able to defy her father and flee during her young adult dragon stage was already enough to prove her survival wisdom. High emotional intelligence, survival wisdom. Low emotional intelligence, a bit cowardly. Given the current situation, Valentina naturally understood the implications of Xia Er's words. But at this moment, Valentina could only pretend not to know. As long as I don't say anything, then Xia Er is still my prime minister. Xia Er, you've done very well. Valentina slowly opened her mouth, uttering words that made Carta and Otto's jaws drop. Seeing this, Xia Er also slowly turned his head, looked at this beautiful scaled blue dragon girl, similarly swayed his head and lowered it, saying, "All these achievements were accomplished under the leadership of Your Highness the Princess. I dare not accept Your Highness's praise. Your Highness's wisdom is like a storm, bringing the blessings of the gods to your subjects." Hearing Xia Er's words, Valentina breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's still willing to acknowledge me. Valentina didn't want to fall out with Xia Er, because Xia Er was no longer the little green dragon from 10 years ago. The current Xia Er had vassal armies under his command. His own body was exceptionally large, and even though he was still 2 years away from entering the juvenile dragon stage, his size was only slightly smaller than her own young adult dragon self. Moreover, he was powerful, capable of easily destroying stone forts that she couldn't handle. By his side, he also had the assistance of 2 chromatic dragons, Tyrone and Saga. Tyrone was much larger than Carta. Saga was probably also stronger than Otto. Although the blue dragon side still had Rebecca, seeing Rebecca's current attitude, she didn't seem to belong to their camp anymore either. What, Dessous? Don't be ridiculous, we're discussing dragon combat power here. What's a white dragon doing chiming in? If it weren't for the fact that during hatching, you, this white dragon, seemed clever, a genius among white dragons, Dessous would have been driven away long ago like several of his relatives. Back when they hatched, there was more than just Dessous among the white dragons. It was just that Dessous was a genius among white dragons, so he was allowed to stay. The rest were left to fend for themselves, probably long dead who knows where. Therefore, in this situation, Valentina, being rather cowardly, didn't dare to fall out with Xia Er either. Seeing Valentina like this, Xia Er also nodded. After all, there were still enemies nearby. He didn't want to conflict with Valentina either. And this was also a slight test. Xia Er had almost confirmed one thing. As long as his own strength officially surpassed Valentina's, he could carry out a peaceful evolution, absorbing Valentina's Underwood Dragon flight into his own Cassius flight. Xia Er, should we launch a surprise attack next, assault the next stone fort? Valentina was now somewhat eager, wanting to take revenge and settle the score. After all, over the past year, she had been suppressed by these dwarves and felt very stifled. Now with Xia Er, this stone fort killing machine, she had full confidence to uproot the dwarves' stone forts. Hearing this, Xia Er also nodded, agreed. Speed is crucial in warfare. It would be bad if the dwarves were prepared. This successful surprise attack, killing over 500 dwarves and capturing over 100, was also because they weren't prepared for a green dragon. A year of fighting had led the dwarves to mistakenly believe their opponents were primarily blue dragons, with only one red dragon, so their defenses against green dragons were minimal. If they knew that simply deploying a few mages or sorcerers who knew the gust spell, or priests who knew detoxification magic, or having dwarves wear gas masks in advance could greatly reduce the power of Xia Er's breath. And that 5-year reserve of poison mist had been mostly expended. The dragon breath he could spit now was just ordinary poison mist. At most, it would cause nausea, dry heaving, dizziness, and blurred vision. It might kill some ordinary dwarves from poisoning, but for higher-level dwarf warriors, it would only cause nausea and dry heaving for a while. After all, Xia Er wasn't a young dragon either. If Xia Er were at the young dragon stage, forget these dwarves. Even the dwarf cities could be mostly brought down with one breath. Soon, several dragons rose against the wind, and the vassals also ran on land, planning to attack the next stone fort. However, when Xia Er arrived at the 7th stone fort, he discovered it was completely deserted, not a single dwarf remained. Already retreated. Xia Er was extremely wary, circling above the 7th stone fort, not landing directly. Instead, he prepared to have Valentina order the less intelligent magical creatures to go in and investigate. These dwarves, sensing the majestic aura of the great dragons, fled in disgrace. Yet at that moment, Carda's huge blue head rose high, letting out a piercing, scornful laugh. Ha, cowardly dwarves, these dwarf stones have long tucked their tails and fled into their rat holes. Before his words fully faded, Carda violently flapped his wings, his massive body carrying an overbearing momentum as he crashed down onto the dusty, rubble-strewn, open top of the 7th stone fort. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding dramatically. Bluish-white blinding electric light began to madly gather in his wide-open throat, emitting a heart-palpitating crackling and popping. Xia Er's keen sense of smell caught a whiff of an extremely unusual scent, somewhat familiar. However, before Xia Er could open his mouth, Carda's fully charged lightning breath erupted from his maw like a bursting dam of thunderstorm floodwaters. Boom! The destructive bluish-white electric serpents violently poured into the stone fort, instantly detonating the deadly traps the dwarves had deliberately left behind during their retreat. This wasn't an empty fort. It was a giant bomb stuffed with barrels of black oil and gunpowder kegs. Boom. A tremendous explosion. A blinding orange-red fireball, wrapped in thick smoke and a lethal shockwave, violently expanded outward from the stone fort as its center. Carda bore the brunt. His body, covered in blue scales, was flung away like a toy slapped by an invisible giant god amidst the earth-shattering explosion, wrapped in flames and smoke, violently hurled through the air. A stupid fool. Xia Er snorted coldly, his dissatisfaction with Carda reaching its peak. Carda was blasted half to death, but there were still some signs of life remaining. Xia Er was completely indifferent to this. There was nothing to say to an idiot. Fortunately, this Carda wasn't a dragon under her own command. However, the speed at which the dwarves had obtained the information and the timing of their retreat were quite well managed. Because of this, the condition of catching them off guard was lost. Xia Er glanced at the barely alive Carda, then said, "You all take this fool back. I'll continue south to see if I can encounter the remaining dwarves out in the wild." Regarding Carda, Xia Er had already lost any interest in nurturing him. Now, even if Carda showed up with 2 crates of milk for a visit, Xia Er wouldn't allow him into the dragon group. And Xia Er didn't plan to let these dwarves off so easily. After all, her slaughter mission was still short by a dozen or so kills. Having said her piece, Xia Er beat her wings, tearing through the smoke-filled air and shot rapidly towards the south. Xia Er's massive form became a streak of emerald light high in the sky, scanning the undulating ridgeline of the Karugu highlands below. Just as Xia Er had anticipated, the 6th and 5th fortresses she passed along the way were already empty, abandoned. The stone fortresses' gates stood wide open, the firing ports behind them empty, with only some hastily abandoned clutter scattered on the cold stone floors. The meticulously arranged defensive nets inside the fortresses now lay silent, like abandoned giant stone beasts. Xia Er could even see the chaotic drag marks and wheel ruts left on the ground, pointing towards the direction of the 4th fortress further south. A low draconic rumble rolled from Xia Er's throat, carrying a trace of surprise. These dwarves' decisiveness far exceeded her expectations. Abandoning sturdy strongholds without the slightest hesitation, rapidly gathering their scattered forces and retreating, this required immense courage and highly efficient command. That dwarf legion commander named Adre was clearly no mediocrity. Xire's internal vigilance rose another notch. An enemy who understood trade-offs and acted with decisive resolve was far more troublesome to deal with than a simple brute. Xire continued flying south. The deep emerald silhouette of the massive dragon tore through the cold air currents above the Karugu highlands. Soon, Xire caught up with this retreating dwarf army. Over 1,000 dwarf warriors were formed into tight columns, like an iron-gray serpent struggling to crawl through the gray-brown ridges. The formation was somewhat chaotic, interspersed with many limping wounded and goblin slaves with numb expressions, roughly bound by ropes. At the very front of the column, a large banner forged from refined steel, engraved with the emblem of crossed warhammers, flapped noisily in the wind. Clustered beneath it were several dwarf officers wearing especially heavy armor, their beards braided into complex plates, clearly the command corps. Caught up as expected. Xire thought to herself. The dwarves' retreat speed was fast, but no matter how fast, it couldn't outpace dragon wings. The rough, heavy outline of the fourth fortress was already visible in the distance, but this force clearly wouldn't have time to fully withdraw inside before Xire arrived. Almost the instant Xire's figure appeared on the horizon, piercing horn blasts and roars erupted from the dwarf legion below. Faced with the terrifying threat descending from the sky, the well-trained dwarf warriors displayed astonishing discipline. Panic lasted only a brief moment before, under the roars of their officers, the entire legion transformed like a startled steel hedgehog, shifting formation with incredible speed. Shield wall, stand.
Ballisti load. Target that green dragons.
Sorcerers prepare wind spells, be ready to disperse the poison mist at any time. Once the poison is dispersed, this green dragon will have no means left. Orders rose and fell. Squad leaders shouted commands. The front-rank dwarf warriors instantly slammed their massive tower shields into the ground, layer upon layer, forming a curved barrier in the blink of an eye. Warriors in the rear ranks thrust spears and battle axes fiercely through the gaps in the shields, creating a deadly forest of steel. Further back, the already prepared heavy ballisti were rapidly pushed to the front of the formation. Their thick arms were drawn back by several dwarves working together. Refined steel heavy bolts inscribed with runes reflected a cold gleam in the chilly wind. Most eye-catching was the center of the formation, where several dwarf sorcerers clad in heavy leather robes and holding gem-encrusted staves stood in a circle. Chanting incantations, intense air currents began swirling around them, clearly gale spells prepared specifically to counter Xire's poison mist breath. Xire's gaze swept over this instantly formed tight defense, lingering for a moment especially on those poised dwarf sorcerers. Xire understood perfectly. The other side had clearly learned about the nature of her poison mist breath, either from deserters or some other channel, and had made targeted preparations. Charging headlong into this iron bucket formation and ballista fire net, even she would likely get injured. She might even fall on the spot. If she wanted to annihilate this entire dwarf army, she would probably need her bullywug, lizardmen, and kobold minions to charge and break their formation, while she waited for an opportunity from the air. Only then could she wipe them out in one go. However, she had come in a hurry and hadn't brought any minions at all. But it didn't matter. Xire's main goal wasn't to annihilate this army, but to complete those last dozen or so kills to finish the slaughter mission. Xire's gaze finally settled on the goblin slaves being used as cannon fodder, driven to the outermost edge of the shield wall, some even tied with ropes in the open ground before the formation to block charges. These green-skinned creatures screamed in terror, trying to curl up, but were whipped by dwarf overseers, unable to retreat. Now, without the slightest hesitation, Xire's massive body executed a nimble mid-air hover. Two blazing gold red points of light suddenly ignited within her deep emerald draconic pupils. Xire completely abandoned any plan to dive and spew poison mist, opting instead for the safest, most precise method of long-range attack. The spell Scorching Ray, the winged breath effect was stronger, but Xire didn't plan to reveal that method in front of these dwarves. After all, judging by the current situation, these dwarves would likely become her major enemies for a long time to come.
Go.
The gold-red ray carrying terrifying high heat, like the precise ruler of death, shot out instantly from the magical construct formed by Xire's dragon claw. Sizzle.
The scorching ray instantly pierced through the air.
The goblin slaves driven to the outermost front bore the brunt, instantly melted through by the terrifying heat and falling to the ground. The goblins had no protective gear whatsoever, forced to rely on their flesh and blood to withstand Xia Er's scorching ray. Slaughter Mission 1001-000. Slaughter Mission the first completed. The game panel flashed before her eyes and vanished. Xia Er understood. A few of the rays, even more cunningly, shot into gaps in the shield wall, striking dwarf shields and armor. However, they only produced a few sizzling sounds and dwarf screams. Immediately, those dwarves took off the armor, discarded the shields, and other warriors from behind filled the gaps. The scorching ray's killing power was still too weak. Only against unarmored targets could it cause significant casualties. Xia Er understood this perfectly, and almost simultaneously with the rays hitting, the dwarf military formation erupted with a heaven-shaking roar. Dozens of Skyhunter heavy ballistae instantly roared to life. Accompanied by the twanging of massive bowstrings, a net of deadly steel thorns composed of rune-inscribed heavy bolts, carrying the shriek of tearing air, blanketed the sky towards the emerald giant in the air. Xia Er had anticipated this. Her wings beat fiercely, her massive body climbing upward with incredible agility. Several heavy bolts whistled past, grazing her rolling scales. Xia Er scanned the military formation below, no longer lingering for battle. Her enormous wings stirred up gale force winds, the emerald dragon form soaring upward, tearing through the low-hanging clouds. Amidst the angry long-range arrow shots and unwilling roars of the dwarves, she calmly vanished over the horizon. Slaughter Mission Part 1 completed. Received Mission Reward. Attribute Enhancements. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Magic Awakening. Your magic perception rank will increase by 1 level, and you will randomly obtain a level 3 spell. Burning Dragon Bloods. Ignite True Dragon Blood to gain a 30-minute Berserk boon that boosts all your attributes, but afterwards you will suffer a 6-month weakness debuff with reduced all attributes. Super Growth. You will prematurely advance into the juvenile dragon stage. Xia Er faced with the panel of rewards, Xia Er immediately dismissed Super Growth. In 2 years, she would naturally reach the juvenile dragon stage. Did she need help speeding it up? Pointless. If the choice had been an instant jump to Ancient Dragon, then Xia Er would have chosen in a heartbeat, no question. Even if she became a juvenile dragon now, Xia Er believed it wouldn't boost her as much as the first 2 options. Magic Awakening could raise her magic 1 tier and grant a powerful level 3 spell. A level 3 spell already belonged to the mid-tier of magic, extremely potent. Warlocks and mages who mastered level 3 spells were usually veteran spellcasters who had reached the Paragon tier. Examples like Fireball, Haste, Mass Heal, these were classic level 3 spells. If Xia Er wanted such spells via the Green Dragon heritage, she would at least need to enter the young adult dragon period. Burning Dragon Blood was unquestionable, a berserk buff. This was a lifesaver skill. If she ever fell into a dire situation, she could burn Dragon Blood to gain a powerful half-hour boost and break through the encirclement. But the 6-month weakness debuff afterwards made Xia Er hesitate. I choose Burning Dragon Blood. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Er made her choice. They might soon face the Fishman King's court or the Dwarven Kingdom. If things went badly, she wanted to have a trump card. Selection successful. Slaughter Mission updated. Slaughter Mission Part 1. Kill 10,000 intelligent creatures of challenge rating 3 or above. This time it became 10,000, and the challenge rating had risen to 5. Rating 5 already equaled the combat capability of an elite soldier from a real faction's legion. These were not primitive tribal forces like the bullywugs or lizardmen. For example, in the Dwarven Kingdom, in a 2,500 soldier legion, perhaps only 1,000 would reach this level. Slaughter Mission Part 1 measured quantity, while Part 2 measured quality. The rewards were mostly tied to your innate attribute foundations. Xia Er understood clearly. The Domination mission was much simpler, its rewards were often spells and the like. The last Domination mission had granted her a Green Dragon Bloodline spell, Plant Growth. Letter 1 D633, Letter 1 D400, Letter 1033D, Letter 1 ED1 Beta, S symbol 329. The Green Dragon Bloodline's Plant Growth was not the same level as the Druid's Plant Growth. Druid's Plant Growth was a level 0 cantrip limited to small-scale plant sprouting or accelerated growth, incapable of large-scale environmental transformation. The Green Dragon's Plant Growth could select and transform large-scale environments directly. Druids or warlocks trying to achieve similar results would need higher-tier spells like Terrain Alteration to assist. As for the Growth mission, Xia Er's challenge rating was 9. Only upon reaching level 10, the peak of the mundane, could she complete that mission. Therefore, Xia Er did not yet know what the growth mission's reward would be. Xia Er's enormous emerald figure cleaved the gloomy sky, diving toward the forward encampment where the dragon hosts were stationed. The instant she landed, a massive, ostentatious crimson figure on a great rock blackened by dragonfire filled her sight in the camp center. The red dragon Tyrone proudly lifted his savage head, his thick tail slapping the ground with satisfaction, kicking up rubble and dust. His lava-like vertical pupils swept over the landing Xia. Rather than showing restraint, Tyrone cocked his chin and emitted a loud hissing roar tinged with the smell of sulfur. You missed the show, Xia. I, the great Tyrone, just burned to ash a dwarven supply convoy on the southeast coastline, loaded with food and arms. 30 large wagons, over 100 dwarven conscripts and their goblin laborers, all howled and became charred corpses in my flames. The scene tusk, truly a splendid fireworks display. Tyrone proudly exhaled a small gout of searing breath, sparks scattering as if savoring the thrill of burning. His massive wings suddenly spread, whipping up a hot wind. His crimson eyes locked onto Xia, filled with predatory eagerness. I heard you had some gains after waking up, so Xia want to spar a little. Let me see how much you've improved in these 5 years. That accident last time doesn't count. He emphasized the word accident on purpose, clearly still smarting from his defeat under Xia's claws last time, desperate to regain face and prove he was the true combat power in the flight. Xia stopped, her vertical pupils calmly watching the aggressive red dragon. Tyrone had indeed become stronger. His violent draconic aura was more oppressive than 5 years ago, but to Xia it no longer felt like a real threat.
Tyrone's.
Xia's voice was even. Challenging me without absolute confidence is the biggest mistake you make today.
Mistake.
Tyrone let out a thunderous roar. Then use your claws to tell me whether that's a mistake. Before his words finished, Tyrone's hind legs slammed down. The huge crimson body hurtled like a burning meteor, wrapped in raging heat lunging at Xia. Massive claws shredded the air, striking down with rock-shattering force. Xia's eyes narrowed. Rather than retreating, she stepped forward. At the instant Tyrone's great claw came down, Xia's enormous body nimbly slid aside, avoiding the direct edge. At the same time, her long, powerful tail, like a tempered emerald steel whip, tore through the air with a shrill scream, slamming into the gap between Tyrone's charging waist and abdomen scales.
Boom.
A dull, drum-like explosion reverberated. Xia gave Tyrone no breathing room. After a successful strike, she beat her wings furiously and rose into the air, magic flares glittering around her. Xia's deep emerald vertical pupils locked onto the staggering red dragon below. Her huge maw snapped open, and the pent-up incrine poison mist erupted like a breached dam, surging toward the red dragon. Almost at the same time, one of Xia's foreclaws pointed in midair at Tyrone, fingertip glowing with gold-red magical light. Several searing high-temperature beams ripped the air, arriving from behind the mist and combined with the surging poisonous breath, overwhelmed Tyrone from all directions.
Roar.
Tyrone bellowed. Having fought before, he was already wary of Xia's breath and spells. The red dragon's massive body detonated with explosive power. His crimson wings thrashed fiercely as he tried to veer aside, escaping the lethal combined attack. However, just as Tyrone's body began to move, and his focus was fully on the airborne poison mist and beams, the emerald behemoth used the recoil from its wing beats and the momentum of the dive to rend through the edge of its own toxic cloud. At a speed and angle far beyond Tyrone's expectation, with a shriek that tore the air, Xia plunged down like a meteor. Tyrone felt darkness overhead, the violent airflow pressing him nearly to suffocation. Then he looked up in horror to see Xia's emerald vertical pupil and the looming, glinting savage claw only a breath away. Still, Tyrone was a fierce red dragon. In the crisis, he unleashed astonishing survival instincts, jerking his head aside and swinging his other claw to try to block. But Xia's attack angle was devilishly precise, and her speed far exceeded Tyrone's prediction. Shred. Xia's talon did not fully close around the neck, but it ripped across Tyrone's thick shoulder blade. Tough dragon scales tore. A few broken crimson scales and thin blood streaks spattered outward. Roar. Tyrone howled in fury, gaping his maw. Crimson light in his throat gathered violently, a destructive breath about to burst forth. But halfway through the buildup, Tyrone sighed long and deliberately, letting the breath dissipate. He moved aside without enthusiasm. You win, Star-Mist Dragon Lord. No point in blowing breath if it won't win. Defeated Red Dragon Tyrone Killian Fitzwilliam, reward obtained. Fire Resistance EXP +1, Magic Affinity EXP +1, Strength EXP +1. The small text flashed before Xia. She smiled faintly and looked at Tyrone's wound. For dragons, this degree of injury would heal in a few days. Tyrone did not stop fighting because of the wound, he stopped because he judged he could not win for the moment. Nearby, Valentina and Otto watched the duel in silence. Valentina felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Rationally, Valentina thought, if Xia and Tyrone teamed up, she might not be able to win, damn it. I'm supposed to be a young adult dragon. Valentina felt a bit defeated, and at that moment, a slightly frail but extremely fast white figure came hurtling from the eastern horizon. All the dragons lifted their heads toward the east, and Xia understood immediately. It was the white dragon Dessous. Valentina, Tyrone, and the other dragons clearly disdained this white scale and snorted, not bothering to look further. Dessous landed in front of Xia, lowered his head and said softly to her, "Dragon Lord. Saga asked me to tell you there is news from the south. Those guests from Coral Island have returned. They came much earlier this time. Saga requests you to return and take charge of the situation. News from the south." Xia understood immediately. It was that human merchant caravan from the south, Nalan's caravan. This was not the long summer, but the long winter season. How could this caravan be arriving so early? Xia felt a slight flicker of curiosity. The entire northern frontier, including the Karugu Highlands and the Esrolk grasslands, had only 2 seasons. Long summer and long winter. Although in the human cities south of the northern frontier, the long summer still held some meaning. But in the Karugu Highlands, long summer was just as much a season of snowfall as long winter. The only difference was that during long summer, the sun's rays provided slightly higher temperatures, offering a faint hint of warmth. Therefore, human caravans always departed at the tail end of the previous long winter, arrived during the long summer season, then set sail back at the end of long summer, finally returning to port at the beginning of long winter. This time they were so remarkably early, it seemed something special had caused them to advance their schedule. Thinking this, Xia turned to Valentina, her low voice reverberating in the frigid air. "Your Highness, an urgent matter requires my immediate return to the Star Mist Archipelago. I leave the subsequent affairs here in the capable hands of Your Highness and Commanders Tyrone and Otto." A complex emotion flashed in Valentina's draconic pupils. 1/3 unwillingness, 1/3 helplessness, and 4/10 relief. Like a perfect pie chart. She looked at the green dragon before her, whose scales still shimmered with a deep luster under the dim sky, and gave a slight nod. Her wings unconsciously folded in a bit tighter as she tried to maintain the calm tone of a superior. "Go, Xia. I will handle matters in the Karugu Highlands. Ensure the archipelago remains secure. It is our vital foundation." As long as she pretended not to know, it was as if nothing had happened. Plan successful. JPG. As Your Highness commands. Xia dipped her head slightly, her posture impeccable, and without a moment's delay, her massive wings suddenly churned up a violent gust of air, whipping up snow and gravel from the ground. The enormous jade-green figure shot into the sky, tearing through the low-hanging clouds, swiftly transforming into a streak of light as she headed northeast towards the Star Mist Archipelago, disappearing from the view of the other dragons. For a moment, only the howl of the gale and the heavy breathing of several great dragons remained in the center of the camp. The red dragon Tyrone was still steeped in the resentment and humiliation of being so easily suppressed by Xia moments ago. His thick tail thrashed irritably against the charred rock beneath him, scattering sparks. Xia had left so decisively, without even offering a single extra word of explanation about who these southern guests were. This stoked the nameless fire in his heart even hotter. He abruptly turned his gaze to the white dragon Dessous, who remained on the spot, seemingly somewhat at a loss. "Hey, Whitescale." Tyrone grumbled, "What are these guests Xia mentioned? Explain clearly." A powerful draconic aura enveloped the noticeably smaller white dragon. Dessous was startled by this sudden intimidation, his scales bristling slightly all over. His pure white head lifted in bewilderment, his ice-blue vertical pupils filled with obvious, utterly genuine confusion. Letter 211, letter 1D63C, Cyrillica, letter FF42, E grave, letter 1E67. He struggled to recall for a moment, then stammered out a reply. Tyrone, sir, Saga, sir, only told the Dragon Lord that the guests from Coral Island have come again earlier than expected, asking the Dragon Lord to return. To preside over. Nonsense. Tyrone interrupted him fiercely, stomping a claw hard. I'm asking you who the guests are. I don't know. Dessous was utterly bewildered. Tyrone flew into a towering rage but quickly calmed down. Looking at Dessous' draconic face, etched with innocence and confusion, a thought poured over him like icy water. Damn it, why am I bothering with a white scale? That's just how white dragons were. At this age, being able to talk at all was already a sign of genius. Scram. Tyrone hissed the word through clenched teeth. Dessous felt as if granted a royal pardon. He didn't dare linger another second. His huge white wings beat with all their might, churning up a great amount of snow as he took to the air at top speed, whooshing off in the direction Xia Er had disappeared. Here, only the irritable Tyrone, the ill-tempered Valentina, and the bewildered Otto remained. What about Carta, injured in the explosion? No dragon cared. On Coral Island, Nalan sat on a stone stool, still maintaining the elegant etiquette of a noble, though a sliver of anxiety stirred within him. Compared to 5 years ago, the present Nalan was somewhat plumper and rounder, and also undeniably older. 5 years. For ordinary people, that was equivalent to 1/15 of an entire lifespan, or even 1/10 or 1/8 for some less fortunate souls. These 5 years had been enough for Nalan to uncover many pieces of information. For instance, 5-colored dragon scales. Behind the Star Mist archipelago was a group of evil dragons, not one but a group. Nalan had looked into the news. After the terrifying Blue Dragon Empire's Underwood Dragon flight was destroyed, countless dragons had indeed scattered everywhere. Perhaps one group had drifted into these Karugu highlands. And moreover, it was likely one of the stronger groups from the Underwood flight. After all, they had scales from all 5 chromatic dragon types, and by the looks of it, all from young dragons and wormlings. All these pieces of evidence were enough to prove that the dragon flight inhabiting the Karugu highlands was most likely led by a young dragon, or even an adult dragon. Its subordinates included various chromatic dragons. That was how they could gather 5-colored dragon scales. If it were merely a young adult dragon, it would absolutely not have so many colors of scales. Adding to that the recent news of the Dwarven Kingdom going to war with the Karugu Highlands direction, Nalan didn't need to think twice to know exactly who was fighting. Based on this reason, he had come, and he urgently wanted to meet the Dragon Lord. A merchant rises not early without profit, and Nalan was no exception. He had only one purpose in coming here: to sponsor the Dragon Lord with war funds and war expenses to defeat the dwarves on the battlefield. Then, have the Dragon Lord use the dwarves captured in the war as collateral for the funds, for exchange. Dwarves, natural-born craftsmen. Any human lord with money in his pocket wouldn't mind keeping a dozen or so dwarven craftsmen to forge weapons for him. Even some major nobles urgently needed dwarven craftsmen to create extravagant luxuries for them. Although some humans could also achieve the skill level of dwarven craftsmen, because they were human-made, they ultimately couldn't command the same value as items crafted by dwarven or elven artisans. The foreign monk recites the scriptures better. Just as Nalan's thoughts wandered, his mind calculating how to negotiate with that mysterious dragon lord, the curtain of the stone hut was roughly pulled aside. A figure tall by frogman standards blocked the doorway. Deep green skin covered in rough bumps, webbing between the fingers, it was the Frog King, Benedict. After entering, the Frog King swept the room with his dull yellow frog eyes before speaking in stiff common tongue. "The great Lord of the Mire grants you an audience. I will take you there." Nalan and his guard, that middle-aged mage named Edwin who maintained constant vigilance, immediately stood up. Benedict offered no extra words, turning and walking out, his heavy footsteps making wet, sticky sounds on the stone floor. Nalan and Edwin exchanged a glance, both seeing gravity and a trace of barely perceptible tension in the other's eyes, before quickly following this silent Frog King. Benedict led them to the shore, where a crude boat made of thick wood and animal hides awaited. Several equally silent frogman warriors stood in the water, steadying the hull, seemingly acting as guards for this voyage. Seeing this, Nalan frowned slightly but said nothing, merely boarding the boat carefully with Edwin. The small boat was then pushed off, and under the paddling of the frogman warriors it slowly left the shore, parting the dense fog characteristic of the Star Mist archipelago as it headed towards that island shrouded in mystery and the shadow of power in Nalan's mind. A nervous, uneasy feeling churned within Nalan. After all, this time was completely different from his previous trading ventures. He could travel and trade among various humanoid tribes living in near-primitive societies because he was very clear that his guards could get him out at a critical moment. But when it came to dragons, those legendary creatures, Nalan knew full well that the mage Edwin beside him would struggle to even protect himself, let alone shield Nalan. If he displeased that dragon lord, his only path would be death. But this was also an opportunity. Nalan had had enough of his past life. As a count's second son, under the pressure of inheritance laws, he had to take a gamble. Thinking this, Nalan felt like a warrior about to slay a dragon, silently cheering himself on in his heart. "Come then, Dragon Lord." The thin mist on the sea, like a damp and cold gauze curtain, silently enveloped the small boat paddled by the frogmen. Nalan tightened his thick fur cloak. Besides the chill emanating from the sea breeze, each monotonous splash, as the oars broke through the gray-white water's surface, felt like a blow striking his tightly wound heartstrings. The guardian mage Edwin stood close beside him, silent, merely gripping his staff, equally tense. This missed. Nalan muttered softly, his voice unnaturally clear in the silence before being quickly swallowed. A feature of the Star Mist archipelago. Edwin's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible tension as he uttered a statement everyone already knew. At that very moment, a low, resonant hum suddenly emanated from deep within the dense fog, as if a great beast were sharpening its fangs in the distance. Immediately after, a massive, indistinct black shadow tore through the air with a piercing shriek, passing overhead at an astonishing speed from an extremely high altitude. The violent air currents stirred up by the shadow instantly churned the mist, creating a brief vacuum channel. For a fleeting moment, the wingtip of that colossal entity was faintly visible. It was a deep, dark color with a cold, hard texture, leaving only a flash of black. By the gods. Nalan's heart clenched violently, almost leaping from his throat. He instinctively gripped the side of the boat. The oppressive feeling brought by that glimpse far exceeded any written description. A dragon, absolutely a dragon, this was not the only occurrence. In the short span of the remaining journey, 2 or 3 more blurred shadows flashed across the sky at unbelievable speeds through the thin mist, heading in different directions. Some skimmed low over the sea, while others vanished into higher cloud layers. Each time it was accompanied by a heart-pounding sound of tearing air and a briefly churned vortex of fog. Nalan felt as if he had stumbled into a lost dragon kingdom, where every wisp of mist might harbor a dormant ancient predator. Finally, the hazy outline of White Pearl Island emerged from the fog. On the dock, several kobold guards clad in heavy iron armor and holding long spears stood ramrod straight. Their eyes were sharp as hawks, vigilantly watching the approaching boat. What shook Nalan to his core even more was a glimpse of a squad of equally well-equipped kobold warriors, using rough ropes to escort a dozen dejected, stumbling figures deeper into the island. Those figures were stocky, bearded, bearing obvious festering red welts and scorch marks, dwarves. The eyes of a few among them were hollow and numb as if they had lost their souls. Dwarf prisoners. Nalan thought to himself. The merchant's shrewd calculations spun rapidly amidst his fear. This confirmed his core conjecture and made him both more nervous and more expectant for the upcoming meeting. Benedict gestured for them to disembark, then silently led the way ahead. The path, paved with coarse rock, wound its way upward. On both sides of the path, more lizardmen and bullywug warriors could be seen patrolling, their gazes equally scrutinizing. At the end of the path stood a stone fortress carved into the mountainside, its style extremely rugged. It lacked the exquisite carvings of human castles, possessing only the oppressive feeling of massive, thick stones piled together, brimming with primitive and brutal strength. Air letter 1F00, letter 2115 Ogravs. The huge stone gate stood wide open, like the gaping maw of a great beast. Upon entering the castle interior, the light abruptly dimmed. Benedict stopped at the far end of the enormous hall, deeply bowing his head toward the front. A low, gurgling sound issued from his throat, as if performing a salute. Nalan and Edwin followed his gaze. In the area where the light was most concentrated was a throne crudely carved from a single massive piece of obsidian, shaped like a dragon's claw. And the entity coiled upon it instantly seized all their attention, making their breath catch. Deep emerald scales shimmered with a dark yet luxurious luster under the dim firelight, like the finest gemstones inlaid upon a massive frame. The enormous body coiled there like a small mountain constructed of living jadeite and steel, radiating a sense of despair-inducing power. The huge head was slightly lowered. Those enormous draconic eyes gazed down from on high at the tiny humans who had entered. Deep within the pupils, there was no savagery, no urgency, only a cold scrutiny, as if examining 2 novel objects. This was the Dragon Lord of the Star Mist Archipelago, the leader of the Cassius Flight, the master of the bullywugs, lizardmen, and kobolds. Cassium, the massive dragon wings were folded against the broad back. Even at rest, one could sense the terror of their span, enough to blot out the sky when unfurled. The entire stone hall felt particularly oppressive and silent due to his presence. Nalan could clearly hear the frantic pounding of his own heart within his chest. Thump thump, deafening, could it really be? A green dragon, one of the chromatic dragons notorious for cunning and cruelty. Nalan felt his legs go weak, almost losing control and kneeling. But he restrained himself, took a deep breath, and spoke respectfully. I am Nalan Royce, from the Royce family of Lonely Tower County in the Grand Duchy of Shaoyi, second son of Count Ryan Royce of Lonely Tower County. I pay my respects to your Majesty, the Honorable Dragon Lord. Zare's enormous nostrils flared slightly. A breath carrying a strange, sweet, fishy scent, almost tangible, swept through the entire hall. A low voice like rolling thunder, carrying indisputable authority, echoed resoundingly through the great stone hall. Human merchant, I am not a dragon lord, but merely a governor established by a dragon flight in the Star Mist Archipelago.
I heard you wish to see me. State your business.
Governor Nolan with utmost reverence retrieved a box from within his robes. Opening it, he revealed a dazzling sapphire resting inside, then spoke, "My apologies for the misspeak, Governor. I come representing the Shaoyi Chamber of Commerce, as well as certain friends behind me. We have brought something you currently need most."
Nolan's heart tightened. He took a deep breath, striving to straighten his back.
"This sapphire is our gift to you. We apologize for our foolishness, mistakenly believing the Dragon Lord presiding over the Star Mist Archipelago would favor sapphires.
Green dragons most adore emeralds and various green gemstones.
Nolan had previously assumed a blue dragon ruled the Star Mist Archipelago, leading to a miscalculation in gift selection. But it wasn't a major issue. After a pause, Nolan mustered all the courage of his lifetime and met those fathomless emerald draconic eyes.
We are here to seek cooperation. For mutual benefit.
Nolan's voice gradually grew confident. He was beginning to believe that before a greedy green dragon, profit was the best bargaining chip. Even if this green dragon had other ideas, any treachery would have to wait until after the goods were delivered. Cooperation. Upon hearing this, Xia Er on the throne couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. I am not an unreasonable dragon. Trade with human merchant caravans can also benefit me and my subjects greatly. State your demands. If they are excessively harsh, then your 2 lives shall be used to quell my wrath. We have heard that your dragon flight is currently at war with the Dwarven Kingdom. We wonder if you have any need for intelligence regarding the Dwarven Kingdom. I and the friends behind me are willing to provide you with a complete territorial map of the Dwarven Kingdom, as well as a great weapon against the dwarves. A type of large-scale alchemical golem used underground for excavating crude oil and minerals. Having said that, Nolan gave a shallow bow. Behind Nolan, the mage who was filled with a magical aura suddenly took out a thick book and used mage hand to float it in front of him. This is our first type of goods, Governor. An introduction and information about the dwarves from within the duchy. Nolan began to explain in detail. Over these years, the dwarves have risen rapidly, conquering the goblins and repelling the centaurs. The Grand Duke is worried that the Dwarven Kingdom will encroach southward onto the duchy's territory, so a lot of information has been collected continuously. Today, on behalf of the Shaoyi Chamber of Commerce, I formally established trade relations with the dragon flock where you, sir, reside. Xia Er looked at Nolan, her dragon pupils narrowing slightly. The Duchy of Shaoyi had secretly collected information on the dwarves. Then, after this trip, her own information would probably appear in the records of the Duchy of Shaoyi as well. However, for the current situation, it didn't have much of an impact yet. After all, there was still the dwarves between her and the human forces. Before the Dwarven Kingdom was defeated by her, or she was defeated by the Dwarven Kingdom, the humans probably wouldn't make any unusual moves.
But she still needed to be constantly vigilant. Very good.
Xia Er nodded slightly, also using mage hand to lift and flip through the book. The records inside were extremely detailed. The Dwarven Kingdom, established for only 20 years, had become the nation with the most rapid rise in the entire northern frontier. Although the dwarves of the past were also incredibly powerful, in this relatively resource-abundant territory in the southern part of the Karugu Highlands, they were divided into over a dozen clans of varying sizes, constantly clashing with the centaur tribes on the grasslands. But in the end, they still repelled the centaur tribes, because they had an ability that left those centaurs at a loss. The nomadic tribes of the centaurs would not kill prisoners or craftsmen who were not as tall as a wagon wheel. But dwarven tribes were generally both craftsmen and not as tall as a wagon wheel. This created a bug, leaving these nomads utterly confused. It wasn't until a hero emerged among the centaur tribes that all disputes were ended. This centaur Khan declared that to deal with these treacherous, cunning, and deceitful dwarves, the wagon wheel needed to be laid flat. In short, the Dwarven Kingdom was previously just loose tribes. With the appearance of the Dwarf King Janders, everything changed directly. Dwarf King Janders, hailed as the High King of the Dwarves of the Karugu Highlands, is the most powerful warrior and the most exquisite craftsman among the dwarves. His height is said to have reached a staggering 1.55 meters, a veritable little giant of the Dwarven nation. And Xia Er was also well aware that the challenge rating of this Dwarf King Janders had already reached level 16. In recent years, he had advanced further. Apart from this, the military equipment of the Dwarven Kingdom was also recorded. 22 legions. Each legion consisted of 2,500 dwarven warriors and 1,000 soldiers from other races serving as auxiliary forces, mostly goblins. Dwarves are natural-born warriors. The total population of the Dwarven Kingdom is only 300,000, yet they have such a number of troops. which is enough to prove the militaristic nature of the dwarven nation and the ambition of this King Janders. It says here that your human duchy of Shao Yi signed an agreement with these dwarves 11 years ago and are allies. Xia Er snorted, a wisp of green mist dissipating, looking at Nalan with great interest. Your current actions don't seem like how one treats an ally. Governor, you misunderstand. Nalan smiled slightly, bowed, and opened his mouth. Our alliance with Janders is limited to facing existential disaster. If not for that, there are only interactions like commercial trade. The dwarves are secretly expanding their military, yet the Esrolk grasslands stretch as far as the eye can see and are not a place for dwarves to survive. Therefore, the purpose of the Dwarven Kingdom's military expansion is self-evident. Xia Er chuckled lightly, not saying much more about this. It was nothing more than the old routine of mutual weakening. Officially, they trade with the Dwarven Kingdom, purchasing dwarven crafts and selling them some military equipment. Privately, they trade with the dragon flock, providing military support to the dragons to strike the Dwarven Kingdom. But if Janders dies and the Dwarven Kingdom collapses, they would immediately support the dwarves to prevent their complete extinction. A half-dead dwarf is the best dwarf for the human duchy. Xia Er guessed that the goblins, who had always been attached to the Dwarven Kingdom, suddenly rebelling was mostly instigated by humans from behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. The dwarves announce a northern expedition, just as they gather their armies to move against Valentina, and then the goblins suddenly rebel, forcing King Janders to lead the main force back to suppress the rebellion, forced into fighting on two fronts. Humans are truly detestable, but Xia Er indeed wanted to freeload right now. If she could use human hands to eliminate King Janders, it would be a good thing for Xia Er. After all, the mission target for slaughter mission. Part 2 includes this King Janders. Not bad. After reading the entire book of intelligence on the Dwarven Kingdom, Xia Er's massive dragon head nodded gently, and then she said, "What are these large alchemical golems you mentioned?" Alchemical golems are super products developed by alchemists, a type of alchemical construct created by imitating the living habits of some supernatural magical creatures, and they are quite expensive. Reporting to the governor, we can sell you the alchemical golem, underground traveler specialized for underground mining and exploration functions. It was developed by the king of the western region conscripting hundreds of alchemists, a mass-producible alchemical golem. Besides combining underground mining and exploring for black oil functions, it also has a certain lethality, effectively destroying dwarven underground structures and killing dwarves. Each one costs 2,000 gold coins, equivalent to 500 dwarf prisoners, Nalan said respectfully. One dwarf is only worth 4 gold coins. Are you kidding me? Xia Er's enormous dragon pupils swept over the open book of information, finally resting on Nalan. A single dwarf prisoner is only priced at 4 gold coins. Human, are you looking down on my spoils of war, or are you underestimating the value of dwarven craftsmen? The value of the fine equipment they can forge far exceeds this amount by 100-fold. Nalan's heart tightened, but his merchant nature made him respond quickly, piling a respectful smile on his face. Governor, please calm your anger. We naturally know the value of dwarven craftsmen. It's just that the underground traveler is costly to produce, and transportation is even more difficult and perilous. Excuses. Xia Er interrupted him, bringing a heavier sense of oppression. What I have captured are the most elite warriors and precious technical seeds of the Dwarven Kingdom. One dwarf prisoner is worth at least 20 gold coins. That is the bottom line. Furthermore, I want to buy on credit. You humans must provide me with armor and equipment sufficient for at least 1,000 soldiers and 100 underground traveler alchemical golems. Only then is there sincerity. Nalan felt a suffocating pressure. He quickly calculated in his mind. 20 gold coins each, the price had quintupled. However, there was still profit to be made, and quite a lot of it. A dwarven craftsman in the southern regions, a plain area far from the dwarves' living environment, could even fetch a sky-high price. 20 gold coins. Nalan showed an extremely pained expression, his voice even carrying a slight tremble. Governor, this price is truly. Sigh, however, to express our sincerity in cooperating with the Dragon Flock Empire and to support the governor in confronting the common threat, we can accept it. Only the quantity you require, sir, is truly enormous. Weapons and armor for 1,000 soldiers plus 100 underground travelers. This is almost all the reserves our chamber can mobilize. Moreover, the journey is long and the risks are immense. Xia Er didn't speak, just quietly waited for what came next. Nalan gritted his teeth and threw out his bottom line. Governor, how about this? We are willing to provide the equipment and golems to you on credit first to help you strengthen your forces to strike the dwarves. But for the first batch, we can only provide at most a full set of fine equipment for 500 soldiers and 10 underground traveler alchemical golems. This is the maximum limit we can safely deliver in a short time. After you capture more dwarves later, we will settle at the price of 20 gold coins each and gradually provide the subsequent supplies. How about that? He nervously awaited the green dragon's verdict, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. Contrary to Nalan's expectations, Xia Er hesitated almost not at all. Acceptable. Xia Er's voice sounded as if she was merely agreeing to a trivial matter. Have your fleet deliver the supplies to Coral Island as soon as possible. As for the prisoners, you will receive the next batch very soon. Doing business with a green dragon, aren't you being a bit too naive? If this thing is useless, I won't pay a single coin. If this thing is useful for our first meeting, can't this thing serve as a greeting gift for the great green dragon? Otherwise, I'd seriously doubt your sincerity. With the deal struck, Nalan felt relieved in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Xia Er's enormous dragon pupils suddenly turn, looking at Nalan as she opened her mouth and said, "You said earlier that you are the second son of a count. My inheritance tells me that human noble titles are usually inherited by the eldest son. Human, the reason you haven't stayed in your own territory for years is also because you have no way to inherit the land and title right. Your Excellency, the governor, is most perceptive. As the second son of Count Royce, the right of inheritance indeed rests with my elder brother." Hearing the green dragon suddenly steer the conversation toward his lineage, Nalan's heart clenched tight, but he maintained the humble smile habitual to merchants on his face. "Running errands for the Duchy's Chamber of Commerce is my duty. The wealth is sufficient for a comfortable life. If this cooperation with you can bring great benefits to the Duchy, perhaps I may even earn the Grand Duke's favor and be granted a count's fiefdom. That would also bring honor to my family." Nalan's words were appropriate, carrying a hint of resignation to his current situation and hope for future achievements, precisely the common survival strategy of a noble second son. However, in the vertical pupils of the jade giant dragon coiled upon the throne, a glint of the unique, cold temptation characteristic of green dragons flashed. "Let's do this." Instantly, Xia Er's low voice echoed through the hall, carrying a kind of heart-piercing enticement. "Human, the angle from which you contemplate problems is as short-sighted and convoluted as a goblin's. Is the call of bloodline truly so faint? The noble blood flowing in your veins, does it willingly submit forever to being beneath another, forever gazing up at that esteemed elder brother of yours? I truly feel indignant on your behalf. You've traveled thousands of miles from the human kingdoms in the south to come here, to forge an alliance with a capricious dragon like myself, to trade with those barbaric tribes on the glaciers, all to earn enough gold coins for your family. And your elder brother, he need do nothing. He merely needs to flirt with females within the fiefdom to possess everything you could scarcely touch in your entire life. Even the gold coins you toil so hard to earn are merely the starting funds for his next ball." Having said this, Xia Er—
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.